Chapter 214. This was a peerless sword strike. It was the myriad sword sect's supreme sword skill, and no one was not afraid of it. Xianxia was a ruthless person, but he had the right to be arrogant. This sword strike was more than enough for him to look down on everyone else. Everyone held their breaths, wondering how the white-clothed young man was going to defend against the myriad returning swords. The 108,000 swords might be able to defend against it, but this sword strike might not be able to. It was too powerful. It was a sword that could pierce through the heavens. However, at this moment, Zhou Xian had unexpectedly put away the firethorn combat armor and the combat weapon in his hand, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this young man doing? Why would he give up his defense and combat weapon at such a crucial moment? Could it be that he knows he's no match for Xianxia, that's why he gave up? Impossible. This young man is not an idiot. His combat strength is incredible. Even if he can't defeat Xianxia in the end, he won't give up without putting up a fight. Just now Xianxia said his name is Zhou Xian. I wonder which power he came from, to have such a heaven-defying genius. However, if he dies in Xianxia's hands, it would be such a pity. A lot of people couldn't understand why Zhou Xian would do this. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely use all their strength to defend against the myriad returning swords. However, not only did Zhou Xian give up the firethorn combat armor, he had also thrown away the high-ranked combat weapon in his hand. In the eyes of the crowd, this was no different than courting death. In the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City, De Huang Dog was the calmest. Although he had no idea what Zhou Xian was trying to do, he knew one thing for sure. Zhou Xian was not an idiot, and he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Swoosh! The bloodthirsty sword emitted a deafening howl. It locked onto Zhou Xian's chi and rushed towards him like a thunderbolt. Zhou Xian could feel that the pressure from the bloodthirsty sword was getting stronger and stronger, and the golden light on his palms was getting brighter and brighter. His 10 fingers kept moving like agile snakes. 6 solar fingers, 6 solar union. Suddenly, Zhou Xian let out an explosive roar. 2 resplendent rays of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the air towards the incoming long sword. Just a moment ago he had borrowed the pressure from the 10,000 swords returning to origin to forcefully complete the 6th finger of the 6 profound solar fingers. Zhou Xian was only a late heavenly core warrior. He hadn't broken through to the divine core realm yet. No matter if it was the true dragon palm or the firethorn combat armor, their power was limited. Even if he could block Xianxia's attack, he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to Xianxia. If he could unleash the 6th finger of the 6 solar fingers, it would be a completely different story. The 6 profound solar fingers was a high earth-level battle skill. At its peak, it was even more powerful than the 10,000 ancestral swords. Furthermore, when the 6 profound solar fingers was mastered, the 6 solar fingers would merge into one, and its power would be unimaginable. Rumble! Zhou Xian held all 10 of his fingers together and suddenly pointed them forward. 6 bright and huge fingers shot out like 6 huge pillars. In the next second, the 6 huge fingers merged into one. The size of the huge finger was similar to the bloodthirsty sword, but the energy unleashed by the 6 profound solar fingers actually surpassed the 10,000 ancestral swords returning to origin. What kind of combat skill is that? How can it be so powerful? This combat skill is at least a high earth-level battle skill. Xianxia was shocked. Zhou Xian's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. What a powerful finger skill. What kind of monster is this Zhou Xian? Let's not talk for now. Let's see if Zhou Xian's finger skill can withstand Xianxia's 10,000 ancestral swords. Everyone were shocked. They didn't even blink their eyes. They were waiting for the collision between the huge golden finger and the bloodthirsty sword. With the speed of both attacks, the collision would only take a few seconds, but it felt like a long time had passed. Rumble! The 6 solar fingers and the 10,000 swords returned to origin collided with each other, and the entire sky sank into a huge explosion. Destructive energy fluctuations were everywhere, and the energy wreaked havoc everywhere. Even the vault of heaven was swept away, and 7 colored light waves sprinkled across the vast sky, and bright fireworks were everywhere. Many people's faces turned pale, even some divine core warriors were shocked. If they were in the center of the collision, perhaps they would have been torn into pieces by now. Tap tap tap. Xianxia was forced back dozens of steps before he could regain his balance. His face was pale and blood could be seen flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The bloodthirsty sword had returned to his hand, but it was still trembling. This was the true power of the 6 profound solar fingers. Even the 10,000 ancestral swords were no match for it. When Yang Shuo unleashed the 10,000 ancestral swords, he had consumed a lot of his energy, causing him to suffer a huge backlash. Defeated, Yang Shuo was defeated. I can't believe this. Oh heavens, where did this Jiang Qin come from? If Yang Shuo is defeated, doesn't that mean the alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City will have to be reshuffled again? This Jiang Qin is really strong. He hasn't even broken through to the divine core realm. But Yang Shuo hasn't fallen yet. I heard that besides the 10,000 ancestral swords, he has even more powerful skills. Maybe he can turn the tables. All the people in the outer perimeter of Inferno City were shocked. Yang Shuo was a powerful man, but even after unleashing the 10,000 ancestral swords, he was still defeated by a heavenly core young man. If they didn't witness this scene with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Amazing. Brother Jiang has really widened my horizons. Tian Yishan finally had a joyful expression on his face. Jiang Qin had been giving him miracles. From killing the shamanic fire ape, to unleashing the 108,000 swords, and now the 10,000 ancestral swords, he was unstoppable, and even Yang Shuo was no match for him. In the skies above, Jiang Qin stood in the wind like a real god of war. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yang Shuo, who had a shocked expression on his face. Yang Shuo, what other skills do you have? If not, now is the time for you to die. Jiang Qin said. Ah, Jiang Qin, you've really widened my horizons. But do you really think this is all I have? Today I'll let you witness my real skills. Yang Shuo suddenly burst into laughter. Although he had lost the 10,000 ancestral swords and although he was injured, he was still very confident. He believed that Jiang Qin would definitely die in his hands. Your real skills. Go ahead and show me. A smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. The battle with Yang Shuo today was really satisfying, and because of Yang Shuo he had regained control of the 6th finger of the 6 solar fingers. Originally he would need to break through to the divine core realm to unleash this skill, but now he could unleash it at the late heavenly core realm. Yang Shuo's contribution was really important. Yang Shuo let out a cold snort. He slowly sheathed the blood drinker sword, and gently closed his eyes. Yang Shuo clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Gusts of air billowed around his body, causing his clothes to flutter. Yang Shuo was mumbling some incomprehensible words. Countless symbols were flickering and swimming between his palms, and a dreamy aura was unleashed from his body. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. With his eyesight he couldn't tell what skill Yang Shuo was unleashing. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm, descend. Yang Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and let out a thunderous voice. He forcefully waved both palms in front of him, unleashing a rainbow-colored light that covered Jiang Qin like a curtain in the sky. The light was silent and it didn't seem like it could attack. Complicated patterns were flickering on its surface, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Jiang Qin. Let me see what kind of skill you have. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. As the world's greatest saint, he had seen all kinds of skills. He wasn't afraid of Yang Shuo's skill at all. He took a step forward and entered the curtain of light. Whoosh! The moment Jiang Qin entered the curtain of light, the scenery around him changed drastically. In front of Jiang Qin was a boundless, colorful world. It was like a dream. There was no ground beneath his feet and there was no sky above his head. Everywhere around him was a motley array of colors. Everything was beautiful and dreamy. It's an illusion realm. I didn't expect Yang Shuo to have such a skill. Unfortunately, with my eyesight, an ordinary illusion realm won't be able to trap me. Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Ah, Jiang Qin, you'll die the moment you enter my great illusion realm. I'll let you die without putting up a fight. Yang Shuo stood outside the great illusion realm and laughed heartily. What kind of skill is this? After Jiang Qin entered the curtain of light, he actually stopped there. It's an illusion realm. Yang Shuo really has an even more powerful skill. He's actually able to create an illusion realm to confuse his opponent's mind. Illusions are extremely terrifying. I've heard of them before, but I've never seen one before. Illusions are extremely rare and hard to control. Everyone was shocked. This was Yang Shuo's true strength. He was waiting for Jiang Qin to lose himself in the great illusion realm. Then, with the help of the myriad ancestral swords, he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Within the Great Illusion realm, Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He didn't care about the colorful scenery around him. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed drastically. Cold wind blew. On top of a towering cliff that pierced through the clouds, there was a tall and sturdy man holding a sword in his hand. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds and there were even thunder and lightning. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The man looked to be in his 30s and he was extraordinarily handsome. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and there was an imposing aura between his brows. His entire body was emitting a domineering aura, as if he was looking down on the entire world. In the man's hand, there was a long sword with complicated patterns on it. The sword light was wreaking havoc and the surrounding space was torn apart by the sword chi. Wisps of gloomy black wind leaked out from the space. When he saw this man, the originally calm Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. His eyes became extremely red and even breathing became extremely difficult. St. Cliff. That's right, this was the St. Cliff. This was the scene from 100 years ago. This man was the world's greatest saint, Jiang Chen. The sword in his hand was the Heavenly Saint Sword. This was the name given by Jiang Chen, and it had accompanied him for his entire life. Jiang Chen's breathing became rapid. He felt like he was right there as if he was reliving the scene from 100 years ago. He knew what was going to happen next. That was his proudest moment, and it was also the scene he didn't want to see the most. He would never forget that scene. Rumble. Chapter 215. On top of the St. Cliff, Jiang Chen was like an unrivaled king, looking down at the heavens. The Heavenly Saint's sword buzzed unceasingly as if it had come to life. Jiang Chen had sharp eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to see through all illusions. He raised his head and stared at the sky filled with lightning. A tyrannical aura gushed out from his body like a tidal wave. A cold wind rustled as the boundless heavenly might swept down, enveloping the entire St. Cliff before finally locking onto Jiang Chen. Even the heavens can forget about blocking my path. If there is no path, then this saint will split open a path. His heroic and domineering aura soared into the sky. With the Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand, Jiang Chen abruptly leaped up into the sky. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint Sword let out an earth-shattering sword cry. Sword chi enveloped the entire sky. A lightning dragon descended from the dense dark clouds, landing right on top of the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword trembled even more violently as the sword chi became even more violent. However, its aura was still unstoppable. Break! Jiang Chen roared. This roar was like a world-shaking thunderclap that shook half of the divine continent. The Heavenly Saint Sword in his hand was aimed at the sky. In the Great Illusion realm, Jiang Chen held his breath. His eyes were bloodshot. He still remembered that at this moment, the entire divine continent was shaken. Countless saints were looking at him, and the number one saint in the world had become the only focus of attention. The Heavenly Saint Sword transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's silhouette became incomparably tall. This was a world-shaking sword that shook the heavens and earth. Even lightning and heavenly might couldn't block this sword strike. The sword light broke through the thick layers of clouds, extending to the end of the sky. A shattering sound could be heard from the end of the sky. Boundless rainbow-colored light shone down from the sky, covering the entire sky. At the same time, it also covered Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen's silhouette was completely submerged by the light. In the next moment, a large amount of blood dripped down from the sky. That was Saint blood, Jiang Chen's blood. When the light disappeared, Jiang Chen's silhouette also disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. The Heavenly Saint Sword was nowhere to be seen as well, but an immortal light shone down from the sky. Ah! In the Great Illusion realm, Jiang Chen roared towards the sky, then violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Unwillingness and anger occupied his heart. The scene of the St. Cliff 100 years ago seemed to have happened just yesterday, causing Jiang Chen's thoughts to sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. I broke open the gate to the immortal world, but I fell on the St. Cliff. I have opened up a new path for the saints of Saint Origin world, but I have no fate with the immortal world. I was the first person to see the immortal light, but that was all I saw. Jiang Chen was deeply immersed in the emotions of the past. He had supported the future of the entire saint origin world with the body of a great saint. He wasn't willing to accept it. Why did he have to sacrifice himself? Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint him. In this life he would definitely enter the immortal world and fulfill his long-cherished wish from 100 years ago. Look, Jiang Chen is vomiting blood. His body is shaking and he looks like he's in pain. Yangshua's illusion realm is too terrifying. It has caused Brother Jiang to sink into his own pain, unable to extricate himself. In this case, even if Yangshua doesn't attack, Jiang Chen will still die. This is too terrifying. If Yangshua unleashes a fatal attack at this moment, Jiang Chen will die for sure. Everyone was shocked. They had no idea what Jiang Chen had seen, and they also had no idea what was happening in the illusion realm. Everything was just Jiang Chen's imagination. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm. As long as one had a dream in their heart, they would be severely affected, and Jiang Chen was no exception. Brother Jiang doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Tian Yishan's joyful expression instantly turned into worry. Yangshua's Great Illusion Realm was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had sunk into his own pain, unable to extricate himself for a moment. "Ha, Jiang Chen, you're done for." Yangshua burst into laughter. He too had no idea what was going through Jiang Chen's mind, but he had achieved his goal. The Blood Drinker sword once again appeared in his hand. With a sway of his feet, he directly dashed into the Great Illusion Realm. The Blood Drinker sword emitted a murderous aura as it stabbed toward Jiang Chen. Yangshua's face revealed a sinister and delighted smile. It was as if he could already see the scene of Jiang Chen dying under his sword. "Die, this is the consequence of offending me. However, you should be proud to die under my Illusion Heart Sutra." Yangshua was extremely pleased with himself. The Blood Drinker sword was like a poisonous snake, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared behind Jiang Chen. Seeing this, everyone cried out in alarm. They all saw that Jiang Chen was still trapped in his own illusion realm, unable to extricate himself. Under such circumstances, Yangshua would definitely be able to kill him with a single strike. Jiang Chen was indeed trapped in the illusion realm of 100 years ago, unable to extricate himself from it. His entire heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. However, unlike the others, Jiang Chen was not immersed in the illusion realm and was unaware of anything. His current state was very strange. It was as if he had become one with his past self from 100 years ago. At the instant when the Blood Drinker sword was about to touch him, Jiang Chen's body shifted several dozen feet away, causing Yangshua's sword to miss its target. Impossible, how could he have dodged when he was trapped in his own illusion realm? Yangshua's expression changed drastically. Swoosh. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and stared at Yangshua with bloodshot eyes. With just a single gaze, Yangshua was forced to take a few steps back and his face turned pale. What kind of gaze was that? Yangshua felt as if his heart was about to be hollowed out. It was as if Jiang Chen was judging him, and with just one gaze he could directly sentence him to death. From Jiang Chen, Yangshua could feel the pressure of a towering mountain. Right at this moment, it was as if he was facing a giant, not a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. Jiang Chen was trapped in his own illusion and he had become one with his past self. Although he was still a late heavenly core warrior, the aura he was emitting was that of the greatest saint underneath the heavens. That pair of eyes could see through all illusions. Under such an aura, Yangshua lost his mind for a short moment. His heart was filled with fear, and without his control, the Great Illusion Realm was instantly destroyed. Right when the Great Illusion Realm was destroyed, both Jiang Chen and Yangshua regained their senses. The blood-red color in Jiang Chen's eyes had disappeared, and he immediately regained his senses. He thought to himself that it was a close call, as he had almost fallen into Yangshua's trap. If he hadn't fallen into that miraculous state, perhaps he would have been killed by Yangshua's sword. On the other side, Yangshua was even more shocked. What happened to me just now? Why did I stop all of a sudden? Why did I stop the Great Illusion Realm? That gaze just now, it was too terrifying. Yangshua was extremely shocked. Even though he had returned to normal, he still couldn't forget that gaze just now. Pooh. In the next second, Yangshua spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, it wasn't Yangshua who stopped the Great Illusion Realm, it was Jiang Chen's gaze that broke it. When the Great Illusion Realm was broken, The backlash Xianxia had suffered was much more severe than the myriad returning swords. He had suffered a severe injury. Xianxia, although your illusion realm is powerful, it can't do anything to me. Now it's my turn. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's energy was unparalleled, and his combat strength didn't decrease at all. He immediately struck out with the True Dragon Palm. A gigantic blood-red dragon claw descended from the skies like a gigantic blood-red mountain, and it enveloped Xianxia. Break. Xianxia was shocked. He immediately attacked the dragon claw with all his strength, but unfortunately he couldn't even use half of his full combat strength right now. There was no way he could break the powerful dragon claw, and he was trapped by the True Dragon Palm. Crack crack. Under the pressure of the True Dragon Palm, Xianxia's bones made cracking sounds. The intense pain caused him to scream in agony, and his voice shook the surroundings. Xianxia, I said that I would kill you today and I won't let you die easily. True dragon flames slowly refine it. Jiang Qin yelled, and wisps of true dragon flames shot out from the dragon claw. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was drowned in a sea of flames. Jiang Qin, if you dare kill me, the myriad sword sect will never forgive you. Xianxia screamed in agony, but he didn't forget to threaten Jiang Qin. This is Inferno Hell and you're using the myriad sword sect to threaten me. What an idiot. Jiang Qin was indifferent. He controlled the temperature of the true dragon flames and continued to burn Xianxia. He wanted Xianxia to have a taste of the pain that Guaniyun had suffered. He couldn't let him die easily. Oh my god, how could this be? Yeah, Jiang Qin was clearly on the verge of dying. He was about to be killed by Xianxia, but the illusion suddenly disappeared. How did Jiang Qin get rid of it? Jiang Qin is too terrifying. He actually managed to turn the tide at the last moment. It seems like Xianxia is going to die in Jiang Chen's hands today. This young man is also a ruthless and arrogant person. In Inferno Hell, it's always the law of the jungle, there are no rules to speak of. Everyone was shocked. They clearly saw that Xiangshua's bloodthirsty sword was about to kill Jiang Qin, but they didn't expect such a drastic change to happen in the blink of an eye. Good brother Jiang was able to kill even Xianxia. I Tianishan admire him from the bottom of my heart. From today onwards in this Inferno Hell, I Tianishan will follow brother Jiang's orders without question. Tianishan was extremely excited. Seeing Xianxia die in Jiang Chen's hands, he felt extremely depressed. He had been persecuted by Xianxia, and not only did he almost lose his life, he also implicated his brothers. Now that he had his revenge, he was naturally happy. How could this be? How could young Master Xianxia be defeated? This is impossible. Lu Kuei was dumbfounded. The last bit of hope in his heart had been shattered. He was very clear that as long as Xianxia died, Jiang Qin would definitely not let him go. Old man, Master Dog will give you a clear path, what do you think? The Huang dog shook its big head. Clear path. Lu Kuei's eyes lit up. This dog was with Jiang Qin. He looked at the corpses all over the stronghold. Xianxia was about to die, and he was the only one left in the stronghold. He would definitely die in the hands of Jiang Qin. No one wanted to die, and Lu Kuei didn't want to die either because he knew that it was not easy to survive in Inferno Hell. Many people had to bow down to them, and it was the same when he pledged his loyalty to Xianxia. Simple, as long as you agree to be Master Dog's human pet and listen to Master Dog's orders, Master Dog will guarantee your survival. The Huang dog said with a smile. Chapter 216. What? Human pet? Lu Kuei was startled. After that he immediately roared out, What? You're just a dog, you want me to be your human pet and be enslaved by you? Dream on. Daddy will rather die than become a dog's slave. Lu Kuei almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He felt like his dignity had just been brutally trampled on. He was a divine core warrior, but if he became a dog's slave, damn it, how could he still live? Lu Kuei, this is your only way out, hurry up and greet your new master. Tian Yishan burst into laughter. He hated Lu Kuei to the core, and when he saw Lu Kuei's current state he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. If he really became a dog's slave, it would be worse than death and he would never be able to raise his head again. Bastard, you're insulting me. Lu Kuei was extremely angry. Damn you, being able to become this Master Dog's human pet is a great blessing for your ancestors. Old man, you should be so happy that you won't be able to sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. And you should be thanking your ancestors, but you're still not willing? This is ridiculous. De Huang Dog's mouth was spewing all over the place. He was really disappointed with Lu Kuei for not living up to his expectations. Yang Shua's screams were getting more and more miserable, and it sent shivers down everyone's spines. He was trapped in the sea of flames, and under the pressure of the true dragon palm he couldn't even move, let alone struggle. All he could do was quietly wait for the flames to burn him to death. The feeling of walking step by step towards death and pain was not something anyone could imagine. Right now Yang Shua was in a situation where he could neither live nor die. This is too cruel. This Jiang Qin is even more cruel than Yang Shua. He kills without blinking an eye. Although there are no rules in purgatory hell, most people are not willing to provoke the geniuses of those big sects, unless they don't want to leave purgatory hell for the rest of their lives. Otherwise they would have to bear the wrath of those big sections. Yang Shua is a rare genius disciple of the Myriad Sword sect, and now that Jiang Qin has killed him in front of so many people, this news will definitely spread. Therefore Jiang Qin will definitely suffer the wrath of the Myriad Sword sect. I don't agree with your point of view. In purgatory nothing is more important than surviving. Surviving is the most important thing. In this environment where the weak are prey to the strong, identities are sometimes useless. If Jiang Qin didn't kill Yang Shua would have killed Jiang Qin. Just because he's a genius from the Myriad Sword sect, does it mean that Jiang Qin can only be killed? Everyone knew that Yang Shua was going to die today. Jiang Qin's ruthlessness had been witnessed by everyone. He was a man who was even more ruthless than Yang Shua. Of course, only a man like this could survive in an environment like Inferno Hell, and he would be able to live a better life than Yang Shua. Old man, do you see now? Your hope has been shattered. After Yang Shua's death, do you think Jiang Qin will let you go? He has already said that he will kill everyone here today, and not a single one will be left alive. De Huang Dog shook his big head and started to attack Lu Kuei's mind. Lu Kuei was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. However, when death was really near, the fear in his heart slowly emerged. The corpses all over the ground stimulated his desire to live. If there's no other way, I'll just promise this damn dog that I'll stay alive first. I'll think of a way to get revenge in the future. One day I'll rip this dog's shit off. A cunning light flashed in Lu Kuei's eyes. He already had an idea. Yang Shua let out a final miserable scream as his entire body was burned into ashes by the true dragon flames. Jiang Qin reached out his hand and grabbed the bloodthirsty sword and an interspatial ring. Both of them were treasures. The bloodthirsty sword was a rare high-ranked combat weapon, and the interspatial ring was what made Jiang Qin the happiest, as it contained all of Yang Shua's belongings. It was not hard to imagine how valuable it was. Jiang Qin put away the interspatial ring, and with the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, he descended from the sky in the blink of an eye. He landed in front of Lu Kuei, and the bloodthirsty sword emitted a cold glint, causing Lu Kuei to tremble in fear. I promise to be your human pet. Lu Kuei immediately said to De Huang Dog. Kaka good. This master dog finally has someone to pet me. De Huang Dog laughed out in excitement. But his laughter didn't last long and his face darkened. Because Jiang Qin had sliced Lu Kuei in half with just a single sword strike. Lu Kuei's death was really unjust. With his mid-divine core cultivation base, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, he shouldn't have been killed so easily. He thought his life would be saved after he made a promise to De Huang Dog, but who would have thought that Jiang Qin wouldn't let him off the hook? He had killed Lu Kuei with just a single sword strike when he had completely let his guard down. Woof, De Huang Dog was furious. He immediately leapt forward and bit Jiang Qin's butt with his huge mouth. Damn it, damn dog, what are you doing? Jiang Qin cursed. Immortal, you damned brat. You actually killed the human pet that this master dog just took in. You have to compensate me. De Huang Dog didn't give up. He opened his mouth and started biting Jiang Qin. Damn you. That old man was obviously pretending to be on your side, and he had evil intentions. Daddy killed him to save you so you wouldn't know when you were cooked by him. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even tried to bite me. It's fine if you just bit me, but you always bite my butt. If you don't stop now, Daddy won't show any mercy. Jiang Qin was furious. This dog was simply unreasonable. Lu Kuei was not a good guy to begin with, and he cultivated the Great Soul Derivation skill, which gave him a very sensitive perception. He was able to accurately judge a person's character, And he knew exactly what kind of person Lu Kuei was. Bullshit. That old man dared to have evil intentions towards me. This master dog has plenty of ways to make him submit. You have to compensate me for my human pet. De Huang dog was furious. He had finally found a human pet, but before he could show off his power he was killed just like that. Damn it. Even so, I can't let this man live. I said I'll kill everyone here. Damn dog, get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen was so angry that he almost threw up blood. Tianishan, who was standing aside, was startled. He was shocked by the relationship between this man and dog. They were on the same side and they had just started fighting each other. More importantly, Tianishan had always thought that De Huang dog was Jiang Chen's pet, but it looked like that wasn't the case at all. Bang bang bang, a man and a dog started fighting each other and they only stopped after a few minutes. Damn it, this master dog is going into secluded cultivation. I'm going to break through to the divine core realm. De Huang dog had a pair of black panda eyes, and his yellow fur was messy after being beaten up. On the other side, Jiang Chen had a complacent expression on his face, and he looked calm and composed. Hee hee, De Huang, you need more training, you're no match for me. Jiang Chen felt really proud of himself. Being able to teach this dog a lesson gave him a really good feeling. Once this master dog breaks through to the divine core realm and awakens my amazing innate ability, I'll definitely bite your butt until it blossoms. De Huang dog bared his teeth and threatened Jiang Chen. Alright, I'll be waiting. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. If this dog could break through to the divine core realm, his combat strength would increase to a terrifying level. After a dragon horse awakened its innate ability, it would become something that ordinary demon beasts couldn't even imagine. Therefore, Jiang Chen had high expectations for De Huang dog. The stronger this dog was, the more help he would be able to provide. Tianishan shook his head with a smile on his face. He finally understood the relationship between Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. This man and dog were definitely not master and servant, they were brothers. Although they fought and laughed, it wouldn't affect their brotherly relationship. Brother Jiang, you've shown your mighty strength, even Yang Shuo was killed by you. I really admire you. From now on, Brother Jiang is the owner of this stronghold and I, Tianishan, will follow Brother Jiang's orders. Tianishan cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. His face was filled with gratitude. Not only had Jiang Chen saved his life, he had also saved Guan Yiyun and the others. Jiang Chen had taken back the stronghold, killed all the enemies and avenged his deep hatred. How could Tianishan not feel grateful towards him? Besides, Tianishan wasn't an idiot. With his experience, he could easily tell how great Jiang Chen's potential was. A genius like this would definitely have limitless achievements in the future. You're being too polite, Brother Tian. We're all from the Black Sect, of course I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, I've just arrived in Inferno Hell and I'll need Brother Tian's help in many things. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang, what should we do with these bodies? Tianishan asked. Boom. Right after his words left his mouth, De Huang dog spat out flames onto the bodies, burning them into ashes. Jiang Chen and Tianishan looked at each other and smiled. This dog had a belly full of anger and had no place to vent it. Buddy, we've gained quite a lot today, let's see how much we got. Speaking of this, De Huang dog's interest was piqued. Jiang Chen had killed so many men today, and he had robbed all of their storage rings, including Yang Shua's. There must be an incredible amount of wealth in them. We've definitely gained quite a lot, but the most important thing now is Guan Yiyun's injuries. Brother Tian, can you move Guan Yiyun and the others to a better place? I'll check on their injuries. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tianishan nodded his head, a solemn expression could be seen on his face. Guan Yiyun and the others' injuries were severe. They had to be treated as soon as possible. If they were delayed for too long, their lives might be in danger. After today's battle, Jiang Chen's name had quickly spread among all the major powers and alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Many people had witnessed the scene where Jiang Chen killed Yang Shuo with their own eyes, and they were all shocked. Many powers and alliances felt a sense of crisis. Some of them had already taken the initiative to approach Jiang Chen. Such a ruthless man, they couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Chen's stronghold had quite a number of rooms. Tianishan placed Guan Yiyun and the others in one of the big rooms. As for the two dead men, Tianishan kept their bodies in his storage ring. He planned to bury them after the gate of Inferno Hell was opened. Guan Yiyun and the others' injuries were severe. They had first been beaten up and then they were attacked by the venomous king snake. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin extracting the venom from their bodies at the critical moment, they would have been dead by now. Brother Jiang, do you have any way to cure their injuries? Chapter 217. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he carefully looked at Guan Yiyun and the other 5 men. He furrowed his brows. Brother Jiang, can they still be saved? Tian Yishan asked worriedly. As long as they are still alive, there is no one in this world that I can't save. Jiang Chen said calmly. However, Guan Yiyun and the others have been injured. It will be extremely difficult for them to recover. Ordinary elixir won't work. If I add 6 solar holy water to the elixir, the effect will be much better. However, if I add the 9-leaf resurrection grass, the elixir will become the resurrection pill, which will help them recover their origin quickly. In less than 3 days, their injuries will be completely healed. 9-leaf resurrection grass, although it is extremely precious, it can be found in Inferno Hell. I have one here. Tian Yishan flipped his palm and took out a green-colored 9-leaf resurrection grass from his interspatial ring. Although it was only the size of a palm, it looked very lively. The aura it emitted could make one's soul feel refreshed. That's right, this is the 9-leaf resurrection grass. Unfortunately, there is only one and it can only be used to concoct one resurrection pill. There are 6 people here, so we need 5 more 9-leaf resurrection grass. Jiang Chen said. Then what should we do? 9-leaf resurrection grass is very rare. I only found one by chance. I don't have the remaining 5. Tian Yishan frowned. You don't have it, but someone else definitely has it. Brother Jiang said with a smile. Who? Tian Yishan's eyes lit up. You are so stupid. Of course it's Xianxia. Xianxia is so powerful, his wealth is not something you can compare with. Hurry up and open Xianxia's interspatial ring. There must be a lot of treasures inside. 9-leaf resurrection grass shouldn't be a problem. De Huang Dog said. He had been thinking about Jiang Chen's interspatial ring for a long time. He had always wanted to know what kind of treasures were inside. De Huang is right. Looks like we can only check our harvest first before concocting pills to save people. Jiang Chen smiled. With a flip of his palm, more than 20 interspatial rings appeared on his palm. Each of the interspatial rings buzzed. Damn it! These universe rings must contain a shocking amount of wealth. Tian Yishan was no longer able to maintain his composure. He knew very well how powerful Xianxia was. This guy had been in purgatory for such a long time, he would never believe that he didn't have any treasures. With a thought from Jiang Chen, all the items began to pour down from each of the Qiankun worlds. For a moment, the entire room was filled with all sorts of colors. Human elixir, earth elixir, demon spirit, crystal core, battle weapon, cultivation technique, battle skill, spiritual herbs, spiritual essences of heaven and earth, and all kinds of rare treasures piled up into a small mountain. Oh, I'm rich. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. With a swoosh, he dashed forward and devoured a huge amount of spiritual essences. This damn dog. Jiang Chen was speechless. Buddy, these are all unexpected treasures. You killed this master dog's human pet, and if you don't let this master dog eat as much as he wants today, this master dog will be angry with you. De Huang Dog didn't even turn his head around. He just kept devouring all the spiritual essences, even the human elixir. While eating, De Huang Dog's body started glowing in a faint golden light. Jiang Chen was shocked. De Huang is about to break through to the next realm. I'm afraid he'll need a lot of energy to break through to the divine core realm. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. As long as De Huang Dog could break through to the next realm, he wouldn't feel any pain no matter how much he ate. Whoosh! The human elixir was still pouring down and the entire room was almost filled with it. Jiang Chen quickly stored it away. There are still a lot of human elixir in the storage ring. There are at least a few million of them and some elixir as well. This is a huge amount of wealth. Brother Tian, take these 500,000 human elixir and use them for your cultivation. Jiang Chen casually threw a storage ring to Tian Yishan. Within it were 500,000 human elixir. Many of these storage rings belonged to divine core warriors, and the resources of a divine core warrior were naturally huge. Tian Yishan caught the storage ring with a flattered expression. 100,000 human elixir, even for him it was not a small amount. Brother Jiang, all these belong to you. You've saved my life and I'm really grateful for that. How can I accept these human elixir? Tian Yishan said. Just take it. You're a man, why are you acting so hesitant? Jiang Qin didn't mind it at all. He wasn't a stingy man. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed a lot of human elixir, he might have given Tian Yishan even more. Alright, if that's the case, I'll accept them. Tian Yishan didn't hesitate any longer. He put away the storage ring and De Huang dog started eating happily. There are 2 9-leaf resurrection grass here. Tian Yishan's eyes lit up. He saw 2 9-leaf resurrection grass in the storage ring, and he immediately took them out. He already had 3 of them and 3 more would be enough. I haven't checked Yang Shua's storage ring yet. Jiang Qin took out the last storage ring. This was Yang Shua's storage ring, and the amount of wealth contained within it was not something anyone could compare with. Jiang Qin sent his consciousness into the storage ring. When he saw Yang Shua's wealth, even Jiang Qin couldn't help but be shocked. The storage ring was huge and it was filled with pills. There were at least 3 million human elixir and 100 land elixir. One should know that 1 land elixir was equivalent to 10,000 human elixir. Apart from that, the storage ring was filled with spiritual medicines and spiritual essences. Jiang Qin saw 6 9-leaf resurrection grass at first glance. This Yang Shua is really rich and his wealth is shocking. There are 6 9-leaf resurrection grass here, it should be enough. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and took out the 9-leaf resurrection grass. Great. Junior brother Guan and the others can be saved this time. Tian Yishan was surprised. Let's not waste any more time, I'll concoct the resurrection pill now and help them recover. Brother Tian, please protect me. Jiang Qin said. There were many other treasures in Yang Shua's storage ring, but Jiang Qin didn't have the time to check them one by one. Concocting the pill and saving the others was the most important thing right now. All right. Tian Yishan replied. De Huang dog had eaten all the spiritual medicines left behind by Jiang Qin, and he had also eaten 200,000 human elixir. After that he burped, then he lied down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. This scene made Tian Yishan look like a dog. Sleeping after eating? This shouldn't be a dog, it should be a pig. This is De Huang's unique way of breaking through, you'll get used to it in the future. Jiang Qin smiled. A pleasantly surprised look emerged in his eyes, because he knew that De Huang dog was about to break through to the divine core realm. Once he woke up, he would experience a tremendous change. After that, Jiang Qin took out all sorts of spiritual medicines and the 6 solar holy water that he had prepared beforehand. Together with the 9-leaf resurrection grass, he started concocting the resurrection pill. For him, concocting pills was a piece of cake. Even concocting 6 resurrection pills at the same time was just a piece of cake for him. In just an hour, all 6 resurrection pills were concocted. Brother Tian, please give these pills to Guan Yiyun and the others. They will wake up in half an hour and it will take them at most 3 days to fully recover. Besides, after absorbing the medicinal strength of these resurrection pills, their cultivation levels will once again improve. Brother Jiang, I believe they will never be able to repay Brother Jiang for saving their lives. Tian Yishan cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin. He felt that meeting Jiang Qin was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him in his life. If not for Jiang Qin, he would be dead by now and Guan Yiyun and the others would be dead as well. After the battle with Yang Shua, I've gained some enlightenment, so I need to go into secluded cultivation. I'll leave the matters of the stronghold to you. I believe there won't be anyone who is stupid enough to cause trouble here. Jiang Qin said. Of course. Brother Jiang, you've shown your mighty strength in today's battle, and even Yang Shua was killed by you. Whoever dares to cause trouble at this time is just courting death. Tian Yishan said with a smile. The battle between Jiang Qin and Yang Shua had startled all the powers and alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Yang Shua's death had shocked everyone. They couldn't even afford to offend Yang Shua, let alone Jiang Qin, who was even more ruthless. Jiang Qin carried De Huang dog, who was sleeping soundly, and brought him to a relatively quiet room. Jiang Qin chose to go into secluded cultivation next to De Huang dog. Jiang Qin sat on the ground with his legs crossed. During the battle with Yang Shua, he had actually suffered some injuries. The Great Illusion Realm had affected his state of mind, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his origin had been shaken to a certain extent. If it weren't for the help of the Great Soul Derivation Technique, his injuries would have been even more serious. Xianxia is indeed powerful. If it weren't for the fact that I'm cultivating the dragon transformation skill and all sorts of powerful skills, I wouldn't have been his match. Also, that great illusion realm was extremely terrifying. Luck played a big part in breaking it, Zhou Xian said. At the last moment of the great illusion realm, if it weren't for his intense emotions merging with his past self, he wouldn't have been able to unleash that kind of gaze, and he wouldn't have been able to shock Xianxia so much. However, I've also benefited a lot from the battle with Xianxia. Such an evenly matched battle has helped my cultivation base become more stable. Once my foundation is stable, I can continue to refine demon spirits and condense more dragon marks, further improving my cultivation base. Zhou Xian thought to himself. He understood that in Inferno Hell only powerful combat strength could help him survive. 600 dragon marks had indeed given him enough combat strength, but it was only enough for him to establish his dominance in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. He was still far from being able to enter the middle area of Inferno City or the inner area of Inferno City. However, he had gained a lot of divine core demon spirits. Within Xianxia's storage ring, there were a total of 6 mid-divine core demon spirits, and 3 mid-divine core crystal cores. This was what made Zhou Xian the happiest. He wanted to refine demon spirits and improve his cultivation base, and he needed the help of crystal cores. With this, he could ensure that his foundation wouldn't be affected. The only flaw was that although he had obtained a lot of demon and devil spirits, he didn't have many crystal cores. The 9 life crystal beasts were extremely difficult to kill. Moreover, most cultivators would use their crystal cores to cultivate after obtaining them. Chapter 218. Even in Inferno Hell, crystal cores were the most precious things. Every warrior who came to Inferno Hell to train would want to meet a 9-life crystal beast, and the thing they feared the most was to meet a 9-life crystal beast. The 9-life crystal beast had 9 lives and it was extremely difficult to kill it. If they didn't form an alliance, it would be impossible for them to kill a 9-life crystal beast of the same level. After all, abnormal warriors like Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog were the minority. Not everyone had the ability to fight a 9-life crystal beast with 9 lives. Most of the warriors would be exhausted after fighting the 9-life crystal beast until the end. Besides, when warriors obtained crystal cores, they would usually absorb them in order to improve their cultivation. In Inferno Hell, strength was always the most important thing. Zhang Chen counted the number of crystal cores he had. There were more than 50 of them, but there were only 10 divine core crystal cores, and most of them came from Xianxia's storage ring. Crystal cores were very rare, and aside from using them for cultivation, it was even harder to store them. Only an overlord like Xianxia would have such a huge amount of crystal cores. Aside from these 10, the rest were all heavenly core crystal cores and they weren't really useful to Zhang Chen. Besides that, there were 6 mid-divine core demon and devil souls, and all of them came from Xianxia's storage ring. Adding all the other demon and devil souls together, there were more than 200 of them. But just like the crystal cores, most of them were at the heavenly core realm. Divine core demon beasts and devils were extremely strong and it was very difficult to kill them. Especially the demons and devils in Inferno Hell, each of them was more ferocious than the last, and without powerful skills, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Including the shamanic fire ape and the other 3 early divine core demon beasts, Zhang Chen had a total of 7 mid-divine core demon souls, and over 20 early divine core demon souls and devil souls. The further I cultivate the dragon transformation skill, the more energy I need to form dragon marks. But, the energy contained in these souls is massive, and if I absorb all of them together with the crystal cores, my cultivation level will reach the peak heavenly core realm, and forming 750 dragon marks won't be a problem for me. However, I can't just use this method to break through to the next level as it will affect my foundation. Once I absorb all of these souls, I'll have to stop and break through to the divine core realm with my own hard work. This way my cultivation level will be stabilized. Zhang Chen thought to himself. He knew that the dragon transformation skill wasn't something that could be taken by force. If one only relied on shortcuts to break through to the next level, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great in the future. Therefore, those who cultivated the dragon transformation skill had to have great perseverance. They had to be able to resist the temptation of breaking through to the next level quickly. Zhang Chen had relied on this for most of his journey. But with the experience of a saint, he knew what to do so that his foundation wouldn't be affected. This was his own advantage. With the help of the crystal cores, I'll absorb all of these souls and improve my combat strength again. After saying that, Jiang Qin grabbed a devil soul and unleashed the true dragon flame, purifying the devil soul. Then he started circulating the dragon transformation skill and started absorbing the soul. This time Jiang Qin's speed of absorbing the soul was very slow. While he was absorbing the soul, he also needed to sort out his yuan energy so that his cultivation level could be further stabilized. At this time, the effect of the crystal cores could be seen. The crystal cores had the effect of strengthening one's foundation. Together with the demon and devil souls, Jiang Qin didn't have to worry about the problem of his foundation. If Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun were to see the process of Jiang Qin's cultivation, they would probably be so scared that they would kneel down on the spot. Demon and devil souls could actually be absorbed in such a way, it was simply shocking. On the other side, half an hour after consuming the soul rejuvenation pill, Guan Yiyun and the others had all woken up. They opened their eyes. Although their bodies were still aching, their minds had completely recovered. So comfortable, I feel like my soul is being nourished. What kind of elixir is this? Yeah, I thought I was dead. I never thought that I would wake up again. My whole body is filled with the power of the elixir. I can feel that my injuries are rapidly recovering. This feeling is like a good rain after a long drought, so comfortable. Who is it? Who saved us? The few of them struggled to get up from the bed. They could feel the medicinal power continuously filling their bodies. They were extremely shocked. They were well aware of the severity of their injuries. Originally, they were prepared to die, but they didn't expect to wake up again. The elixir you guys took is the soul returning pill, personally refined by Brother Jiang. In less than 3 days, you guys will be able to recover to your peak state and your cultivation will also improve. Tian Yishan said. Boss Tian, you're the one who came back to save us? That's great. I knew that Boss Tian wouldn't leave us behind. This is still the same stronghold. Someone was shocked. It was Jiang Qin who saved all of you. After I escaped from the stronghold, I was chased by Yang Shua's men. On the way I met Jiang Qin. He was the one who saved you guys in time and even refined the soul returning pill for you guys. From now on, I'm no longer your boss. Jiang Qin is our boss. Tian Yishan said. Senior brother Tian, where's junior brother Jiang now? Alright, where's Yang Shua? Why didn't he make things difficult for us? Guan Yiyun asked. The appearance of Jiang Qin had made him happy. When they were still in the black sect, he had always liked this junior brother of his. Yang Shua is dead. Everyone here is dead. Boss Jiang has avenged us. Tian Yishan said. He had changed the way he addressed Jiang Qin. He had said it before, from now on Jiang Qin was their boss. What? Guan Yiyun cried out in shock. He was shocked. Impossible. When I left the black sect, junior brother Jiang hadn't even broken through to the heavenly core realm, and it has only been 2 months. No matter how fast he has grown, there is no way he could be Yang Shua's match. Boss Tian, you can't be serious, right? Yang Shua is dead? That's right, Boss Tian. Hurry up and tell us, how did Chief Jiang save us and how did he kill Yang Shua? The men's injuries were recovering really fast. While they were talking, their condition was much better than when they had just woken up. When Jiang Qin attacked, all of them were severely injured and had fainted. That's why none of them knew what happened after that. Only Guan Yiyun saw Jiang Qin at the last moment. Therefore all of them were very interested in their benefactor, Jiang Qin. No matter what, Jiang Qin had saved their lives. Alright, I'll tell you what happened here. An excited expression emerged on Tian Yishan's face. He told them how he met Jiang Qin, how Jiang Qin saved him, and how he came to Inferno City to save Guan Yiyun and the others. When they finished listening to the story, all of them had grateful expressions on their faces, especially Guan Yiyun. Aside from gratitude, he also felt gratified. He knew that Jiang Qin had done all of this because of him. After that, Tian Yishan told them how Jiang Qin slaughtered everyone, and how he fought Yang Shua with all his might. His words made the men's blood boil, and they regretted not being there to witness such a soul-stirring fight. This is amazing. Chief Jiang is really a genius. With just a late heavenly core cultivation base, he actually killed Yang Shua. If Chief Tian didn't say this, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beaten to death. How is this a genius? He's a peerless monster. So painful. Yang Shua and his bunch of bastards can't even die 10,000 times. It's such a pity that we didn't get to witness it with our own eyes. What a pity. Chief Jiang is our benefactor. From now on my life belongs to Chief Jiang. That's right, I never expected Chief Jiang to be a disciple of the Black Sect. Sooner or later, the Black Sect will flourish under Chief Jiang's leadership. Guan Yun sat on his bed and sighed. Jiang Chen had changed a lot and he had improved too fast. It was so fast that Guan Yun couldn't even imagine it. I'm afraid calling him a peerless monster isn't enough to describe him. There's something you guys don't know. Guan Yun took a deep breath and said. What is it? Xianxia asked. All the men looked at Guan Yun as well. Junior disciple Jiang has only joined the Black Sect for 2 months, but this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is before junior disciple Jiang joined the Black Sect he was only an early mortal core warrior. Guan Yun said. What? What he said immediately caused a huge wave in everyone's mind. Even Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. As a core disciple of the Black Sect, a peerless genius, he was more arrogant than anyone else. He was a rare genius in the Black Sect, but after listening to Guan Yun's words he felt that in front of Jiang Chen he didn't deserve to be called a genius. In just 2 months he had broken through to the late heavenly core realm from the early mortal core realm. This was a huge leap that could make anyone speechless. Not only was his cultivation level improving fast, his combat strength was also incredible. He was able to kill a mid-divine core warrior while only being a late heavenly core warrior. Was he still human? Even those peerless geniuses from the Martial Palace couldn't achieve such a monstrous feat. The appearance of Jiang Chen had put all geniuses to shame. I've told you before, junior disciple Jiang is a rare genius that can only be found once in 10,000 years. His achievements will be limitless in the future. I, Guan Yun, have chosen the right person. Today junior disciple Jiang has even saved my life. This is a huge favor. Guan Yun was still sighing. He recalled the day when he stepped forward to help Jiang Chen in the Whirling Sun Square. At that time Jiang Chen was only a mortal core warrior, and he was being bullied by the northern and southern dynasties. But in just 2 months their roles had been completely reversed and it was Jiang Chen who had saved him. That's enough, junior disciple Guan, don't think too much about it. Just rest well. In less than 3 days you will fully recover. Chief Jiang is now in secluded cultivation, let's not disturb him. When he comes out from his secluded cultivation you can have a good reunion. Xianxia said. On the other side, De Huang Dog was sleeping soundly. A golden barrier appeared around his body, wrapping him up into a huge cocoon. Chapter 219. De Huang Dog was on the verge of breaking through to the divine core realm, and now that he had devoured so many natural essences, his body was filled with massive amounts of energy. Although he was sleeping soundly right now, he was going through a real transformation. The golden cocoon covering De Huang Dog's body was getting bigger and bigger. Breaking through to the divine core realm was extremely important for him. As long as he broke through to the divine core realm, De Huang Dog would be able to awaken at least one powerful innate ability. An innate ability with incredible offensive strength. Currently, besides having a powerful treasure hunting ability, De Huang Dog's head was the best in terms of combat. Once he broke through to the divine core realm he would definitely experience a tremendous transformation. Jiang Chen's room was filled with energy ripples. He was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and as the amount of demon souls, devil souls and crystal cores kept decreasing, Jiang Chen's aura was becoming stronger and stronger. New dragon marks were forming in his qi. Jiang Chen had a concept of time. This time he was going to spend 3 days absorbing all these demon souls and crystal cores. He wanted to stabilize his cultivation and there was no need to rush. The entire stronghold was very quiet. There were 2 alliances that came to express their goodwill, but they were all sent away by Xianxia with just a few words. Now Jiang Chen was in charge of this stronghold, and even if they wanted to express their goodwill, they would have to wait until Jiang Chen came out from his secluded cultivation. After the battle between Jiang Chen and Yang Shuo, his fame had skyrocketed. Everyone in the outer perimeter of Inferno City had heard of him, and it wouldn't take long before Jiang Chen's fame would spread to the middle area of Inferno City. One day later, Guan Yun and the others had left their beds. Their injuries had recovered by 40%, and their cultivations had started recovering bit by bit. 2 days later, Guan Yun's injuries had almost fully recovered, and the few of them were full of energy and vigor. Boss Jiang, this soul rejuvenation pill really has the effect of rejuvenating the soul. It's really amazing. It's only been 2 days, but we've already recovered from such serious injuries. Not only that, I didn't die from the injury and instead I gained a lot of enlightenment. With the help of the elixir concocted by Chief Jiang, I can break through the heavenly core realm and break through to the divine core realm. Right now, I'm the only one who is still a heavenly core warrior, and I won't be a burden to everyone anymore. With Chief Jiang leading us in the future, we won't have to worry about being bullied in Inferno City, and we won't have to live in fear every day. Everyone's gloomy mood from the past few days was swept away, and their faces were filled with excitement. Chief Jiang has also benefited a lot from the battle with Xianxia. He is currently in seclusion. Once he comes out, he will definitely be even more powerful. Tian Yishan said with a smile. He now admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud boom rang out from within the stronghold, and a powerful energy wave spread out like a tide, quickly engulfing the entire sky. What a powerful energy. It brings with it a suffocating pressure. Guan Yiyun was shocked. His energy is still rising. This is the sign of him breaking through to the divine core realm. This energy carries a holy aura. It's not Chief Jiang's aura, it's De Huang's. De Huang is breaking through to the divine core realm. A shocked expression emerged on Tian Yishan's face. 2 days ago, De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin were in seclusion together, and he never expected De Huang Dog to break through to the divine core realm so quickly. When he thought about how De Huang Dog broke through to the divine core realm, Tian Yishan nearly threw up a mouthful of blood. Breaking through to the divine core realm while sleeping? Or, all of a sudden, a deep roar sounded out from the room where De Huang Dog was cultivating. The roar sounded like a dragon's roar. It wasn't loud, but it had a powerful penetrating force. Tian Yishan and the other men's bodies trembled. For a moment they felt dizzy and their souls were shaken. They nearly lost control of their minds. The few men looked at each other and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Just a single roar had made their souls tremble, and this was just the aftermath of the roar. If the roar was aimed at one person, that person's soul might have been shattered by now. This is terrifying. Chief Tian, is this the dog you were talking about? It's so frightening. Someone was shocked. There is indeed a mysterious De Huang dog following junior disciple Jiang. This dog is no ordinary dog. He is a demon beast with innate abilities. I'm afraid the roar just now is the innate ability De Huang has awakened. Guan Yiyun said. I've seen some sound wave combat skills, but I've never seen something like De Huang's. The roar isn't loud, but it can shake one's soul. Tian Yishan took a deep breath. He could imagine how strong De Huang Dog would be after breaking through to the divine core realm. Swoosh. De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and dashed out from the room. His entire body was glowing with a golden light and his body was much bigger than before. He looked extremely mystical. Kaka, Master Dog has finally broken through to the divine core realm. Little Chinzi, come out and face your death. Master Dog is going to get revenge. This guy is in secluded cultivation. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. He was getting ready to fight Jiang Qin again. 2 days ago he was beaten up by Jiang Qin and he still couldn't forget it. But right after that, De Huang Dog sensed that Jiang Qin was in secluded cultivation, so he immediately shut his mouth. This guy is in secluded cultivation again. Don't tell me his cultivation level has improved again? Does that mean Daddy won't have the chance to get revenge again? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. But Master Dog has just broken through to the divine core realm, so I need to show off my power. Since this guy isn't free, Master Dog will look for someone else. After saying that, De Huang Dog walked toward Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun while wagging his tail. Seeing De Huang Dog walking toward them, Tian Yishan and the others immediately greeted him. They didn't dare show any neglect towards this dog. De Huang, long time no see. Guan Yiyun greeted with a smile on his face. Guan Yiyun, you're not bad, you still remember this Master Dog. Looks like your injuries are almost healed. Let's go follow this Master Dog to do something important. De Huang Dog said with a proud expression. May I know what kind of important matter Master Dog is going to do? A man who looked to be in his 30s asked in a joyful manner. His name was Wang Heng and he was the only peak heavenly core warrior here. However, he was about to break through to the divine core realm soon. He was a smart man and he was someone who could adapt to circumstances. If not, with his cultivation level he wouldn't have been able to survive in Inferno Hell for so long. After knowing the relationship between Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, and after seeing De Huang Dog's cultivation level, he immediately flattered Jiang Qin. His flattery was really loud. Others might not be able to accept it, but De Huang Dog could. Kaka, you're not bad, what's your name? From now on this master dog will protect you. De Huang Dog laughed out loudly. This was the first time someone had addressed him as master dog, and it made him feel like he was in a superior position. My name is Wang Heng. I hope master dog will help me in the future. Wang Heng cupped his fist toward De Huang Dog. Damn it, Wang Heng, that's enough. A muscular man kicked Wang Heng's butt, immediately causing everyone to burst out into laughter. However, from this, one could tell that these men had a close relationship with each other. Obviously, everyone was already used to Wang Heng's way of doing things. Even Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun laughed. Normally this guy was only good at flattering people, but he had actually brought a lot of benefits to everyone. Furthermore, they all knew Wang Heng very well. Although he was a sly person, he was actually a person who valued friendship and righteousness. De Huang, you said you're going to do something big, what is it? Guan Yiyun asked. You guys come with me. We're going to conquer the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City. We're going to make everyone submit to this master dog. De Huang Dog's eyes were glowing brightly. What? Conquer the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City? Was this a joke? Since the beginning of Inferno City's existence, no alliance had ever been able to conquer the entire outer perimeter. Everyone had been doing their own thing, and even someone as ambitious as Yang Shuo couldn't conquer the entire outer perimeter. De Huang, about this, should we wait for Chief Jiang to come out from his secluded cultivation? Tian Yishan said. Bullshit, this master dog has made up his mind. You guys lead the way, we'll go to all the strongholds. This master dog would like to see who dares to oppose me, I'll kill him. De Huang Dog had just broken through to the divine core realm. He was extremely confident and he was eager to show off his strength. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. If he waited for Jiang Qin to come out from his secluded cultivation, all the attention would belong to Jiang Qin, and he, De Huang, would have nothing to do with it. Chief Tian, I think what De Huang said is right. No one has ever conquered the outer perimeter before, but that doesn't mean we can't. Chief Jiang even killed Yang Shuo. No one in the outer perimeter dares defy him. We need to set a precedent. Yang Meng said. That's right, our Chief Jiang is going to be the chief of the entire outer perimeter, and in the future he will be the chief of the middle perimeter as well. Let's follow De Huang and settle all the strongholds. Then when Chief Jiang comes out from his secluded cultivation, we'll give him a surprise. Another man said. These were all men who had been struggling on the edge of death, so they weren't afraid of anything bad. Soon everyone reached an agreement. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, they started walking towards the nearest stronghold. Along the way, Wang Heng and another early divine core warrior were carrying a huge rattan chair. De Huang Dog was sitting comfortably on the rattan chair, and his big head was swaying back and forth. His face was filled with enjoyment, and he looked just like an emperor who was going on an inspection tour. People always said that a dog emperor was a dog emperor, and this was a real dog emperor. Wang Heng was extremely happy. On the other side, the early divine core warrior had a dark expression on his face. Damn it, he was a divine core warrior, but he had become a dog sedan chair bearer. Wang Heng, that's a good idea. It showed this master dog's honorable status. It's worth praising. De Huang Dog said with a serious expression. As long as this master dog is comfortable. Wang Heng said with a flattering expression. He didn't care about the other divine core warrior's gaze. Kaka, second brother of the heavenly king master dog, today we will sweep across all the strongholds. No one will dare disobey us. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly, then he started jumping up and down on the rattan chair. Soon the group arrived in front of another stronghold. This stronghold was also a manor, and it was similar to the one Jiang Qin was in. This stronghold is guarded by a mid-divine core warrior, and he's considered one of the strongest powers in the outer perimeter. Tian Yishan explained. Alright, let's start with this stronghold. Let's go in. Chapter 220. De Huang Dog looked like he was going to do something big. He was going to challenge all the strongholds with these men. He was really courageous. Hearing that De Huang Dog was going to do something big, Guan Yun and the other men were excited. I'll go call the door. Yang Meng said. What door? Just fly in. Right after De Huang Dog finished speaking, Wang Heng carried the stretcher and flew up into the sky. The divine core warrior behind him had no choice but to follow him and fly into the stronghold. Tian Yishan and the other men followed closely behind. The group landed in the stronghold in an aggressive manner. Who's there? In front of them, two warriors were drinking wine around a stone table. When they saw someone flying in, they immediately shouted out. You two, quickly come here and greet this master dog. Wang Heng pointed his finger at the two men and said with a loud voice. Hearing this, the two men were so angry that their noses almost went crooked. Greet this master dog? Fuck you. But what was that dog? How could he be so arrogant and be carried by two warriors on a stretcher? This was way too arrogant. They had never seen such an arrogant dog before, and they had learned something new today. Just as the two men were about to curse, they saw Tian Yishan and Guan Yun. They didn't know De Huang Dog, but they knew Tian Yishan and Guan Yun. Yang Shuo had taken over Tian Yishan's stronghold, and this incident had caused quite a commotion. Many people knew who Tian Yishan was. But today Tian Yishan was different from before. Everyone knew that Tian Yishan now had a powerful backer, Jiang Qin, who had killed Yang Shuo. They couldn't afford to offend him. Tian Yishan, why did you break into our stronghold? One of them asked with a frown on his face. He didn't take De Huang Dog seriously. Damn it, can't you see this master dog is sitting here? How dare you ignore me? Damn it. De Huang Dog was instantly enraged. These two men were questioning Tian Yishan without talking to him. This was the biggest disrespect to him and he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Motherfucker, where did this dog come from? Get out. One of them couldn't hold it in any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Jiang Qin behind him, he would have attacked directly. Courting death. De Huang Dog was enraged. His body flashed and with a swoosh he rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. He was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of that person. That person's mind trembled and he didn't even have the time to react. When he finally reacted, it was already too late. The De Huang Dog bit the man's head off with its sharp teeth. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed head, reaching a height of over 10 feet. Whoosh! Right at this moment, everyone were shocked, including Tian Yishan and the other men. All of them had their mouths wide open. They knew that De Huang Dog would be very strong after breaking through to the Divine Core realm, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. That was an early Divine Core warrior, but he was killed with just a bite and he didn't even have the chance to fight back. Could this guy be any stronger? Of course, they didn't know that De Huang Dog possessed the complete dragon horse bloodline. He was a true divine beast, and after breaking through to the Divine Core realm, not only did he awaken a powerful innate ability, his overall abilities had also been improved. His speed, the strength of his body, and the strength of his attacks, all of them were much stronger than before. A human at the same level as De Huang Dog couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Get your boss out here. De Huang Dog returned to his rattan chair and continued giving orders to the remaining man like an emperor. Mighty Master Dog. Wang Heng's eyes were shining like stars. The mighty strength of De Huang Dog had completely overturned his imagination. The early Divine Core warrior behind him didn't complain anymore, and the rest of the men wanted to follow Wang Heng and call him Master Dog. The man was terrified. His companion was an early Divine Core warrior, but in the blink of an eye he was killed in front of him by a dog. This made him feel like he was dreaming. The man raised his head and whistled. In an instant, dozens of powerful auras emerged from all over the stronghold. Many men arrived in the blink of an eye. The man in the lead looked to be in his 50s and he had a muscular body. A ferocious look could be seen in his eyes, and anyone could tell that he was a ruthless man. This man was the boss of this stronghold. His name was Zhang Han and he was a mid-divine core warrior. When the men saw the headless corpse lying on the ground, furious expressions emerged on their faces. Who did this? Zhang Han shouted out loudly. It's them. The man pointed at De Huang Dog and his men. Zhang Han, I'm sure you already know who we are. We're here today to advise you to surrender to Jiang Qin, and from now on, you'll obey Jiang Qin's orders. Tian Yishan said. Hearing the name Jiang Qin, Zhang Han and the other men's expressions changed. Currently, There was no one in the outer perimeter of Inferno City who didn't know about Jiang Chen. Everyone here had witnessed the fight between Jiang Chen and Yang Shuo. I have no grudges with Jiang Chen, we'll just walk our own paths. Why do we have to make things difficult for each other? You came here today and you just killed someone, don't you think you're being too overbearing? Zhang Han was furious. If it wasn't for his fear of Jiang Chen, he would have already attacked. Is there anything more overbearing? Let me tell you, surrender to Master Dog right now, or else I'll bite you all to death in an instant. De Huang Dog was extremely arrogant. He didn't need to be polite when dealing with these people from Inferno Hell. This was the law of the jungle, whoever's fist was stronger would be the truth. Damn it, where did this dog come from? How dare he be so arrogant? Someone cursed. Shut up, don't be rude to Master Dog. Wang Hing said arrogantly. Looking at him, it was as if De Huang Dog was his father. Tianishan, why did Jiang Chen choose me? Zhang Han asked. Not just you, all the strongholds in the outer perimeter must surrender to Jiang Chen. Guan Yiyun said. What? You want to break the rules of Inferno City? The outer perimeter of Inferno City is complicated, no one has ever dared to monopolize it. Someone was shocked. That was in the past, no one ruled it, but that doesn't mean it's the rules of Inferno City. Now we want to break the rules. Our Chief Jiang is doing this for the peace of the outer perimeter. As long as you submit to Chief Jiang, you'll be safe in the future. Tian Yishan said with a smile. What a good Jiang Chen, his appetite is even bigger than Yang Shuo's. Zhang Han's face darkened. Zhang Han, don't tell me you think you're stronger than Yang Shuo? Even Yang Shuo died in Chief Jiang's hands, what qualifications do you have to contend with him? Guan Yiyun let out a cold humph. Tianishan, Guan Yiyun, even if you want me to submit to you, you don't have to bring a dog. This is an insult to me, Zhang Han. If you want me to submit to you, ask Jiang Chen to come here himself. Zhang Han's gaze fell on De Huang Dog, he didn't hide his anger at all. In his opinion, this was an insult to him. Could it be that he wanted this dog to be his chief first? Hearing this, the expressions of Tian Yishan and the others changed slightly. They knew that De Huang Dog was going to be angry. They really didn't want to humiliate Zhang Han. The fuck you old fool, how dare you look down on this Master Dog? This Master Dog is an honorable existence, he's the highest existence in the entire world. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know what this Master Dog is capable of. De Huang Dog was really angry. He stood on the rattan chair and started yelling at Zhang Han. You're just a dog, how dare you make such a scene in my stronghold? I'll consider submitting to Jiang Chen after I kill this dog. Zhang Han let out a cold harumph. He knew he was no match for Jiang Chen and he had to submit to him. But how could submitting to someone be better than being his own chief? This was a really unpleasant feeling and Zhang Han was planning to vent his anger on this dog. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Zhang Han dashed towards De Huang Dog. He stretched out his hand and tried to wrap it around De Huang Dog. As a mid-divine core warrior, his overall strength was greater than Lu Kuei's, so he didn't take a dog seriously. Fine, this Master Dog will kill you today. I'll establish my authority by killing you. Have a taste of this Master Dog's newly awakened ability. De Huang Dog was filled with killing intent. In order to conquer all the strongholds, he had to establish his authority with a forceful approach. In order to establish his authority, he had to kill all four of them, and he would kill anyone who didn't listen to him. Right when Zhang Han's attack was about to reach De Huang Dog suddenly shouted out, soul-crunching tune. Following a buzzing sound, layers of golden sound waves shot out from De Huang Dog's mouth. The sound waves turned into ripples and swept towards Zhang Han. Hearing the roar, Tian Yishan and the other men's expressions changed dramatically. Even their souls were trembling. It wasn't hard to imagine how Zhang Han was feeling right now. The soul-crunching tune slammed into Zhang Han's body and he couldn't even block it. After being hit by the soul-crunching tune, Zhang Han's moving body instantly stopped moving. Zhang Han immediately threw up a huge mouthful of blood. After that, his eyes turned red and the blood vessels in his eyes looked really scary. Ugh! Zhang Han let out a miserable shriek. He held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. In just a few breaths' time he had lost all signs of life and died on the spot. Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone had their eyes wide open as they stared at Zhang Han, who was lying motionlessly on the ground. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The entire scene was deathly silent and the people were having difficulty breathing. This was terrifying, this was really terrifying. Even Tian Yishan and the other men couldn't recover from the shock. They knew how strong Zhang Han was, and a mid-divine core warrior wasn't someone who could be killed so easily. However, the sound waves unleashed by De Huang Dog just now were really frightening. They could shatter one's soul directly, and it would be hard for one not to die. Besides, a sound like this was extremely difficult to block, especially when one was caught off guard. There was no way one could block it. A trump card like this was simply fatal. Everyone were in a state of shock and no one noticed that De Huang Dog was in an abnormal state right now and he looked a little dispirited. Damn it, using the soul-crunching tune consumes so much energy. It looks like I'll need at least half a month before I can use it again. I better be careful when using it in the future. But its power is really satisfying. De Huang Dog thought to himself. Chapter 221. The more powerful the innate ability was, the more energy it would consume. De Huang Dog's soul-crunching sound was too terrifying. It was an invisible attack that was impossible to defend against. But at the same time, using the soul-crunching sound consumed a lot of energy for De Huang Dog. Judging from the current situation, he could only use it once every half a month. If he forced himself to use it, he wouldn't be able to bear the powerful backlash. All of Zhang Han's men were scared out of their wits. Their boss, a mighty mid-divine core warrior, had just been roared to death by a dog. So, this dog was the real leader of this group of men, a truly abnormal existence. You bastards, do you want to submit? De Huang Dog raised his head and asked. Should I submit? What a joke. Was there even a possibility of not submitting? Even Zhang Han was dead. Looking at this dog, anyone who dared to say no would be roared to death immediately. Submitting to us is your best choice. Besides, submitting to us won't do you any harm. Chief Jiang and Master Dog can guarantee your safety in Inferno City. Wang Heng said arrogantly. Ever since he came to Purgatory, he had never been so arrogant. We submit. Everyone hurriedly bowed. To them, it didn't matter which boss they followed. In any case, they would have to hand over a portion of the treasures they obtained in Purgatory to their boss. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with changing from Zhang Han to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was much more powerful than Zhang Han. Elder Dog, which stronghold are we going to next? Wang Heng asked flatteringly. The few of you bring Zhang Han's corpse to the outer regions. Let them know the consequences of not submitting. After that, come to our stronghold and see Lord Dog one by one. De Huang Dog was awe-inspiring. After killing Zhang Han, he became even more arrogant. He could no longer be bothered to move himself. He wanted others to come and worship him. This dog emperor was really addicted to being a dog. Good. With Lord Dog's noble status, it is only right for me to do so. Wang Heng's bootlicking was so loud that De Huang Dog enjoyed it even more. Tell them that if they don't come and surrender by tomorrow, Lord Dog will kill them without mercy. De Huang Dog exuded a lofty aura from head to toe, as if he was about to float to the sky. On the same day, Tian Yishan and his men brought Zhang Han's dead body to the outer perimeter of Inferno City. There were at least 30 alliances like this in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, and all of them had mid-divine core warriors guarding them. There were no late divine core warriors among them, as all the late divine core warriors had gone to the middle and inner perimeter of Inferno City. Zhang Han's death had a huge impact on many powers, and De Huang Dog's reputation soared like the wind. In a short period of time he had become a household name. Only then did they realize that there was a terrifying De Huang Dog by Jiang Chen's side. Damn it, I didn't expect this Jiang Chen's ambition to be even greater than Yang Shua's. He actually wants to rule the entire outer region. If the entire outer perimeter is under Jiang Chen's control, then we'll have to share some of the treasures we find with him. Even if it's just a small amount, when all of these alliances are put together, they will be a terrifying force. Doesn't that mean Jiang Chen will just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor? He will become the local tyrant of the outer perimeter. Sigh, we don't have the strength to fight back. Zhang Han was such a powerful being, but he was still killed. If we don't obey him, I'm afraid we'll end up the same way. At this moment, the entire outer perimeter was in an uproar. Zhang Han's death had a huge impact on all the alliances. If they didn't obey him, they might be the next ones to die. In a stronghold located at the eastern side of Inferno City's outer perimeter, 6 men were sitting in a big hall. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. These 6 men were all mid-divine core warriors, and they were the chiefs of their respective alliances. That dog has given us an ultimatum. If we don't obey him tomorrow, he will kill us all. Someone said. This is too presumptuous. Even with Xianxia's wild ambition, he doesn't have the guts to rule the entire outer perimeter. Inferno City has existed for a very long time, and all the people here have either died, left. It has always been scattered and has never been unified. Zhang Qin is just ignoring the rules. Damn it, Daddy doesn't want to obey him. In Inferno Hell, it's extremely difficult for us to survive by ourselves. The only reason they want us to obey them is because they want us to hand over our crystal cores. It's just too difficult to kill a 9-life crystal beast, and the crystal cores we got aren't even enough for us to use. If we hand over more crystal cores, we won't be able to continue living anymore. I refuse to obey. A muscular man with a scar on his forehead said angrily. They had misunderstood this point. Zhang Qin didn't know anything about this. It was all Big Yellow's doing. The reason why Big Yellow did this was to show off his power. As for the crystal cores, Big Yellow didn't even think about it. Big Yellow, you're right. You're right. Of course, just because he wanted to show off, he wanted to rule the entire outer perimeter. This kind of reason really made everyone speechless. Brother Zhuge, why don't you say something? Among all the alliances in the outer perimeter, your combat strength is the strongest. You've reached the peak mid-divine core realm. Although there are always conflicts between our alliances, none of us want to be controlled by someone else. An old man in his 50s said. All the men threw their gazes over to the middle-aged man who sat in the main seat. This man had a fair face and he looked gentle and elegant, just like a Confucian scholar. He was waving a paper fan in his hand and he gave off a carefree vibe. But his eyes were glowing with a fierce light, proving that he was not a kind man. How many of those who could survive in Inferno Hell could be kind? If he wants to live in peace with us, of course we'll respect him. After all, with our strength, we're no match for him. But if Zhang Qin insists on ruling the entire outer perimeter, Zhuge Yun will be the first one to disagree. Besides, it's not Zhang Qin who is here, it's that dog. If we submit to a dog, we'll lose all our face. Therefore we have to resist. Zhuge Yun said as he squinted his eyes. Brother Zhuge, with our strength, I don't think we're a match for Zhang Qin, right? Someone said with a frown on his face. That Zhang Qin is really strong, even Xianxia is no match for him. But although he has incredible talent, he's still below the divine core realm. If all the divine core warriors in the outer perimeter strike together, I believe Zhang Qin and that dog won't be able to defend themselves even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms. Zhuge Yun said with a sneer on his face. There are at least 50 mid-divine core warriors in the outer perimeter, and including those early divine core warriors, there are more than 200 to 300 of them. Such a massive force, it's really shocking. Although that Zhang Qin has incredible talent, he still can't fight so many people at once. With so many of them striking together, I'm sure he won't be able to defend himself. Someone agreed. The most important thing now is how to unite all the alliances. Someone furrowed his brows. This is related to everyone's welfare, and I believe the chiefs of the other alliances don't want to be controlled by someone else. You guys quietly go to each stronghold and invite them here. I believe they won't have any objections. This time we need to form the first great alliance and kill Zhang Qin. The situation in the outer perimeter of Inferno City can't be changed just because of a kid who just arrived. Zhuge Yun stood up from his seat. A cold expression emerged on his face. Alright, we'll do it now. That Zhang Qin killed Xianxia and he got a huge amount of benefits. This time we'll kill Zhang Qin and we'll split the benefits equally. Someone said. The rest of the men burst into laughter. In their minds, Zhang Qin was already a dead man, and all the treasures would be divided among them. At this moment, the chiefs of all the alliances were at their wits' end. They were all cruel and merciless people and they were used to being the chiefs. How could they be willing to be controlled by someone else? Besides, once they surrendered, they would have to hand over all the treasures, and this was something they couldn't accept. However, if they fought back, there was no way they could fight against their enemies. They had witnessed Zhang Chen's strength with their own eyes, and now, De Huang Dog had appeared and even Zhang Han was killed by him. If they fought back, they would definitely end up like Zhang Han. Therefore, being invited by Zhuge Yun at this moment, they were all very excited. All the chiefs had the same thought, even the two chiefs who had approached Jiang Chen before had the same thought. They only wanted to get along with Jiang Chen peacefully, and they didn't want to be swallowed by Jiang Chen. Without any accidents, all the alliances had successfully gathered together. Good, looks like everyone has the same idea. Although that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog are very strong, with so many of us working together, we should be able to kill them. I, Zhuge Yun, promise that after we kill Jiang Chen, all the treasures will be divided equally among us. Zhuge Yun said. Alright, let's kill that little punk. That's right, he wants to rule the entire outer perimeter as soon as he arrived. He really doesn't know how strong he is. All the chiefs were filled with righteous indignation. Everyone calm down. Let's come up with a plan first, we'll set off tomorrow. Zhuge Yun said. De Huang Dog and his men had no idea what was going on. De Huang Dog was leisurely sitting on a rattan chair, waiting for all the alliances to come and submit to him. De Huang, in my opinion, we should go to all the strongholds and have a look. We've never tried to rule the outer perimeter before. I'm afraid those chiefs might be forced into a corner. Guan Yun said with a frown on his face. Yun, why are you such a coward? This master dog is a mighty man, even Zhang Han is dead and they still dare to act recklessly? After De Huang Dog broke through to the divine core realm, he was emitting an arrogant aura from all over his body. He had no idea that because of his arrogance, he was going to bring an unprecedented upheaval to the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been in secluded cultivation, had absorbed all the divine core demon souls and crystal cores. He now had a total of 150 dragon marks in his body, and he now had a total of 750 dragon marks in his body. He was just one step away from breaking through to the divine core realm, and his combat strength had once again reached a terrifying level. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the more energy he would need to form dragon marks. Especially when he was about to break through to the next realm, it was extremely difficult. If not, these crystal cores and demon souls would have allowed him to form more dragon marks. Chapter 222. Buzz. Jiang Chen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. Energy ripples could be felt all over his body and buzzing sounds could be heard. Perfect. 750 dragon marks. My cultivation level has reached the peak heavenly core realm, and my combat strength has improved once again. Now I won't have to fear any ordinary late divine core warriors. A bright light emerged from Jiang Chen's eyes. He was emitting confidence from all over his body. It was a strong confidence. His chi and blood were like dragons and his body was as tough as steel. As the dragon marks moved about, he could unleash a vast amount of energy. Under the heavens there wasn't another abnormal heavenly core warrior like him. His combat strength represented the pinnacle of the heavenly core realm, a peak that no one could reach. As for the remaining 50 dragon marks, I'll need to focus on cultivating and comprehending them. I believe it won't take long before I break through to the divine core realm. With the strength of the dragon transformation skill, once I break through to the divine core realm, I'll be able to kill late divine core warriors with ease. Except for those geniuses from the big sects, no divine core warrior can be my match. A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Although cultivating the dragon transformation skill was extremely difficult, and it required a huge amount of energy, the strength of the dragon transformation skill was incredibly terrifying. This was clearly shown by Jiang Chen. After the dragon marks were formed, Jiang Chen didn't leave his secluded cultivation right away. He closed his eyes again. He wanted to use the dragon transformation skill to calm the newly formed dragon marks and stabilize his cultivation level. The next day, just when De Huang Dog was getting impatient from waiting, the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City was filled with intense killing intent. Countless figures suddenly descended from the skies and landed in De Huang Dog's stronghold. There were over 30 alliances in the outer perimeter. There were about 400 to 500 men and more than half of them were divine core warriors. This was a massive alliance and combat strength that could make anyone feel suffocated. If an alliance like this was placed in the Qi province, it was more than enough to turn the entire Qi province upside down and make people live in misery. Kaka, even if you're here to worship this master dog, you don't need to make such a big scene. De Huang Dog laughed out in a carefree manner. Master dog, I don't think they're here to serve you. Wang Heng whispered. The faces of Tian Yishan and the others instantly changed. Damn you, Lord Dog isn't an idiot. Of course I can see that they're not here to serve me. Damn it, this bunch of grandsons, they actually dared to play this trick on me. De Huang Dog cursed loudly. He was waiting for the scene of everyone worshipping him, but now it seemed that it would never happen. What he didn't expect was that not only were these people not intimidated by him, they even took the initiative to counterattack. This was truly too hateful. In fact, the methods that De Huang Dog used to deal with people in the outside world wouldn't work in purgatory. The people here lived on the edge of a blade and had seen too much blood. Their fierceness was comparable to that of a demon or a beast. If they were really forced into a corner, they would do anything. Moreover, they were powerful now, so they weren't afraid of Jiangchen at all. Are you rebelling? Guan Yiyun shouted. Rebellion? I don't think this word is appropriate. We're just defending our own interests. Don't you think a dog can make all of us serve you? Isn't that too ridiculous? Zhuge Yun kept waving the folding fan in his hand with a sneer on his face. What are you guys trying to do? You all know the strength of our boss Jiang. If you dare to offend his dignity, you're just courting death. Tian Yishan also shouted. Tian Yishan, don't be naive. Look at how many of us are here. Just a puny Jiangchen, we can drown him with just a mouthful of saliva. Today we're going to kill Jiangchen, kill all of you and rob all of your belongings. A rotund fatty threatened arrogantly. The others also had an imposing manner. As the saying went, strike the numbers. If it was just one or two of them dealing with Jiangchen, they wouldn't have the guts to do so even if they were beaten to death. But now that hundreds of them had appeared at the same time, it was different. They were confident that they could raze this place to the ground and kill everyone who could breathe. Swoosh. Upon hearing this, Tian Yishan and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They knew the men of Inferno City very well. They could kill without blinking an eye. These men didn't want to be controlled by Jiangchen, and they had obviously teamed up with him. Today they were here to kill them. Master Dog, what should we do now? Wang Heng had a serious expression on his face, and a ferocious look could be seen in his eyes. He had just fully recovered from his injuries and absorbed the resurrection pill, and he had just broken through to the divine core realm. He wasn't a man who was afraid of death, and if a fight really broke out, he wouldn't just stand there and wait to be captured. But looking at the enemy's formation, it seemed like there was no way he could fight them. The gap between them was just too huge. All the warriors in the outer perimeter had gathered together, and there were so many divine core warriors. Even if Jiangchen were to fight them himself, he still wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Damn it, how dare these bastards come here? Master Dog is going to kill them all today. I'm going to bite them all to death. De Huang Dog was furious. He had shown his mighty strength yesterday by using the soul-crunching tune to kill Zhang Han. But not only did he fail to establish his mighty strength, these bastards actually came here to kill him. This was really detestable. Not only that, the actions of Zhuge Yun and these men had seriously hurt De Huang Dog's proud pride. Damn it, let's fight them. Our lives are all thanks to Chief Jiang. Yang Meng shook his arm, then a huge blade appeared in his hand. He looked extremely imposing. You're just a lowly dog and you want us to surrender to you? What a joke. De Huang Dog, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down in front of me right now, I'll consider sparing your life and keeping you as my pet. Zhuge Yun waved the folding fan in his hand as he spoke to De Huang Dog. Fuck you, if I don't bite you to death today, this master dog will kill himself on the spot. De Huang Dog's eyes turned red and he was instantly enraged. He was the descendant of the dragon horse, but someone had called him a lowly dog and even threatened to make him kneel down and play with him like a pet. This was intolerable. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and dashed toward Zhuge Yun with incredible speed. You're courting death. Zhuge Yun's expression turned cold. However, he didn't dare underestimate De Huang Dog. After all, De Huang Dog had killed Zhang Han, who was a mid-divine core warrior yesterday, which proved that he had some abilities. Swoosh. Zhuge Yun opened the folding fan in his hand and slapped it toward De Huang Dog's head. The folding fan in his hand looked ordinary, but it was actually a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Bang! The folding fan and De Huang Dog's head collided, causing a huge amount of sparks to fly out. The violent collision caused Zhuge Yun to suffer a huge backlash, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What a strong dog. Zhuge Yun's expression instantly changed. He was a peak mid-divine core warrior, not someone Zhang Han could compare with. He had even used a high-ranked combat weapon just now, but even so he was still pushed back by De Huang Dog. How hard was this dog's head? Kaka, you bastard, how dare you look down on this master dog? You're courting death. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. Even though he was facing a group of a few hundred men, he didn't feel any fear. With his abilities he could go anywhere he wanted and he wouldn't have to worry about his life. Even if these men formed an alliance, it would be impossible for them to kill De Huang Dog. However, not everyone was like De Huang Dog. If these few hundred men attacked at the same time, Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun would definitely be killed. There was no way they could survive. Brother Zhuge, let's attack together and kill them all. Someone said in a fierce manner. Alright, everyone listen up, kill everyone here. All mid-divine core warriors, pay attention to Jiang Qin and this De Huang Dog. As soon as Jiang Qin shows himself, we'll attack him together and kill him. Zhuge Yun shouted out loudly. More than 50 mid-divine core warriors working together to kill a dog and a young heavenly core warrior. This was something they couldn't even imagine. For these mid-divine core warriors this was a really shameful thing. But right now they couldn't care less about it. Bang! Right after Zhuge Yun's words left his mouth, a few hundred powerful energies shot up into the sky. Dozens of men dashed out and dashed towards Tian Yishan and the other men. Damn it, what should we do now? Wang Heng cursed out loud. Brothers, let's risk our lives. Killing one is worth it, killing two is worth it. Since these men want to kill us, we'll make them pay a heavy price. Tian Yishan's bloodthirst had been aroused. All of them had seen a lot of slaughters, and when they knew they were going to die, they unleashed all of their ferociousness. But there was no suspense in this kind of battle. With just one round of attacks, at least half of Tian Yishan and the other men would be killed, and the rest would be severely injured. Just then, a cold snort sounded from not too far away from the base. Then an earth-shattering boom resounded. Dazzling light shone, and everyone saw a blood-red dragon claw the size of a house descending from the sky towards the dozens of people pouncing on them. Bang! Arg! The ground was shaking and miserable screams could be heard. At least 8 men didn't manage to escape. They were slammed onto the ground by the dragon claw and crushed into meat paste. Blood was flowing everywhere. While the rest of the men who were lucky enough to escape started throwing up blood. The dragon claw was too powerful, and with their strength there was no way they could block it. So strong, it's Chief Jiang. Chief Jiang has come out from his secluded cultivation. Haha, he killed 8 early divine core warriors with just a single slap and injured dozens of men. Such combat strength is really frightening. Wang Heng and the other men who had lost all hope immediately had joyful expressions on their faces. Are you all here to court death? Jiang Qin came from afar. His voice was so cold that it could make anyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. His white clothes were fluttering in the wind as he hovered in the sky, and his body was covered in a golden light. Heavens, Chief Jiang is so young. His bearing alone is comparable to all of them. No wonder even Yang Shua is no match for him. That strike just now killed a few early divine core warriors. It's really shocking. I've finally met Chief Jiang in person. He is much younger than I thought. A man like this is definitely a peerless genius. Even those abnormal geniuses from the Martial Saint Dynasty's Martial Palace can't compare with Chief Jiang's talent. Chapter 223. Just by standing there, Jiang Chen's aura was tremendous. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Zhuge Yun's group of a few hundred men suddenly became silent. No one dared say a word. Jiang Chen's name was like a living signboard. Besides, just now, Jiang Chen had killed 8 early divine core warriors with just a single palm strike. Such a powerful attack had caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Junior disciple Jiang, these men are here to kill us all. Guan Yiyun said with a smile on his face. For some unknown reason, when facing the pressure from a few hundred men, when Jiang Chen appeared, he suddenly felt relaxed. All the despair and fear in his heart had disappeared, as if Jiang Chen alone could fight against an entire army. This was a great trust he had in Jiang Chen. Since Guan Yiyun and Jiang Chen knew each other, Jiang Chen had never been defeated once. At the same time, Guan Yiyun quickly told Jiang Chen what had happened through his divine sense. After listening to what happened, Jiang Chen almost threw up blood. He fiercely glared at De Huang Dog. Do you really think these ferocious men are easy to be ruled by? Even if they did submit to us, not many of them were willing to do so. There was no way to manage them, and this was also the reason why no one had ever ruled Inferno City. De Huang Dog was just looking for trouble by doing this. However, Jiang Qin knew this dog very well. This guy had just broken through to the Divine Core Realm and he was eager to show off. In other words, the reason why De Huang Dog wanted all these strongholds to submit to him was just to show off his power. Jiang Chen's main reason for coming to Inferno Hell was the Earth Devil. After he came out from his secluded cultivation, he planned to go deeper into Inferno Hell and find out more information about the Earth Devil. He had no interest in ruling these alliances. Although Jiang Qin didn't want to cause any trouble, he wouldn't be afraid if he was provoked. De Huang Dog was his brother, and even if he poked a hole in the sky, Jiang Qin would still stand up for him. Little Qinzi, these bastards just said they're going to kill you. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. As his strength increased again, his aura also became more intense. You want to kill me? Why aren't you attacking? Jiang Qin faintly spoke. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He would never be polite to those who wanted to kill him. He didn't care about the cause and effect of this matter. Just based on the actions of the other party today, Jiang Qin had a reason to kill all of them, to turn this place into a river of blood. Those who had been clamoring to kill Jiang Qin just a moment ago didn't say a word. It was easy to say they wanted to kill someone, but when Jiang Qin really stood in front of them, they instantly felt embarrassed. A single gaze from Jiang Qin was enough to cause fear to rise in their hearts. Even with so many experts joining forces, they still felt as if they were facing Jiang Qin alone. It was as if as long as Jiang Qin wanted to kill any one of them, they would die without a doubt. This kind of feeling was extremely unbearable. Jiang Qin, you're too ambitious, trying to rule us all. We won't be satisfied. Today over 30 of us have gathered together just to kill you. Zhuge Yun shouted loudly. At this time he had to stand out and speak. If no one else stood out, the will of these few hundred people would be destroyed by a single gaze from Jiang Qin. Furthermore, Jiang Qin's earlier attack was more than enough to shatter their morale. Originally, I didn't even have any interest in ruling over you all. But since you've come knocking on my door, I won't be polite. I'll give you all a chance to live. All of you pledge allegiance to my brother, De Huang. From now on you'll only follow De Huang's lead. No matter what De Huang says, you'll have to listen to him. Otherwise, since you've come today, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Qin said calmly. Since De Huang Dog wanted to show off, he'd let him. Good. Little Qinzi, you're too kind. You bunch of bastards, if you serve this master dog well in the future, when this master dog is happy, he'll naturally give you endless benefits. De Huang Dog cackled as he leapt up and down in front of him. Bang! Zhuge Yun let out a cold shout. The furious expression on his face couldn't be erased. Jiang Qin, how dare you humiliate us with a dog? Jiang Qin's words made everyone furious. If it was Jiang Qin who said he wanted to rule over them, it would at least be a form of respect for them. But Jiang Qin actually asked them to pledge allegiance to a dog. So many Divine Core warriors had to serve a dog. This was too much of a bully. It was a huge humiliation to them. So what if I humiliate you? I, Jiang Qin, will do whatever I want. Today you've joined hands and invaded my stronghold, and you've decided to kill all of us, so why can't Daddy here humiliate you? Not only that, if you don't accept it, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Let alone killing a few hundred of you. Even if I have to kill every single living being in Inferno Hell, as long as I, Jiang Qin, am happy, I won't even frown. Jiang Qin let out a loud laugh. He was unleashing a domineering aura from head to toe. The greatest saint in the world never needed a reason to kill someone, and he wouldn't show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Damn it, Chief Jiang is so domineering. Daddy's blood is boiling. Awesome. That's what a real man should do. Look down on the world, ignore everything, kill anything that stands in your way, kill anything that stands in your way. Daddy's blood is boiling. Damn it, kill them all. Yang Meng and the other men's blood was boiling because of Jiang Qin's domineering aura. Just a few words from Jiang Qin had ignited their blood. As men, which one of them didn't have a little bit of courage? Jiang Qin's arrogant aura was simply unstoppable. Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun couldn't control themselves either. They looked at Jiang Qin with admiration in their eyes. As a genius from the younger generation, Jiang Qin's domineering aura was unparalleled. A man like him would definitely become someone great in the future. Brothers, did you see that? That little Xianxia doesn't want to let us live. Today either he dies or we die. All mid-divine core warriors attack together. I don't believe that Xianxia can fight dozens of men by himself. Zhuge Yun waved the folding fan in his hand and shouted at the crowd. Kill Xianxia. That's right, with so many of us, we can easily crush Xianxia into a meat pie. He's just a heavenly core warrior, how strong can he be? Let's attack together. All the chiefs from the alliances were shouting and yelling. Their faces were ferocious and they were eager to attack. However, none of them dared attack first. Everyone knew that Xianxia was a tiger, not a sheep. Whoever attacked first would be the one to die. Ha! Seeing this, Xianxia let out a presumptuous laugh and said, "Since none of you have the guts to attack first, let me do it first." After saying that, Xianxia unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed towards the man who was closest to him. Xianxia's speed was too fast. The man didn't even have the chance to react before he was caught by the true dragon palm. Die. Killing intent emerged from Xianxia's body. He clenched his blood-red dragon claw, and in an instant, a cracking sound was heard, followed by a miserable shriek. The mid-divine core warrior's body exploded and turned into a blood mist. He was killed by the true dragon palm and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. What? The crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This was too frightening. Killing a mid-divine core warrior with his bare hands, this was not something a heavenly core warrior could do. This man wasn't a human, he was an ancient beast. Brother Jiang has become stronger again. Tianishan was the only one who knew how shocked he was. He could clearly feel that Xianxia was much stronger than when he fought Yang Shuo 3 days ago, and he was much stronger than before. It had only been 3 days, and facing such a peerless monster, any genius would feel a huge pressure. Damn it, this guy has really become stronger. Looks like Daddy's plan to get revenge is ruined again. Da Huang Dog curled his lips in a gloomy manner. He was thinking of fighting Xianxia after he broke through to the divine core realm, but he never expected Xianxia's combat strength to skyrocket once again. It looked like he had lost his chance again. While everyone was still in a daze, a long sword that looked like a poisonous snake suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand. With ease, it pierced through a mid-divine core chief's chest. It was Yang Shuo's bloodthirsty sword. Can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia kicked the man's dead body and sent it flying away. At the same time, he took the man's storage ring. These men were the chiefs of their respective strongholds and they all had powerful backgrounds. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't let them go. In Inferno Hell there was no such thing as justice or justice. Everyone was a robber and it was very common to kill people for their wealth. Besides, Xianxia wouldn't even frown when he killed these men. Many of these men were exiled to Inferno Hell and they were all evil men. Killing them was nothing. Heck no. Zhuge Yun roared out. He unleashed countless golden beams from the folding fan in his hand towards Xianxia. At the same time, no one dared hesitate any longer. In just a blink of an eye, 2 men had been killed by Xianxia, and if they delayed any longer, more men would die. Xianxia was too frightening. Do you really think you can kill me? Xianxia's energy was unparalleled. 750 dragon marks had brought his combat strength to a whole new level, and his combat strength was incredibly strong. Even when facing ordinary late divine core warriors, he would still have the courage to kill them. Rumble. At this moment, dozens of mid-divine core warriors attacked at the same time. It was a massive scene and colorful energy ripples could be seen everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was engulfed by the energy ripples. At the same time, all the other men dashed towards Da Huang Dog, Tianishan and the other men. Kaka, kill them all. Da Huang Dog laughed out loudly. With a golden beam covering his body, he rammed his way through the crowd. The early divine core Da Huang Dog couldn't stop him at all. Wherever his gigantic body passed, all men would be thrown off their feet. His head was as hard as a diamond and whoever it touched would be killed instantly. At this moment, blood mist filled the air, and broken limbs could be seen everywhere on the ground. Blood kept flowing and the entire stronghold's ground was dyed red. Brothers, kill them. The long sword in Tian Yishan's hand shook and he became the first one to attack. Hahaguan Iyun Yangmeng and the other men were laughing out loudly as well. A few men fighting against a few hundred men. Perhaps this was the only time in their lives that they would experience a battle like this. Furthermore, it was a battle with such high morale. Their fighting spirit had been ignited by Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Chapter 224. Bam bam bam, De Huang Dog was too powerful. Wherever he went, blood and flesh would fly in all directions. The dog head was an invincible weapon. All the mid-divine core warriors had joined forces to fight Jiang Qin. De Huang Dog, who had broken through to the divine core realm, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. No matter how many men joined forces, it was useless. In just the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog had destroyed the enemy's group. There are too many of them, let's stick together. Tian Yishan shouted out loudly. He and Guan Yun took the lead and the rest of the men followed closely behind them. They charged into the enemy's group. Yuan energy was rumbling, combat skills were being used and combat weapons were shining brightly. In the blink of an eye, the entire place had turned into a bloody battlefield. Everyone who was fighting here was a ferocious man, and their hands were stained with blood. When they started fighting, each of them was more ferocious than the last. Ugh! Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. De Huang Dog was simply invincible. Besides that, Tian Yishan and Guan Yun were both extremely powerful warriors as well. Unless a mid-divine core warrior attacked, no one would be a match for them. Especially Tian Yishan, his strength was more than enough to fight a mid-divine core warrior. A sword beam slashed through Wang Heng's arm, causing him to spray out a stream of blood. Damn it! Wang Heng cursed. There were too many of them and it was impossible for him to defend against them. He had just broken through to the divine core realm, and his combat strength was still limited. He couldn't compare with the others and that was why he was immediately injured. Old Wang, can you do it? You can't just stand back. Yang Meng said to Wang Heng while fighting. Fuck, of course I can. How can a man say no? Wang Heng gnashed his teeth in anger. A battle like this could easily stimulate a man's courage. This was a real battlefield. Everyone be careful, there are too many of them. Don't let them separate us or else we'll be in danger. Guan Yun solemnly reminded. When the 7 of them worked together, they could form an impenetrable line of defense. If they were scattered by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were too many enemies. Once they were defeated one by one, their lives would be in danger. Right now, Jiang Qin was dealing with a few dozen late divine core warriors, and De Huang Dog was running amok in the enemy's camp, causing great pressure to the enemies. Both of them couldn't help Tian Yishan and the others, so they had to rely on themselves. De Huang Dog's body was as strong as a bull. He stuck out his tongue and ran wildly in the middle of the enemy's formation, paying no attention to the attacks coming from the enemies. Even when a combat weapon hacked at his head, it couldn't even leave a scratch on his skin. Motherfucking hammer, what is this dog's head made of? It's too hard. I'm going to die. De Huang Dog was too ferocious. It made people feel like they didn't know where to start. Moreover, it was extremely fast. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be run over and die a miserable death. On the other side, miserable screams could be heard everywhere. Jiang Qin was showing his mighty strength, and the bloodthirsty sword in his hand had turned into a poisonous snake. In just the blink of an eye, 8 men had died under his sword. Although a few dozen of them were working together, Jiang Qin's movements were too fast, and it was hard for them to attack him head-on. Jiang Qin's sword was fast and brutal. In the past, he had swept across the world with the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand, and everyone was afraid of him. But Jiang Qin didn't have any amazing sword skills. His sword skills could only be described with one word: fast, pure fast and precise. With his sword, there was nothing that couldn't be broken. This was his exclusive sword skill. It didn't have a name, it was just brutal. Everyone, don't panic. Take out your combat weapons and attack from all directions. Zhuge Yun shouted out loudly. Many men were panicking after being attacked by Jiang Qin's sword, and they no longer had the arrogance and confidence they had before. Jiang Qin's existence had constantly cast a shadow over them. Swoosh! Combat weapons surged out and killing intent filled the air from all directions. Devastating energy ripples filled the entire sky above the stronghold. The air was filled with blood mist and the ground below was completely covered in blood. Broken limbs were everywhere. Let's see how you guys are going to stabilize yourselves. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Qin shouted, and 9 Jiang Chens appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Those warriors who were preparing to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike were all stunned. 9 identical Jiang Chens made them dizzy, and they didn't know which one to attack first. Puchi. While they were stunned, Jiang Qin didn't hesitate at all. His real body attacked decisively and cut off the heads of 3 people in a row. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, he was extremely brutal. The 9 phantom wolves continued, and there were still 9 Jiang Chens. Those who were already terrified were now completely disrupted, and they could only attack all of the Jiang Chens. Unfortunately, after the doppelgangers were destroyed, Jiang Chen's real body had already killed 2 more people. Damn it, I can't fight anymore, he's too sick. Some people couldn't take it anymore. Fighting against someone like Jiang Qin was an extremely painful thing. Since you guys are courting death, I'll give you a quick death. Firethorn combat armor. Jiang Qin shouted again. He put away the bloodthirst sword, and the Firethorn combat armor appeared on his body. Then he charged towards those warriors who were already scared out of their wits. Swoosh swoosh. Not only did the Firethorn combat armor have an amazing defense, it could also unleash powerful attacks. Beams of golden light shot out from the spikes, randomly attacking the enemies. Clang clang clang. Those chiefs were scared by Jiang Chen's attacks. When they saw Jiang Qin changing to a more powerful attack, they immediately used their combat weapons to block the incoming golden beams. When they blocked the golden beams, Jiang Chen's men had arrived. Bang! The Firethorn combat armor was extremely powerful, and anyone who was hit by it would die for sure. Even mid-divine core warriors couldn't defend against it. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were in 2 different camps, using the same method to rampage around, killing their enemies until they were scared witless. I'm done, I'm done. A mid-divine core chief who had lost an arm shouted out loudly. There was no way they could continue this fight. Jiang Qin wasn't a human, he was a ferocious beast. The situation was completely different from what they had expected. More than 50 mid-divine core warriors were attacking together. Initially, no matter how strong Jiang Qin was, he wouldn't be able to defend against such an attack. But who would have thought that Jiang Qin would be so ferocious? You think you can stop fighting just because you say so? Go to hell. Jiang Chen's killing intent skyrocketed. He unleashed the true dragon palm and smashed the man into a meat patty. Arg! Miserable screams filled the air. An unprecedented brutal slaughter was taking place in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. This battle would be recorded in the history of Inferno Hell, and after this battle, it would take the alliances in the outer perimeter of Inferno Hell to recover. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were both extremely ferocious. Hundreds of men couldn't even defend against them. Tian Yishan and a few other men had suffered various injuries, but these injuries were nothing serious. Their eyes had turned red and they kept swinging the combat weapons in their hands. Invincible Iron Fan. Zhuge Yun unleashed his full strength. The folding fan in his hand started spinning at an incredible speed. Under the control of his Yuan energy, the folding fan turned into a huge fan the size of a small hill. A bright light shot up into the sky and swept towards Jiang Qin. Zhuge Yun's cultivation had reached the peak mid-divine core realm, and he was the strongest among all these men. If it was a few days ago, Jiang Qin might have to spend some effort to kill Zhuge Yun. But now, with his combat strength of 750 dragon marks, Zhuge Yun was nothing in front of him. Since you're the leader, I'll kill you first. Jiang Qin leapt into the air. He pointed his finger like a sword, then he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. 6 bright and huge fingers merged into one, then they pierced towards the iron fan. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded out as if the sky was falling and the ground was collapsing. Zhuge Yun's iron fan was knocked away by the impact. After Jiang Qin was able to unleash the 6 solar fingers, its power had reached an unimaginable level. Even Yang Shua's myriad returning swords was no match for it, let alone Zhuge Yun's iron fan. Blood sprayed out from Zhuge Yun's mouth. His body was swaying in the sky and his face was pale and filled with shock. If one didn't fight Jiang Qin personally, they would never know how frightening Jiang Qin was. Only now did Zhuge Yun realize that Jiang Qin was much stronger than when he killed Yang Shua 3 days ago. Jiang Qin was not someone he could handle. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come here today. Swoosh. Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He moved like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Zhuge Yun. He then slapped Zhuge Yun's face. That slap directly slapped Zhuge Yun down from the sky, sending him crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving him in a daze. Jiang Qin rapidly descended from the sky, killing another man along the way. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's attack was brutal and merciless. He forcefully stepped on Zhuge Yun's head with his foot. Zhuge Yun's head was pushed into the ground and blood sprayed out like a fountain. He died on the spot. I'll kill anyone who refuses to obey me. Jiang Qin acted like an overlord. The Firethorn combat armor had once again transformed into the bloodthirsty sword, and with a single slash he sliced a mid-divine core warrior in half. His voice was like a loud bell, shocking everyone's souls. Up until now, more than half of the mid-divine core warriors had died in his hands. Jiang Qin would take away their storage rings, all of which were treasures. Zhuge Yun has been killed. I surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Someone shouted out loudly. A battle like this was extremely frightening. None of them had experienced anything like this in their lives. We're not fighting anymore. We surrender. We surrender. Please spare our lives. We surrender, please spare our lives. Surrendering was contagious, especially when faced with a desperate slaughter. These men were all cruel men and they had been through many dangerous battles. But when faced with a meaningless battle like this, surrendering was the best choice. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre, and it was meaningless. When a man didn't even have the ability to fight with his life on the line, there was no point in continuing the battle. Zhuge Yun was dead, and they believed that if the battle continued, all of them would be killed by Jiang Qin. There was no doubt about this. They had witnessed Jiang Qin's ruthlessness, and he wouldn't even frown if he killed them all. All the chiefs had surrendered, and those men who were badly injured by De Huang Dog were terrified. They immediately surrendered. No surrendering. This master dog hasn't killed enough. Chapter 225. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down while spitting out flames from his mouth. He was in the mood to kill, so how could he just surrender like that? Zhuge Yun was dead, and more than half of the mid-divine core warriors had died. The rest of the men were terrified and had lost all their will to fight. Less than 300 men were left from the original 500 men. Dead bodies piled up like a mountain on the ground, and blood was flowing everywhere. It was truly a scene of blood flowing like a river and the corpses piled up like a mountain. They didn't feel anything during the battle, but now that it had stopped, those who were still alive couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to them if the battle continued. The entire sky was covered in a blood-red mist, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This place was no longer a peaceful stronghold, it had turned into a bloody hell. No more fighting, we surrender. Chief Jiang, from now on we'll listen to you. Someone couldn't take it anymore, he said with a sobbing tone. Master Dog, I surrender, I'm willing to serve Master Dog. That's right, what happened today wasn't our intention, it was all Zhuge Yun's instigation. We sincerely wanted to surrender to Chief Jiang and Master Dog, but that Zhuge Yun instigated us, saying that if we didn't obey we would die. That's right, we were forced to do this. Chief Jiang is a mighty warrior, we are just small shrimps, we are no match for him. Zhuge Yun is just like a firefly, he wanted to compete with the bright moon, he brought shame upon himself. It's good that he died. Damn it, I've always hated Zhuge Yun, if it wasn't for him, I would have surrendered to Chief Jiang yesterday. The men were talking one after another. They were afraid that Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog wouldn't even give them a chance to surrender. But Jiang Qin couldn't help but swear. Tian Yishan and the others rolled their eyes as well. Today they had finally witnessed what it meant to be shameless. These men had committed all sorts of heinous crimes in the outside world, and when they came here they would do anything just to stay alive. They were truly shameless. Zhuge Yun was dead, and all the responsibility had fallen onto Zhuge Yun's shoulders. If Zhuge Yun was still alive, perhaps he would have vomited blood and died on the spot. All of you shut up. Guan Yiyun furiously shouted. The men immediately shut their mouths, no one dared say another word. They were now like fish on a chopping block, if they wanted to stay alive they had to behave themselves. The mid-divine core warriors stared at Jiang Qin with a pitiful expression. Jiang Qin. Today Jiang Qin's ferocious and ruthless actions had left a shadow in their hearts. You want to surrender to me, but I'm not willing. I can spare you, Idon, but if you do and I won. Jiang Chen slowly put away the bloodthirsty sword. Hearing that Jiang Chen wasn't going to kill them, everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief, but they didn't know what kind of punishment Jiang Chen would give them. Hand over all the human elixir, earth elixir, demon souls, devil souls, crystal cores, herbs, natural essences, combat weapons, everything in your storage rings. If anyone dares keep anything, my sword will show no mercy. Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. This was a blatant robbery. What? Jiang Chen's words caused everyone to cry out in shock. They felt as if their flesh was being cut off bit by bit with a knife. Chief Jiang is really ruthless. This move is worse than death for them. Wang Heng, who had many wounds on his body, burst into laughter. That's right, Chief Jiang is going to take everything from them. He didn't even give them the human elixir. Losing all their belongings, it will be hard for them to survive in Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell can't absorb the natural essences from the outside world. Most of them have to rely on human elixir and crystal cores for their cultivation. Without resources, it will be hard for them to survive in Inferno Hell. If that's the case, they can only go to the inner region of Inferno Hell and try to find a way to kill the 9 life crystal beasts. Even their combat weapons have been taken by Chief Jiang. If they go into Inferno Hell like this, they will most likely die if they encounter the 9 life crystal beast. Not to mention those demons and devils are not easy to deal with. They deserve it. Chief Jiang spared their lives, that's the biggest kindness. If we fell into their hands today, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive. Tian Yishan and the others were extremely happy. Jiang Chen was killing people without spilling any blood. More importantly, most of the warriors in the outer perimeter of Inferno City had gathered here, and Jiang Chen had collected all their wealth. That was an incredible amount of wealth. Not to mention the pills, natural essences and demon soul cores, there were also a few hundred combat weapons of different ranks. Damn it, such a huge amount of wealth, it was simply unimaginable. I'll count to 3, hand over everything in your storage rings. After 3 breaths I'll start killing. Don't think I'm joking, I'm only joking with my friends. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Chief Jiang will give you all the treasures, but can you leave the combat weapons for us? Someone asked. With the combat weapons in their hands, they would have a higher chance of surviving in Inferno Hell. Swoosh. As soon as the man finished his words, Jiang Chen's sword beam flashed across and chopped off his head. No way. Jiang Chen had a faint smile on his face, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was a devilish smile. It was too cruel, too domineering. You have another choice, and that is death. Jiang Chen would never show mercy to his enemies. Sparing their lives was already Jiang Chen's mercy. Walala. At this moment no one dared to hesitate any longer. Everyone immediately poured out all the treasures in their storage rings. In an instant the entire stronghold was emitting colorful lights. All kinds of natural essences emitted their auras, which diluted the stench of blood. With a thought, Jiang Chen stored all the treasures into his own storage ring. He had killed quite a number of people, so he had accumulated quite a number of storage rings. Once one was filled, the next one could be filled, and in the end he could even store all the storage rings in one storage ring. Besides, Xianxia and Zhuge Yun's storage rings were quite spacious. No matter how many treasures he had, he would still be able to store them all. Seeing their life savings being taken away by Jiang Chen, many people almost cried. Some of the more severely injured ones even spat out blood on the spot. This is too cruel, it's practically killing them. At this moment, everyone could not help but hate Zhuge Yun. Looking at their faces, they could not wait to tear Zhuge Yun's corpse into pieces. Today's ending was directly related to Zhuge Yun. If it wasn't for Zhuge Yun summoning them, these people would have no choice but to submit to Jiang Chen, even though they were unwilling. Now, not only had so many people died, they were also stripped naked. How could they continue living in the future? Hee, this is so satisfying, so satisfying. Wang Heng laughed heartily. Ever since he came to Inferno Hell, he had never felt so satisfied, never had he felt so good. Tian Yishan and Guan Yun's grins almost reached the back of their ears. Being fellow disciples of Jiang Chen, they felt an indescribable sense of pride in their hearts. The way these men looked at Jiang Chen was filled with admiration. This man was always emitting a unique brilliance and manly charm. All sorts of treasures flowed into Jiang Chen's storage ring like a tidal wave. Together with the storage rings of all the people Jiang Chen had killed, he had basically wiped out the entire outer perimeter of Inferno Hell. In terms of robbing, Jiang Chen was definitely number one in the world. Soon all the treasures were taken away by Jiang Chen. Those who had lost their treasures had sad expressions, as if their mothers had died. But no matter what, they were still alive. If not, their treasures would be taken away by someone else. "Chief Jiang, can we leave now?" A mid-divine core chief said with a sobbing tone. "Just get lost." Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Today's harvest was huge. He had become the richest man under the heavens. His current wealth was greater than the entire Black Sex. After hearing Jiang Chen's order, these people dared not hesitate any longer. They immediately turned around and left. "All of you stop right there." Right at this moment, the Huang dog spoke out. The group who were about to leave immediately halted their steps. "Damn it, is this over and over again?" Everyone's expressions darkened, but they knew that this dog was really hard to deal with. "Did this master dog say you can leave?" The Huang dog said with an arrogant tone. Everyone immediately threw their gazes over at Jiang Chen, but to their surprise, Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to them. It was as if he didn't hear the Huang dog's words at all. "You bunch of bastards, how dare you insult this master dog just now? You really deserve to die. According to this master dog's character, I'll bite all of you to death on the spot." The Huang dog's words caused everyone's relaxed hearts to tighten once again. It looked like they might not even be able to keep their lives. All of them had witnessed how cruel this dog was. Something like biting them to death, the Huang dog would definitely do it. However, since little Chenzi has spared your lives, this master dog will be magnanimous as well. But not biting you to death doesn't mean this master dog's anger is gone. This master dog will still punish all of you. The big yellow dog stood on its hind legs and put its front legs behind its back, which made it look extremely funny. "Another punishment?" Everyone's faces darkened immediately. "You still want to punish us? We don't even have any fur on us." Someone gathered up his courage and said, "Damn it, who wants your fur? Come up here one by one, bow to this master dog, then say loudly, 'Master dog, I was wrong.'" The Huang dog said in a serious manner. But Jiang Chen, Guan Yun and the others staggered and nearly fell to the ground. "Damn it, a dog, why did he have to be so arrogant? Hurry up, let's start with you." The Huang dog pointed at the person closest to him. That person's forehead was filled with black lines. Bowing to a dog and saying that he was wrong? Would he still be able to live in the future? That person sighed and thought to himself, "Forget it. It's hard to say whether I can live in the future. But now I have to live, so I can only compromise." Immediately he walked to the front of the Huang dog, bowed and said, "Master dog, I was wrong. You're not sincere enough. Say it again loudly. If you're still not sincere, this master dog will bite you to death on the spot." Chapter 226. Plop. That person originally thought that he was about to be liberated. However, when he heard the Huang dog's words, he immediately laid on the ground. Damn it, this sentence was really hard to say. The other party was a dog. In his entire life he had never dreamed that he would have to bow down to a dog. He even had to call it Lord Dog. If he didn't call it loud enough, he would have to do it again. If he didn't do it well, he would be bitten to death. Ha! Wang Hing and the others couldn't hold it in anymore. They burst into laughter. Big Yellow is really a rare talent that only appears once in 10,000 years. Guan Yun was also grinning from ear to ear. This dog was too amusing. He could simply torture people to death. That person crawled up from the ground. His face was flushed. Without raising his head, he shouted loudly at the Huang dog, "Lord Dog, I was wrong." Only God knew if this person's heart would break into two after shouting "Lord Dog, I was wrong" twice. Alright, Lord Dog is satisfied. You can scram now. The people behind you have to be like him. The louder you shout, the more respect you have for Lord Dog. Line up one by one. No one is allowed to fight. The Huang dog raised his hoof and waved it in front of him. Tian Yishan and the others almost fainted. Who would fight for such a shameful thing? "I can't take it anymore." Jiang Chen covered his face and walked away. He really couldn't stay here any longer. Guan Yun and the others watched with great interest. They were so happy that they forgot to leave. What happened next was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. This was a rare miracle. Next, those people who had all their treasures taken away by Jiang Chen all shouted at De Huang Dog, "Lord Dog, I was wrong." Only God knew if some of them would go back and bang their heads against the wall to commit suicide. De Huang Dog was on cloud 9. He had never been so complacent before. His dog's tail was about to reach the sky. There were more than 200 people, not one less. De Huang Dog listened carefully to more than 200 shouts of "Master Dog, I was wrong." Those who were not satisfied would have to try again, and those who were satisfied would be allowed to pass. Only after everyone had left with their tails between their legs did the clamor of the stronghold finally die down. Those who had walked out of the stronghold all let out loud cries towards the sky. What had happened today would become the greatest humiliation of their lives. Many of them cursed at Zhuge Yun, while some even pointed their fingers at the few members of Zhuge Yun's alliance who had not died yet. Those few were even more pitiful. First they had their treasures stolen, then they were humiliated by the dogs. They thought that they had managed to escape with their lives, but in the end they were crippled by their own people. Inside the stronghold, the blood and the body interweaved, forming an azure slash. Tian Yishan and the others frowned. "Boss Tian, we have to deal with these corpses," Yang Meng said. "Burn them all with fire." De Huang Dog's majestic body soared into the sky, hovering above the corpses. He spat out fire from his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, all the corpses were burnt to ashes. Even the blood on the ground was burnt away. Guan Yiyun waved his hand and unleashed a yuan energy storm, blowing away the ashes. The stronghold once again regained its tranquility. Only the faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and the cracks on the ground indicated that a fierce battle had just taken place here. At this time Jiang Chen had returned. Tian Yishan and the others looked at Jiang Chen with respect. Although it was the first time Wang Heng and the others had seen Jiang Chen, they were deeply impressed by Jiang Chen's domineering aura. "Boss Jiang, we thank you for saving our lives." Yang Meng was the first to speak. "We're brothers, you don't have to be so polite. Brother Tian and I are from the same sect, we'll be on the same side from now on, no need to be so polite. Here are some crystal cores and human elixir, you guys can use them to cultivate." Jiang Chen waved his hand, a few storage rings flew out and flew towards the few people. These storage rings contained at least hundreds of thousands of human elixir, and some crystal cores of different grades. This amount of wealth was just a drop in the bucket for the current him. He had obtained too much wealth this time. Although Jiang Chen didn't have the time to calculate it, he could imagine how huge the amount was. It was almost all the wealth in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. "Boss Jiang, you've saved our lives and now you're giving us human elixir and crystal cores? We're really ashamed," someone said embarrassedly. "Since it's given by Junior Jiang, just take it." Although Junior Jiang is cruel to his enemies, he's never stingy to his own people. Guan Yiyun said. "If that's the case, we'll have to thank Boss Jiang." Yang Meng cupped his fist. Everyone here was much older than Jiang Chen, but this was a world where strength was everything. They didn't feel awkward calling Jiang Chen boss. Of course, if they were to consider their mental age, they could call Jiang Chen their ancestor. Jiang Chen's mental age was definitely at the level of an old monster. "Little brat, today's battle was really exciting. The entire outer perimeter of Inferno City was almost wiped out." De Huang Dog had a proud look on his face. He had shown off his power today and he felt really satisfied. Yeah, such an intense battle has never happened in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Boss Jiang robbed everyone in the outer perimeter. He's definitely the #1 bandit in Inferno Hell. Wang Heng laughed. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, someone slapped his head. Wang Heng turned around and saw Tian Yishan staring at him. "What are you talking about? What do you mean bandit?" What I mean is, it's their fortune that Boss Jiang robbed them." Wang Heng grinned. "Junior brother Jiang, no one in the outer perimeter of Inferno City dares to offend us anymore. Besides, all the alliances in the outer perimeter have collapsed. Those who are still alive will definitely try to find ways to enter the deeper parts of Inferno Hell or rob other people. I'm afraid Inferno Hell will become even more chaotic in the future. There are still 3 months left before the opening of Inferno Hell. What should we do next?" Guan Yiyun asked. "Junior brother Guan, the reason why brother Jiang came to Inferno Hell is for the Earth Devil. After the battle in the outer perimeter is over, I guess Brother Jiang will go deeper into Inferno Hell to find the Earth Devil, right? Tian Yishan said. What? Earth Devil? Guan Yiyun and the other men cried out in shock at the same time. All of them had heard about the Earth Devil before. It was the king of Inferno Hell, and Jiangchen was actually thinking about the Earth Devil? Wasn't he a little too daring? Junior Brother Jiang, you have to think twice about this. Besides, why do you want to offend the Earth Devil? Guan Yiyun didn't understand. For Han Yen. Jiangchen said. What happened to Han Yen? Guan Yiyun was startled for a moment. Jiangchen told Guan Yiyun about what happened after Guan Yiyun left the Black Sect. He emphasized on how Fan Kuan attacked Yen Qinyu and Han Yen. Han Yen is seriously injured and his life is hanging by a thread. I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save me. The reason why I came to Inferno Hell is for the Earth Devil. I know with my current strength I'm no match for it, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. At least I need to find out more about the Earth Devil. Jiangchen said. Damn it, that bastard Fan Kuan, after I left he thought he couldn't be suppressed by the inner circle anymore, that's why he did this. But he is really unlucky to have offended you. Guan Yiyun couldn't help but curse. Before he left the Black Sect, even though Fan Kuan had his grandfather's support, because of Guan Yiyun Fan Kuan could only behave himself in the inner circle. But after Guan Yiyun left, Fan Kuan became so arrogant. We have to save Brother Yen, but if we want to kill the Earth Devil, it will be extremely dangerous. Guan Yiyun furrowed his brows. Alright, I can see that all of you have suffered some injuries. Let's take a rest for now. Tomorrow we'll head deeper into Inferno Hell. Putting aside the Earth Devil, I want to have a look around Inferno Hell. Jiangchen said. Alright, let's follow Chief Jiang to explore Inferno Hell and kill the 9-life crystal beast. Everyone nodded their heads. Now they had completely accepted Jiangchen as their leader. No matter what decision Jiangchen made, they would obey him unconditionally. After that, all of them entered different rooms within the stronghold and started cultivating. During the chaotic battle just now, all of them had suffered some injuries, but they weren't serious. With their cultivation, one day was more than enough for them to fully recover. Jiangchen and Da Huang Dog entered a room as well. Hee hee buddy, hurry up and check what we got today. Da Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. There's no need to check. We've gotten quite a lot this time. A few of our storage rings are filled to the brim. I'm afraid there are 100 million human elixir, 8,000 earth elixir, a mountain of demon spirits, over 500 combat weapons, 300 mid-ranked combat weapons, and the rest are all high-ranked combat weapons. Jiangchen said with a smile on his face. Damn it, you've become a nouveau riche in just a blink of an eye. This amount of wealth is too tempting. Da Huang Dog jumped up and down excitedly. After robbing so many powerful warriors, it would be strange if his wealth wasn't shocking. Suddenly, when Jiangchen scanned through the storage rings with his mind, he found a thin book in one of them. This is Yang Shua's storage ring. This book was hidden so well by him, could it be some kind of treasure? With a thought, the golden book immediately appeared in Jiangchen's hand. The first thing he saw were 4 big words. Illusion Heart Sutra. What is this? Da Huang Dog asked. This is Yang Shua's powerful combat skill. That day he used an illusion to trap me and almost made me fall into his trap. This is the great illusion realm he used. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. An illusion that could even affect him must be extraordinary. This illusion Heart Sutra must have been obtained by Yang Shua by accident. Only Jiang Chen, who had experienced the great illusion realm himself, knew how terrifying it was. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the book. There were only a few pages in the book, but it clearly explained how to use the Great Illusion Realm. Da Huang Dog stretched out his head and finished reading the words on the book, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it, this Heart Sutra is too terrifying. The illusion it creates can change depending on the person. Da Huang Dog said. That's right, the illusion Heart Sutra focuses on the word dream and the word heart. Only those who have dreams will be affected by the Great Illusion Realm, and their minds will be completely immersed in their own dreams, unable to pull themselves out. Jiangchen sighed. Everyone had dreams, and dreams were in their hearts. Chapter 227. If it was an ordinary combat skill, Jiangchen wouldn't care about it at all. However, this Illusion Heart Sutra really fascinated Jiangchen. In his previous life, Jiang Chen focused on cultivating the 9 solar energies art, so he had never learned anything about illusions. This was also because this type of combat skill was too rare. More importantly, casting illusions carried a great amount of risk. Sometimes illusions wouldn't work on everyone. Once the illusions were useless, the person who would be hurt would be the one suffering. If the illusions were forcefully broken, the person who cast the illusions would suffer a great backlash, just like what happened to Xianxia that day. However, this illusion heart sutra was different from ordinary illusions. Everyone had dreams, and dreams existed in their hearts. Once they fell into the great illusion realm, their dreams would be triggered and they would be unable to extricate themselves. That was what happened to Jiang Chen that day. The incident at the St. Cliff 100 years ago had left an unforgettable shadow in his heart. The immortal world was a dream that he couldn't forget in both of his lives, and the scene at the St. Cliff was a nightmare that he would never forget. Therefore, even he almost fell into Xiangshua's trap and was unable to extricate himself from it. If it was an ordinary illusion, how could it trap the greatest saint in the world who had cultivated the great soul derivation technique? This was the terrifying part of the Illusion Heart Sutra. Therefore, after obtaining this Illusion Heart Sutra, Jiang Chen planned to cultivate it properly. Who knows, it might come in handy at a critical moment. Little brat, this Illusion Heart Sutra is very abnormal. Do you want to cultivate it? De Huang Dog said. Such a good thing, it would be a waste not to cultivate it. I have never tried cultivating illusions before, but I have the Great Soul Derivation Technique as my foundation, so cultivating this Illusion Heart Sutra should be very easy. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining and his face was filled with confidence. Cultivating illusions was a test of a cultivator's state of mind and soul. With the Great Soul Derivation Technique as his foundation, Jiang Chen had a great advantage in cultivating the Illusion Heart Sutra. De Huang, go find a place to sleep. I will cultivate this Great Soul Derivation Technique in seclusion. Tomorrow we will enter the inner region of Inferno Hell and search for the Earth Devil. Jiang Chen said. After De Huang Dog left, Jiang Chen completely immersed himself in the cultivation of the Illusion Heart Sutra. The most important aspect of cultivating the Illusion Heart Sutra was the ability to sense. Using the chant on the Heart Sutra, Jiang Chen could display the great illusion realm. At the same time, at the border of purgatory, a figure suddenly descended. It was a young man dressed in a fiery red robe. This person's eyes were sharp and his body emitted traces of flames. Jiang Chen, I, Hui Yuner, have tempered my body with magma and I've gone through all kinds of pain. Finally, I've mastered my flame skill and I've broken through to the peak mid-divine core realm. Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you in Inferno Hell, and avenge the humiliation I suffered that day. The young man in the fiery red robe was none other than Hui Yuner from the Green Sanctuary sect. Back in the Black sect, Jiang Chen had killed Yun Can, and he had humiliated Hui Yuner verbally. It had left a shadow in Hui Yuner's heart that could never be erased. Hui Yuner swore that he would fight Jiang Chen no matter what, even if he had to die. When Hui Yuner returned, he immediately entered the magma cave and used the magma to temper himself. In a short period of time, he had mastered his flame skill, and his cultivation base had skyrocketed. However, this method of rushing for results was not good, as it would hinder Hui Yuner's future development. However, Hui Yuner couldn't care less about it. He had to erase the shadow that Jiang Chen had left in his heart. If not, his cultivation base would never be able to progress further. After breaking through to Inferno Hell, Hui Yuner's confidence had skyrocketed. With his peak mid-divine core cultivation level, he didn't believe he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. Therefore, he immediately left for Inferno Hell. The reason he came to Inferno Hell was simple: he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. One day later, Jiang Chen, who had been in secluded cultivation for a whole day, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bright beams shot out from his eyes, causing the air around him to tremble. Surrounding Jiang Chen's body, the airflow was shaking and layers of light waves were appearing. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With a thought in his mind, the light waves returned to his body. The great illusion realm is really magical, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. In just one day he had completely mastered the Illusion Heart Sutra, and was able to unleash the great illusion realm. If Xianxia knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and saw Tianyi Shan and the others waiting for him outside. All of them were brimming with energy and their injuries had all healed. Wang Heng's cultivation had also completely stabilized at the early divine core realm. Chief Jiang, are we leaving now? Wang Hing asked. That's right, I'm going to Inferno Hell now. First, I want to find out the whereabouts of the Earth Devil, and second, I want to see how powerful the demons and devils here are. I also want to temper my cultivation. If you guys think it's dangerous, you can stay here. Jiang Chen said. Dangerous my ass, which place in Inferno Hell isn't dangerous? We'll have to enter Inferno Hell every once in a while, and there are a lot of natural essences here. If we're lucky, we'll be able to find some, and when we leave Inferno Hell in the future, we'll be able to make a fortune out of it. Yang Meng said. And Brother Tian and Senior Disciple Guan both have high-ranked combat weapons, and it seems like you guys are still using mid-ranked combat weapons. I have a lot of high-ranked combat weapons here, each of you can choose one. After saying that, Jiang Qin immediately took out some high-ranked combat weapons. There were blades, spears, swords, halberds, and everything else. Seeing this, Yang Meng and the others' eyes lit up. They knew Jiang Chen's character very well, so they didn't hesitate and immediately chose a high-ranked combat weapon each. Inferno Hell was a dangerous place, and if they had a high-ranked combat weapon, it would be able to increase their combat strength. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Chen leapt up into the sky and flew towards the exit of Inferno City. De Huang Dog followed behind him, and Tian Yishan and the others followed closely behind. They flew towards the deeper part of Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell was shrouded in gloomy fog. The group flew above various mountain ranges and wastelands with extreme speed. Along the way, they bumped into many human warriors. Some of them were returning from Inferno Hell and some were coming out from Inferno City. Most of the cultivators who came back from Inferno Hell were in groups of 2 or 3. Very few of them were alone, and most of them had some injuries on their bodies. From this, one could tell how dangerous Inferno Hell was. When many cultivators saw Jiang Chen's group, they immediately showed hostility and moved to the side. In Inferno Hell, there were too many robberies happening every day, so no one dared to be careless. In other words, enemies were everywhere in Inferno Hell. Demon beasts, devils, 9 life crystal beasts, and even humans. All kinds of relationships were hostile. How much longer until we reach the deeper part of Inferno Hell? Jiang Chen asked. Because of the special characteristics of Inferno City, there are no demons or devils within 2,000 miles of Inferno City. Beyond that, the number of demons and devils will gradually increase. Tian Yishan said. Soon Jiang Chen and the group had traveled beyond 2,000 miles. In front of them was an ancient mountain range that stretched as far as the eyes could see. On top of the mountain range there were many towering peaks, and all sorts of plants and trees with gloomy attributes were growing everywhere. The sky above the mountain range was filled with a gray fog, giving the entire mountain range an indescribably gloomy atmosphere. Under such an environment, people couldn't help but feel gloomy and they would feel nervous. Let's go. Jiang Chen was the first one to land on the ground. He walked towards the deeper part of the mountain range. De Huang Dog had an excited expression on his face. He jumped 4 meters with each step and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Not far away from them, a furious roar could be heard and devilish energies could be seen everywhere. A 30-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared in front of De Huang Dog. This monster had a ferocious appearance, and its entire body was covered in devilish flames. It was the Inferno Hell Evil Devil. It's an early Divine Core Evil Devil. We've just arrived here and we've already bumped into a Divine Core Evil Devil. We're really unlucky. Guan Yun said with a smile on his face. Although they were unlucky, none of them looked nervous at all. For them, an early Divine Core Evil Devil was no threat at all. Zhoosh. Right after Guan Yun's words left his mouth, De Huang Dog immediately moved. With incredible speed, in the blink of an eye, his iron head smashed into the evil devil's head like a diamond. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sounded out. The evil devil didn't even have time to let out a scream before its head was smashed into pieces. Jiang Chen stretched his hand out and grabbed the devil's soul, storing it into his storage space. These devil souls and demon souls were all precious to him. Although he didn't need them right now, he wanted to accumulate them just like the elixir. In order to cultivate the dragon transformation skill, he needed to form 100,000 dragon marks, and he only had 750 dragon marks right now. He was still very far away from reaching the completion stage. If he continued cultivating, he would need a massive amount of energy. Therefore, things like demon souls, the more the better. This master dog's head is really frightening. It's so bright that I can't even see it. Wang Heng wasn't trying to flatter De Huang dog, it was what everyone else was thinking. They had never seen a dog's head that could be so frightening. That was a divine core evil devil, and if they were the ones who bumped into it, they would have to spend a tremendous amount of effort to kill it. But De Huang dog just killed it without even giving it a chance to react. Let's keep going deeper into this place. We're going to be faced with endless killing, so everyone be extra careful. Jiang Chen reminded everyone. Everyone nodded their heads. In fact, they didn't need Jiang Chen's reminder. They had spent more time in Inferno Hell than Jiang Chen, and it wasn't their first time coming here. They even knew where they could go and where they couldn't. An hour later, the group arrived in the depths of a jungle. Their conditions were different from when they first came here. Tian Yishan and the other men were holding their combat weapons tightly in their hands, and there were still traces of fresh blood on the weapons. Along the way, the group had gone through countless battles and slaughters. They had killed dozens of powerful demons and devils, and among them was a 9-life crystal beast. A brutal aura emerged from these men's bodies, and at the same time they felt excited. Fighting alongside Jiang Chen and De Huang dog was really a joyful thing. Suddenly, a few bright lights appeared in front of them and they were moving toward them. It's the aura of a 9-life crystal beast, and it looks like there's more than one of them. Chapter 228. In Inferno Hell, it was easy to identify the auras of the 9-life crystal beasts. They had extremely pure auras, and wherever they went, the gloomy mist in the air would dissipate. The bright lights floating in front of them were emitted by the 9-life crystal beasts. This was also the reason why Wang Heng and the others had a serious expression on their faces. Anyone who came out of purgatory hell would long to meet a 9-life crystal beast, but at the same time, they were also afraid of meeting one. The crystal core was a treasure that brought endless benefits to cultivators, but at the same time, the 9-life crystal beast had 9 lives, making it extremely difficult to kill. Its tyrannical strength was not something that ordinary demons and devils could compare to. Judging from their auras, there are at least 7 or 8 9-life crystal beasts here. Our luck is really bad. Yang Meng said. For human warriors, meeting 7 or 8 9-life crystal beasts at the same time was really bad luck. Each 9-life crystal beast had 9 lives, and when 7 or 8 of them teamed up, there was no way they could fight them. Even if there was an alliance of more than 10 men, if they encountered a group of 9-life crystal beasts, they would have no choice but to run away. This isn't bad luck, it's good luck. Guan Yun said with a smile on his face. That's right. If it was just the few of us, we would definitely run away if we encountered so many divine core crystal beasts. If we were to fight them, we would definitely die. But since Brother Jiang and De Huang are here, these crystal beasts are just here to give us their crystal cores. Tian Yishan shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression on his face. Roar. Bestial roars sounded out continuously. In the blink of an eye, 8 9-life crystal beasts arrived in front of Jiang Chen and the group. Among these 8 crystal beasts, 6 of them were divine core warriors, 2 were heavenly core warriors, and the strongest one was a mid-divine core beast. With the combat strength of a 9-life crystal beast and its 9 lives, ordinary late divine core warriors wouldn't dare be careless when facing it. The 9-life crystal beast didn't have a mouth, but the sound it made was abnormally deep with a hint of hoarseness, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Due to the special characteristics of the 9-life crystal beast, they would often capture demons and ghosts and devour their demon and devil souls, transforming them into their own pure energy. At the same time, they could also devour the divine elixirs of humans, which were great nourishment for them. The 8 9-life crystal beasts had locked onto Jiang Chen and the others. From their roars, Jiang Chen could hear their excitement. It was as if they had found their most delicious prey. The divine core crystal cores are very useful to me, especially the mid-divine core crystal cores. Brothers, let's kill them. I'll take the mid-divine core crystal cores, the rest are yours. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. In an instant, the bloodthirsty sword appeared in his hand. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a beam of light and dashed toward the mid-divine core crystal beast. Kaka, De Huang dog loved to fight. This was the nature of all divine beasts. Almost at the same moment Jiang Chen attacked, De Huang dog shook his head and charged toward one of the 9-life crystal beasts. Bang! De Huang dog's movement was extremely fast. With a single punch he smashed the early divine core crystal beast into pieces. But, as expected, in the next second the crystal beast was resurrected, and its energy was exactly the same as before. Brothers, let's kill them. The crystal cores belong to whoever kills them. Xianxia unleashed his energy and dashed forward. Right now there were 7 of them and all of them were at the divine core realm. Xianxia and Guan Yun were both super strong warriors of the younger generation, so it would be easy for them to deal with ordinary 9 life crystal beasts. All they had to do was kill them 9 times. Rumble. At this moment, killing intent soared into the sky. Endless energy ripples were wreaking havoc in the jungle, and all kinds of flowers and trees were destroyed in the blink of an eye. When the mid-divine core crystal beast saw Zhou Xian charging toward it, it immediately roared out. It raised its seemingly indestructible palm and slapped toward Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian was hit by this palm, he would be smashed into meat paste. Die now. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. The long sword in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and the golden yuan energy covered the bloodthirsty sword. After that, Zhou Xian swung the sword down with all his might. Slash. With a slash sound, the 9 life crystal beast's palm was sliced in half. The power of the long sword didn't weaken at all, and the crystal beast's body was sliced in half as well. Zhou Xian now had 750 dragon marks and his combat strength was incredible. Ordinary mid-divine core warriors were no match for him, and the same went for the powerful 9 life crystal beast. A day ago more than 50 mid-divine core warriors had joined forces, but they were all defeated by Zhou Xian. Crack. After killing it, the 9 life crystal beast was resurrected once again, and it leapt toward Zhou Xian. Let alone 9 lives, even if you have 900 lives I'll still be able to kill you, Zhou Xian said with an imposing manner. The long sword in his hand was like the most powerful weapon in the world. Zoosh. Another slash was unleashed. No matter how hard the 9 life crystal beast tried to defend itself, it still couldn't withstand a single slash from Zhou Xian, and it was killed once again. Only a late divine core crystal beast could be a match for Zhou Xian. Roar. 8 9 life crystal beasts kept roaring furiously, and they started a brutal fight with Zhou Xian and the others. The Huang dog was the fastest among them all. His head was like a living diamond drill, and in just a few breaths' time he had killed an early divine core crystal beast, not giving it any chance to escape. This crystal core has pretty good energy and it tastes good as well. This master dog likes it. Big Yellow bit the crystal core in his mouth and crushed it with his teeth. After tasting it he swallowed it. De Huang, it's a waste for you to eat this crystal core, it's a reckless waste. Zhou Xian, who had killed all his opponents 6 times, couldn't help but say when he saw De Huang dog eating the crystal core. Get lost. Why is it a waste for daddy to eat it? A treasure like this is useful to this master dog as well. Don't even think about getting any more crystal cores I get in the future. De Huang dog said. Zhou Xian shook his head and ignored the dog. He kept slashing with the long sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye he had killed his opponents 8 times. When the crystal beast was resurrected for the last time, a look of fear emerged in its single eye. It immediately turned around and fled. All-powerful 9 life crystal beasts had their own intellect. Under normal circumstances, when they encountered an opponent stronger than them, they would use up a few of their lives to see how much energy their opponent had left. If their opponent was still full of energy and didn't seem to be tired, they would choose to flee. Trying to run? Zhou Xian sneered. There was no way he would give the 9 life crystal beast a chance to run away. How could he let a cooked duck escape? Bang! The sword energy was like a rainbow. The bloodthirsty sword descended from the skies with a force that could even uproot a mountain. It slashed the 9 life crystal beast in half for the last time, and its shattered body started disappearing. It turned into sparkles and merged into a crystal core. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian took it. Bam bam bam. Energy was spreading everywhere. Guan Yun and the other men were still fighting. Of course, their speed couldn't compare with Zhou Xian and De Huang dog. On the other hand, the 2 heavenly core crystal beasts that Wang Heng was fighting were about to end. These guys are too slow. Let this master dog finish this battle as soon as possible. De Huang dog said impatiently. De Huang, don't do anything, just leave it to them. Zhou Xian stopped Zhou Xian. He had said that he would give the crystal cores to them so they should go get them themselves. These men were all ferocious men, and since they were able to survive in Inferno Hell for so long, how could they not have their own powerful skills? Soon, with the cooperation of these men, the battle ended, and the crystal beasts were divided among them. Satisfying, this is really satisfying. After fighting alone, not only did he not feel tired, he felt even more energetic. Fighting together with Chief Jiang is really satisfying. Wang Heng said with an excited expression. Let's go deeper. Jiang Chen said. Junior disciple Jiang, the deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. We need to be more careful. Guan Yiyun reminded. That's right, we might run into late divine core demons and devils in the deeper regions of Inferno Hell, and even powerful combat soul existences. Besides, I heard that there are some natural defense mechanisms and formations in the deeper regions of Inferno Hell, and they are quite powerful as well. Tian Yishan reminded. And let's be careful. Jiang Chen nodded his head, then he took the lead and walked deeper into the mountain. The group walked for about 3 to 4 miles. The roads in this mountain range were very rugged and it was very inconvenient to walk. But for divine core warriors like them, it wasn't a problem at all. Suddenly a scream sounded out. The group quickly turned around and they found that Wang Heng had disappeared. Wang Heng is gone, it was him who screamed just now. Yang Meng was shocked. What happened? Guan Yiyun furrowed his brows. The group became tense as well. They looked around but they couldn't find anything. There's nothing here, no demon beasts. It's impossible for Wang Heng to disappear for no reason. Tian Yishan furrowed his brows as well. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen threw his glance at the place between 2 huge black trees not far away from them. It was the place where Wang Heng had disappeared. Look over there. Jiang Chen said. The group looked over and found that the 2 trees looked ordinary, there was nothing special about them. Junior disciple Jiang, this place looks ordinary, there's nothing here. Guan Yiyun said. How can this place look ordinary? Just now, you guys reminded me that there are natural defense mechanisms and formations in the depths of Inferno Hell, and this place is a natural formation. Wang Heng disappeared into this formation. Jiang Chen said. Young man, you have good eyesight, you can even see through a natural formation. De Huang Dog praised. He had some talent in defense mechanisms and formations, and it was probably because of his treasure hunting ability. Therefore, De Huang Dog was able to see through a natural formation with just a single glance. What? You said there's a natural formation between these 2 trees? Guan Yiyun was shocked. That's right, a natural formation is different from a man-made one. A natural formation is formed by gathering natural energies, it's very mysterious, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to find it. If you're careless, you'll fall into it. Jiang Chen explained. Chapter 229. It was obvious that Wang Heng had accidentally stepped into the natural array and then disappeared. Boss Jiang, what should we do now? Will Wang Heng be in danger? Yang Meng asked worriedly. Normally, when one falls into a formation he will be trapped, but he will never disappear. Therefore, the invisible formation here should be an illusion formation. Behind these 2 trees, there shouldn't be as simple as what we see. I'm afraid there's another world behind it, but it's being affected by the formation. It's like a smokescreen, so we can't see what's going on. Therefore, I'm sure that Wang Heng disappeared because he entered the scene inside the formation. He won't be in danger. Jiang Chen said. That's right. This formation is indeed illusionary, but it's not lethal. Therefore, Wang Heng won't be killed by the formation. He just disappeared behind it, but we can't rule out the possibility of danger because we don't know what's behind it. De Huang Dog said. Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun looked at each other. They could both see the shock in each other's eyes. What shocked them wasn't the formation that existed in this place, but Jiang Chen's understanding of formations. Jiang Chen's actions made him look like a great formation master. It was hard to imagine how a 16 or 17-year-old young man could know everything. He was talented, powerful, and could easily concoct all kinds of pills with 100% effectiveness. Now he even knew everything about formations and restrictive spells. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Then what should we do now? Guan Yiyun asked. I also want to see what's behind the formation. I've decided to go in and see for myself and save Wang Heng. You guys wait for me here, there's no need to take the risk with me. Jiang Chen said. When he passed by these two trees just now, even with Jiang Chen's senses he still couldn't sense the existence of the formation. This was enough to prove how extraordinary this formation was. His goal in entering the depths of Inferno Hell was to search for the Earth Devil. But if he kept going like this he might not be able to find anything. Perhaps he might find something new after entering the formation. I'll go with you, Guan Yiyun said. Let's all go in together. If anything happens we can take care of each other. I also want to go in and take a look, Tian Yishan said. The others didn't have any objections. It was safest for them to follow Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. If Jiang Chen, Guan Yiyun and the others went in, it would be equally dangerous for them to stay outside. Since that's the case, let's go in together. Everyone be careful, Jiang Chen reminded him. After saying that, Jiang Chen was the first to walk towards the middle of the two big trees. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, followed by Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His gaze swept between the two big trees. He cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique so his senses were very sharp. He had already sensed the presence of the natural invisible formation. Jiang Chen started walking toward the center of the tree. When his body touched the invisible formation he immediately felt a strong suction force coming from it. Jiang Chen didn't resist it and in the blink of an eye he disappeared, just like what happened to Wang Heng just now. The big yellow dog was more ferocious, so it simply dashed forward and disappeared between two big trees. Behind them, Tian Yishan, Guan Yiyun, and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog into the formation. Behind the formation there was indeed another world. It was a completely different scene. Jiang Chen and the others stood in the same place, feeling the chilly wind blowing around them. Their faces looked very unnatural. Below them was a small hill and the surroundings were filled with gray airflow. The chilly wind was blowing wildly. They turned around but the two big trees were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had entered another space. However, they could feel that the atmosphere here was connected to Inferno Hell. Therefore it was still Inferno Hell, but because of the formation this place was isolated. Not far away, a man in black was looking around with a panicked expression. When he saw Jiang Chen and the others he was immediately overjoyed. Boss Jiang, you guys came in too? This man in black was none other than Wang Heng, who had accidentally fallen into the formation. Wang Heng, you were so careless that you stepped into the natural invisible formation. Yang Meng scolded him, but when he saw that Wang Heng was safe and sound, his expression relaxed a lot. I didn't do it on purpose. What is this place? It's a barren mountain that stretches as far as the eye can see, and the chilly atmosphere here is even heavier than outside. Wang Heng said. The devil chi here is so strong. Tian Yishan frowned. That's right, the air here is filled with dense devil chi. If I'm not mistaken there should be a lot of devils here. Guan Yiyun said. Not only that, other than the dense devil chi there is very little devil chi here. Seems like we've entered a devil cave. Everyone be careful. This might be the gathering place of devils. Jiang Chen said. What? A gathering place of devils? Doesn't that mean we've entered a group of devils? How are we going to get out of here? Wang Heng cried out in alarm. They were very clear about how powerful the evil demons were. In this purgatory, they were existences that were second only to the 9 life crystal beast. There were only a few of them, and they had to enter a devil's cave that was filled with evil demons. This is a part of Inferno Hell. It's not a special space. Because of the formation, I'm afraid we're already very far away from our previous location. We can only continue forward. As long as we can get out of this devil cave, we'll be able to find our original location. Jiang Chen said. Everyone sighed and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed like the road ahead would not be easy. Furious roars could be heard. It was the roars of the devils. Far away in front of them they could vaguely see some majestic evil devils. Obviously, these evil devils had smelled the scent of humans and they had started moving towards them. Seeing this, the group became nervous. They had no idea how many evil devils there were in this place. However, Jiang Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. Evil devils might be terrifying to others, but to him they were just nourishment. The true dragon flame was the natural enemy of all evil devils. As long as they didn't bump into any particularly powerful evil devils, the true dragon flame would be able to burn them to death. Soon the evil devils started running towards them. There were a total of 5 evil devils, but to Zhou Xian and his group they posed no threat at all. Only one of them was a divine core evil devil and the other 4 were just heavenly core warriors. Such combat strength was nothing in front of them. Kill them quickly. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. De Huang Dog dashed out for the first time and killed the early divine core evil devil. At the same time, Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun attacked as well. In an instant, all 4 heavenly core evil devils were killed. Roar. Roar. Even so, the energy ripples from the battle and the scent of humans still alerted the evil devils. Furious roars sounded out one after another, and many majestic evil devils started appearing. There were at least dozens of them, and at the moment, devilish energies soared into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Damn it, why are there so many evil devils? Yang Meng couldn't help but curse. Zhou Xian had a calm expression on his face, but his eyes were glowing brightly. For him, these evil devils were nourishment and wealth, the more the better. Since he had come to Inferno Hell, he couldn't go back empty-handed. He had to get enough benefits so that he could have a strong foundation for his future breakthroughs. By killing these evil devils, he could absorb their devil souls and prepare for his future breakthroughs. Swoosh. This time Zhou Xian took the initiative to attack. He turned into a beam of light and dashed into the group of evil devils. De Huang Dog followed behind him. Battles were his favorite. Kill. Guan Yiyun let out a cold snort. All the men followed suit and killed their way forward. At this moment, killing intent soared into the sky, causing the air to vibrate violently. Bang! Zhou Xian waved his hand and unleashed a sea of flames. The pure true dragon flames contained yang energy, and it immediately enveloped a few evil devils. Roar! The evil devils let out shrill cries. They were terrified of the flames as if they had just seen their natural enemy. Those heavenly core evil devils didn't have any ability to resist, and they were instantly burned to death by the true dragon flames. Even the early divine core evil devils couldn't resist the burning of the true dragon flames. Although they wouldn't die in an instant, they were still rolling around in the sea of flames while roaring out in pain. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. Under his control, the true dragon flames turned into fire arrows. Zhou Xian injected his yuan energy into them, and they swept across the group of evil devils. Poochie poochie. At this moment, many evil devils were pierced through and killed by the true dragon flames. Their black devil souls were refined by the true dragon flames, and they immediately fell into Zhou Qian's storage ring. Haha, all of you die now. Zhou Qian laughed out loudly. The sea of flames expanded once again and covered more than half of the evil devils. The strongest evil devils were only at the early divine core realm, and there was no way they could withstand Zhou Qian's attack. Roar roar. Roaring sounds could be heard. Many evil devils were burned into ashes by the true dragon flames. Under the suppression of the true dragon flames, they couldn't even unleash their devilish energies. This was the true nemesis of evil devils. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the evil devils had fallen to the ground. Tian Yishan and the other men who didn't have the time to attack were stunned. They stared at Zhou Qian with frightened expressions. Oh heavens, what kind of flame is that? It's so terrifying. I can sense a mighty aura coming from within that flame. It's pure yang, and it's the nemesis of these evil devils. All these evil devils are terrified of Zhou Qian's flame. It's their natural nemesis. Chief Jiang is the most ferocious man I've ever seen. No one can compare to him. No wonder he didn't show any signs of worry even though he knew he was in a devil cave. It's because he has a weapon that can suppress these evil devils. Chapter 230. Flames surged and strong winds howled. Zhou Qian was like a god of fire, fighting against dozens of powerful evil demons alone, burning them to the point where they screamed in pain. Not long after, the remaining half of the evil demons were all burned to death. One by one, the purified devil souls were stored into Zhou Qian's storage ring. Roar. However, just as the battle ended, roars of evil demons came from the depths of the cave again. Streams of demonic energy soared into the sky, and demonic flames surged. Black masses of evil demons appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. This time, there were at least 100 evil demons, and there were even more coming from behind. My God, how can there be so many evil demons here? This is truly a devil's nest. Xianxia's mouth was wide open in shock, and the others' faces had turned pale. With so many evil demons, once they started fighting, Jiang Chen would definitely not be able to take care of them. They didn't have Jiang Chen's flames, nor did they have any treasures that could restrain evil demons. Once they were trapped in a group of evil demons, they would be plunged into an endless battle. Even if they didn't get killed by the evil demons, they would still die after exhausting their origin energy. What should we do? Wang Heng's face turned extremely unsightly. Senior Martial Brother Guan, let's go our separate ways now. You guys just walk along the periphery and you will definitely be able to walk out of this devil's nest. De Huang Dog and I will go through this place. Firstly, we will help you guys attract the evil demon's attention, and secondly, I will go through this devil's nest to find the whereabouts of the Earth Devil. If you guys follow me, it will only get more dangerous. When that happens, I won't be able to take care of you guys. Jiang Chen said. What? Junior Martial Brother Jiang, you want to go through this devil's nest? Isn't that too dangerous? This is the gathering place of the evil demons, and there must be powerful evil demons hiding inside. They will be very hard to deal with. Guan Yiyun said worriedly. I have already decided. Furthermore, someone must stay behind to attract the evil demon's attention. Only then will the others have a chance to escape. If we stay together, all of us will become the evil demon's targets. Jiang Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Alright, in that case, Junior Martial Brother Jiang, be careful. We'll meet back in Inferno City. Guan Yiyun patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. What Jiang Chen said was right. The battle just now had attracted the attention of the evil devils, and if all of them chose to run away, there was no way they could escape from this devil cave. Someone had to stay behind and fight the evil devils, only then would the others have a chance to escape. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen was the most suitable candidate as he was the strongest among all of them and he had the ability to deal with these evil devils. Most importantly, Jiang Chen was looking for the Earth Devil. Both the Earth Devil and the evil devils were devils, and perhaps he could find the Earth Devil in this devil cave. The powerful evil demons blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards them. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. If it was an ordinary person, such a scene would have scared them half to death. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan brought the rest of the men and retreated. They were going to leave this place through the outer perimeter. As for Jiang Chen, they didn't need to worry about him. Furthermore, it was useless for them to worry about him as Jiang Chen was going to search for the Earth Devil in the deeper regions. If they followed him, they would only become his burden. After they left, Jiang Chen no longer had any worries. His aura rose like a tidal wave and a huge golden battle axe appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a scarlet true dragon flame burst out, covering the entire golden battle axe. The golden battle axe turned into a blazing axe, emitting crackling sounds. De Huang, let's kill to our heart's content today. Jiang Chen shouted. Kaka, good, this master dog likes it. De Huang dog was extremely excited. A layer of golden flame appeared on the surface of his body. This was his innate true fire. Although it couldn't be compared to the true dragon flame, it still had a certain degree of power. Moreover, the power of this flame would continue to increase along with the advancement of his cultivation. Boo! The evil demons howled unceasingly. The devil chi emitted by these hundreds of evil demons was simply overwhelming. Each of these evil demons was more than 3 meters tall. The aura of such a group of evil demons was too tyrannical. Haha, all of you die for me. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh. He raised the battle axe in his hand high up into the air, then he forcefully swung it down. A razor-sharp axe beam carrying the true dragon flame was unleashed, and it struck down towards the group of evil devils like a brilliant waterfall. Rumble. The earth trembled and the air was burning. Jiang Chen's axe directly killed 5 evil demons. 3 of them were split in half and the other 2 were killed by the shockwave. Bam bam bam. On the other side, De Huang dog was like a ferocious tiger. With his tough dog head, he rammed his way through the group of evil demons. Wherever he went, blood, flesh, and body parts would fly up into the air. These evil demons were very strong, many of them were divine core warriors and some of them were even mid-divine core warriors. If any ordinary warrior was surrounded by these evil demons, he would definitely die. But too bad, their opponents were Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. Both of them were abnormal beings and once they unleashed their power they wouldn't care about numbers. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's true dragon flame had a great suppressive effect on these evil demons. And under such pressure, these evil demons couldn't unleash their true combat strength. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Jiang Chen was extremely ferocious. He had turned into the nemesis of all evil demons. He kept swinging the battle axe in his hand, unleashing blazing flames that burned everything in its path. Every time Jiang Chen swung the battle axe, an evil demon would die. Under the aggressive attacks of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, these ferocious evil demons had turned into sheep, and they could only wait to be slaughtered. Kaka, this feels great. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly while fighting. He liked this kind of excitement and he liked the pleasure of killing. These evil demons kept roaring. They were the most ferocious and brutal existences. Their eyes had turned red and they weren't afraid of death. They kept flying towards Jiang Chen's battle axe like moths flying into a flame. Boo! It seemed like the battle would never stop. These evil demons were roaring and calling for more of their comrades. More and more evil demons flew out from the inner regions, and they were flying towards the battlefield at top speed. Damn it, there are so many evil demons here. Buddy, I don't think we can continue fighting like this. I have no idea when this will end. De Huang Dog said. No matter how many of them come, I'll kill them all. Their devil souls are my wealth. In this trip to Inferno Hell, I need to get as much as I can. No fear could be seen on Jiang Chen's face. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. It was a process that consumed a huge amount of energy. These evil demons in front of him were Jiang Chen's wealth of energy. If he was in the outside world, he wouldn't be able to find such a great opportunity. Therefore, right now he wanted to kill as much as he could. With the true dragon flames, he could completely suppress these evil demons. Even if a powerful late divine core evil demon appeared, he wouldn't be afraid. Alright, let's kill to our heart's content. De Huang Dog's ferocious nature had been completely stimulated. He kept roaring out and his yak-like body kept ramming into the group of evil demons. He was unleashing an aura of extreme yang from all over his body. And together with the flames covering his body, he was the natural enemy of all evil demons. De Huang, let's keep moving forward while killing the evil demons. The Earth Devil is the source of all evil demons and the devilish energy in this place is so strong. I believe the Earth Devil isn't too far away from this devil cave, we need to go through it. Jiang Chen kept swinging his battle axe. Large amounts of evil demons were killed, and a huge amount of devil souls were collected by him. The Earth Devil was the supreme existence of the devil race and wherever it lived, there would be a lot of devilish energy. However, with the Earth Devil's pride, it wouldn't live together with these evil demons. Therefore Jiang Chen wanted to go through this devil cave and go deeper. Blood and flesh were flying all over the place and flames were shooting up into the sky. This was a real Azura battlefield. A cruel killing aura filled the air, and all living beings were hovering between life and death. Right at this moment, a furious roar sounded out from afar. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw a 30-meter-tall giant devil flying towards them. This giant devil was different from all the other evil demons. Aside from having a muscular body, its body was covered with blood-red patterns, and its devilish energy was much stronger than all the other evil demons. Damn it, there really is a frightening existence here. This big guy has reached the late divine core realm, he's not easy to deal with. De Huang Dog shuddered. This is the violent bloodthirsty devil, the king of all devils. I never thought it would appear here. Jiang Chen was shocked as well. Violent bloodthirsty devil, its name sounds really fierce. De Huang Dog stared at the giant devil who was dashing towards them. The violent bloodthirsty devil is just like its name, it's bloodthirsty and it only knows how to kill. When it goes crazy, it will even devour the blood of those evil demons. This violent bloodthirsty devil has reached the late divine core realm. It's really not easy to deal with. A serious expression emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. Damn it, can you deal with it? If you can't, we better retreat as soon as possible. De Huang Dog said. Unless I break through to the divine core realm, I won't be a match for this violent bloodthirsty devil. But I have the true dragon flame, it can suppress all devils and it can also suppress this violent bloodthirsty devil. I'll use the true dragon flame to fight it and if I can kill it I'll be in big trouble. The devil soul of a late divine core violent bloodthirsty devil is more precious than all the devil souls of all the evil demons here combined. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was soaring. Even though he was facing such a formidable opponent, he didn't show any signs of fear. On his path of advancement, nothing could stop him. The violent bloodthirsty devil dashed forward, and all the other evil demons backed off to the side. The violent bloodthirsty devil stretched out its huge fan-like hand and unleashed a black beam toward Jiang Chen. The beam was formed completely from the eerie devilish energy, and it had a formidable attack. No ordinary warrior could withstand it. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He unleashed the true dragon flame without any limit, and the flame turned into a 20-meter-long red flaming dragon. Jiang Chen grabbed the flaming dragon's tail and smashed it toward the violent bloodthirsty devil's attack. Bang! Chapter 231. The heavens and earth shook violently and the mountains beneath them collapsed. The sky was filled with devilish energies and flames. The true dragon flame was indeed the nemesis of all devils. When the devilish energies touched the true dragon flame, they immediately weakened, and in the end they were all burned to death by the true dragon flame. The violent bloodthirsty devil's single eye was glowing with an eerie light. When it saw Jiang Chen's true dragon flame, a surprised look could be seen in its eyes as well as a slight fear. However, the violent bloodthirsty devil was only afraid of the true dragon flame, not Jiang Chen. Besides, the violent bloodthirsty devil's combat strength was incredible, so even if Jiang Chen had the true dragon flame, it still wouldn't take him seriously. Kakaka. The violent bloodthirsty devil let out some incomprehensible devilish language from its mouth. The black devilish flames around its body started rolling violently, and it completely unleashed the aura of a late divine core warrior. It was extremely frightening. The group of devils started retreating. The violent bloodthirsty devil was going to attack alone, and they didn't dare offend its devilish aura. Damn it, buddy, this big guy looks really strong, can you do it or not? The Huang dog stood next to Jiang Chen and said, I have to do it even if I can't. With my current combat strength I can easily kill a mid-divine core warrior, and I can also fight a late divine core warrior. But this violent bloodthirsty devil possesses the bloodline of a king demon, and its combat strength is much stronger than an ordinary late divine core warrior. If I fight it alone, I won't be able to kill it unless I break through to the divine core realm. However, my true dragon flame can greatly suppress the violent bloodthirsty devil, and with this suppression, its combat strength will be greatly reduced. This is my advantage. Therefore, if I use all my strength, I can definitely kill this violent bloodthirsty devil. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing brightly, and his entire body was filled with an intense fighting spirit. In Jiang Chen's mind, unless he met someone he couldn't defeat, he would never back down. Facing this powerful violent bloodthirsty devil, Jiang Chen dared not underestimate it. He immediately took out his golden battle axe, and under the cover of the true dragon flame, the battle axe started burning. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and unleashed the thunderclap slash. With incredible speed, he arrived in front of the violent bloodthirsty devil in the blink of an eye. At this time, a powerful devil weapon appeared in the frenzied bloodthirsty demon's hand. This devil weapon was incomparably sinister, at least 3 meters long. It was a giant devil saber, and the back of the saber was covered with sharp spikes. As soon as the demonic saber appeared, the entire void trembled. Roar! The frenzied bloodthirsty demon roared. Its demonic aura soared into the sky, bringing with it the power to uproot a mountain. It slashed at Jiang Chen's battle axe. This was a battle of pure strength, incomparably ferocious. The violent bloodthirsty demon was a demon with great strength. While Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation art, his body was as hard as steel, and his strength was as strong as a mountain. Adding the true dragon flame suppression of demon chi, it gave him the capital to fight against the violent bloodthirsty demon. Clang! The battle axe and the demonic sword collided, causing energy to overflow. Flames burned the entire area, and the destructive energy directly destroyed the mountain below, razing it to the ground. Jiang Chen had to retreat a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. The violent bloodthirsty demon wasn't much better off. It was also forced to retreat repeatedly. My combat strength is originally not as strong as the violent bloodthirsty demon, but under the suppression of the true dragon flame, the violent bloodthirsty demon can't display its true combat strength. Since that's the case, I'll kill this violent bloodthirsty demon and obtain its demonic soul. Jiang Chen snorted coldly in his heart. The collision just now had allowed him to clearly see the gap between him and the violent bloodthirsty demon. Due to the true dragon flame, the gap between them had been pulled even. Now it all depended on who had the better means. It was actually forced back by a human brat. This had seriously provoked the violent bloodthirsty demon's dignity. The violent bloodthirsty demon let out an earth-shattering roar, and the demonic sword hummed. It suddenly stretched out its huge claw, striking out a dark cloud. The dark cloud was covered with blood-red patterns and a dense tacit understanding. Its attack power was extremely strong, like a huge mountain pressing down. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen roared. His entire body was filled with the aura of extreme yang, and he wasn't afraid of the Yin demon chi at all. After the huge blood-red dragon claw appeared, it was immediately wrapped by the true dragon flame and attacked the dark cloud. Bang! Another violent collision occurred. Being suppressed by the true dragon flame, the demonic energy was forcefully suppressed, as if it had met its natural predator. Bang bang bang! The air seemed to be burning. Jiang Chen and the violent bloodthirsty demon were engaged in a fierce battle in this area. The man and the devil were using all sorts of skills and they were fighting fiercely. The violent bloodthirsty demon had the advantage of cultivation level, while Jiang Chen had the advantage of the true dragon flame. At this moment the man and the devil were fighting fiercely, but it was hard to tell who was stronger. Little Chenzi is getting more and more powerful. The skill he is cultivating must be a mighty skill passed down from the ancient times. If not, he wouldn't be so powerful. He's only at the peak heavenly core realm, but if he breaks through to the divine core realm, doesn't that mean he will be able to kill this violent bloodthirsty demon in an instant? At that point of time, even with his early divine core cultivation level, he won't be able to find a worthy opponent amongst the divine core warriors. De Huang Dog was shocked. He had always been curious about the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating. But after following Jiang Chen for so long, Jiang Chen never hid anything from him when he was cultivating. This allowed De Huang Dog to figure out some clues. Obviously, the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. It required a huge amount of energy and he needed to form dragon marks in his body. Roar, roar, roar. The crazy bloodthirsty demon's rage grew more and more exuberant. Fighting this human in front of it was an extremely depressing matter. The crazy bloodthirsty demon's dejection wasn't due to the opponent's strength, but rather the suppression of the true dragon flames. This feeling of being naturally suppressed made the crazy bloodthirsty demon's heart extremely uncomfortable. It wanted nothing more than to tear this human apart and eat him alive. Alright, the violent bloodthirsty demon is furious and it's about to lose its mind. This is my chance, 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen let out a deep and cold shout. He took a step forward and in an instant, 9 identical Jiang Chens appeared in the sky above him. This sudden change startled the violent bloodthirsty demon. The 9 phantom wolves was a movement skill and it was the most frightening skill in a fight. It could always achieve unexpected results at a critical moment, and no matter how strong the opponent was, they would still be confused for a split second. This was an undeniable fact. Ever since Jiang Chen learned the 9 phantom wolves, it had been a tried and tested skill. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, 9 Jiang Chens surrounded the violent bloodthirsty demon. 8 of the doppelganger's movements were exactly the same as Jiang Chen's original body, and they all raised their flaming battle axes high up in the air and chopped down at the violent bloodthirsty demon. Roar! The violent bloodthirsty demon roared, but it was also very helpless. It couldn't tell which one was Jiang Chen's original body, so it could only divide its battle strength into 9, and attack each of the 9 Jiang Chens at the same time. Under the suppression of the true dragon flames, the violent bloodthirsty demon's battle strength couldn't be displayed to its strongest state, and it could only fight on par with Jiang Chen at full strength. Rumble! The violent bloodthirsty demon's attack shattered the 8 doppelgangers, but it couldn't concentrate its strength to block the main body. The main body of Jiang Chen's battle axe chopped down, and the violent bloodthirsty demon's huge body was directly chopped down from the sky, and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Terrifying wounds appeared all over its body. The violent bloodthirsty demon was seriously injured, and it became even more berserk. It suddenly soared into the air and continued to attack Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's mouth curved into a cold smile. In this state, the violent bloodthirsty demon was already dead for sure. Zhou Qian's battle experience was too rich, and he understood the violent bloodthirsty demon very well. This kind of demon was born for battle and slaughter, and its perception in battle was exceptionally sharp. This was also the reason why Zhou Qian didn't use the 9 Phantom Wolves from the start. The 9 Phantom Wolves was a killing move and it had to be used at the right time. If it was used from the start, it was very likely that the violent bloodthirsty demon would be able to see through it, and if it didn't work the first time, it wouldn't work the second time. Therefore, Zhou Qian kept fighting with the violent bloodthirsty demon from the start, angering it until it lost all reason. Then he suddenly used the 9 Phantom Wolves. The violent bloodthirsty demon was in a state of rage, and it couldn't tell which one was Zhou Qian's real body. Seeing the violent bloodthirsty demon pouncing towards him, Zhou Qian's body flashed again, and another 9 Zhou Qian appeared at the same time. After the violent bloodthirsty demon was injured, its mind was in a mess and it couldn't tell which one was the real one. The 9 Zhou Qians let out a loud shout at the same time, and their battle axes slashed down from the sky. The violent bloodthirsty demon roared continuously. With the previous lesson, it didn't split its battle power into 9, and instead focused all of its power on one of Zhou Qian's. It had to be said that the violent bloodthirsty demon was indeed the most ferocious of existences. It was practically using its own life as a joke. The violent bloodthirsty demon was betting on that 1 out of 9 chance that it was attacking Zhou Qian's real body. As long as it made the right bet, the violent bloodthirsty demon would be able to see through this movement skill, and then attack fiercely, not giving Zhou Qian any chance to continue. But too bad, the violent bloodthirsty demon's luck wasn't that good. It had gathered all of its combat strength into this attack, but it had only destroyed one of Zhou Qian's doppelgangers. After the doppelganger was destroyed, Zhou Qian's real body's attack landed on the violent bloodthirsty demon. Die! With a sneer on his face, Zhou Qian swung his battle axe down from the top of the violent bloodthirsty demon's head. The violent bloodthirsty demon was sliced in half and it died on the spot. Zhou Qian reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the violent bloodthirsty demon's devil soul, then he stored it away without any hesitation. This guy's combat wisdom is really high. De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise Zhou Qian. A man who could remain calm at all times was really frightening, especially during a fight. After the violent bloodthirsty demon was killed, all the other evil devils started roaring crazily. Because of this, more and more evil devils started charging towards Zhou Qian's direction. From afar there were so many of them that the sky was covered by devilish energies. Zhou Qian could see at least 5 late divine core evil devils running towards him. "Buddy, we can't defeat them this time," De Huang Dog said. "Run." Chapter 232. For Zhou Qian, those evil devils below the mid-divine core realm were just sheep, and he wasn't afraid of them no matter how many of them there were. However, these late divine core evil devils were the real wolves, and when there were so many of them, even a fierce tiger like Zhou Qian wouldn't be able to handle them. After all, he was only a peak heavenly core warrior, and he hadn't broken through to the divine core realm yet. It wasn't easy for him to deal with these late divine core evil devils. He had used all his skills to kill the violent bloodthirsty devil just now, and now there were so many late divine core evil devils, it was really difficult for him to deal with them. Most importantly, Zhou Qian had no idea how many evil devils there were in this place. The battle had just started and so many late divine core evil devils had already appeared. If this continued and a combat soul evil devil appeared, it would be a huge problem for him. In Inferno Hell, all sorts of powerful demons and devils could appear. Since there were powerful combat soul devil beasts here, it didn't mean there weren't any combat soul demons and devils. This place was where all evil devils gathered, and if a combat soul evil devil really appeared, Zhou Qian wouldn't be surprised. Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog chose a direction opposite to Guan Yiyun and the others, and they flew away with extreme speed. They had to leave this devil cave first. The roars of the evil devils could be heard continuously, and the entire sky above the area was filled with the echoes of the evil devil's roars. Devilish energies could be seen behind them, and a few late divine core evil devils were crazily chasing after Zhou Xian and Big Yellow. Such a huge commotion had alerted all the evil devils in the entire devil cave. At this moment, more evil devils appeared from all directions, and they were trying to kill Zhou Xian and a Huang dog. In front of them there were more than a dozen majestic evil devils. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and their devilish energies soared into the sky. It looked like they were going to devour Zhou Xian and a Huang dog. Damn it, have we fallen into a devil's circle? Why are there so many evil devils? Big Yellow felt like he was going to vomit blood. These demons are nothing. Zhou Xian said that he was right. In his previous life he had entered the devil's domain. There were all kinds of devils there and their numbers were unimaginable. How could this small devil's den in front of him compare to it? His aura fluctuated as Zhou Qian's hands appeared. One was the golden battle axe, the other was the bloodthirsty sword. The true dragon flame engulfed the two combat weapons like a fire dragon. Before the evil demon could even get close, Zhou Qian had already slashed at it. Rumble. Energy overflowed in all directions and sparks filled the void. The resplendent sword light and the axe light were like two waterfalls that traversed the void. 5 or 6 valiant evil demons were directly killed. The demonic spirits seemed to be summoned and directly entered Zhou Qian's universe ring. The De Huang dog was also incomparably ferocious. Wherever the dog's head passed, flesh and blood splattered. Howl. The evil demons behind them kept chasing and more evil demons appeared in front of them. At this time, every place in this area was occupied by evil demons. Devil Qi covered the void, making it hard for people to tell which direction to go. Zhou Qian and De Huang dog were completely surrounded. Seemed like they could only fight bravely. Kid, the situation doesn't look good. Although De Huang dog said so, his eyes were filled with excitement, showing that he was in a very good mood. The more dangerous the situation was, the more excited De Huang dog was. Let's go. Let's charge into the inner part of the devil's den. We'll kill whoever gets in our way. Zhou Qian made up his mind. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his whole body was filled with soaring killing intent. The long sword and battle axe in his hands produced a buzzing sound and vibrated continuously. Cock, a good master dog likes it. Big Yellow let out a loud laughter. He had completely unleashed his power. The yuan energy in his body was gushing out like a vast ocean, and a pair of invisible wings of light emerged from his back. A mysterious symbol was blinking on his forehead, giving him a sacred feeling. Rumble. The whole area was shaking and the chi of heaven and earth was disrupted. The mountains on the ground were shattered one after another. The devil waves covered the entire sky, and the fiery light continued to wreak havoc, turning this place into an Azura battlefield. Extremely far away, Xianxia and the others turned around to look at the battle fluctuations in the devil's den. Their faces were extremely ugly. It's not right for us to leave just like this, Wang Hing said. Wang Hing said. The terrifying fluctuations of the battle and the constant roars of the demons allowed them to clearly feel the intensity of the battle, as well as the number of demons. This is too terrifying. If we go there, I'm afraid we'll be drowned in the crowd of evil demons and be torn to pieces. Yang Meng's face was filled with shock. With our strength we won't be of any help if we go there. Instead we'll become Junior Brother Zhang's burden. I believe in Junior Brother Zhang. He won't do anything that he's not confident in. Besides, he came here to find information about the Earth Devil, so he won't turn back. Guan Yiyun said. He understood Zhou Qian very well. This was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Looking for the Earth Devil was extremely dangerous, but after knowing about Han Yan's situation, Guan Yiyun didn't try to stop Zhou Qian anymore. Let's go, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Now that Brother Zhang has attracted all the evil demons, if we don't leave this place, wouldn't we be letting down Brother Zhang's good intentions? Xianxia said. It wasn't that they didn't want to be loyal to Zhou Qian, it was just that the current situation was different. If they went back now they would just die and they would become Zhou Qian's burden. Therefore it was better for them not to go and let Zhou Qian have an easier time fighting. The battle was getting more and more intense. Zhou Qian and De Huang dog were like two sharp swords, rampaging through the group of evil demons. With De Huang Dog's strength, as long as he didn't bump into any late divine core evil demons, he would be safe. If a late divine core evil demon dashed towards him, Zhou Xian would simply swing his sword and force it back. Then he would continue his killing. Boo! The furious roars of the evil demons were getting stronger and stronger. All the late divine core evil demons were furious, and they were surrounding Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog from all directions. Open up! Zhou Xian let out a loud and crazy shout. With this shout he had unleashed the sonic hawk cry, causing a huge group of evil demons in front of him to feel dizzy. At the same time, Zhou Xian used the gigantic axe and bloodthirsty sword to open up a path. Blood and flesh flew all over the place and countless evil demons were killed by Zhou Xian. When those late divine core evil demons arrived, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had already escaped from the encirclement. Roar! The evil demons wouldn't give up just like that, they kept chasing after them in a crazy manner. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog moved with extreme speed. A ferocious look could be seen in Zhou Qian's eyes. More evil demons appeared in front of them and once again they were caught in a pincer attack. All of you die now. Zhou Qian's voice sounded hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. De Huang Dog had a ferocious look on his face as well. The man and dog's eyes had turned red from killing. They were like a suicide squad, and even an army of thousands of men and horses wouldn't be able to make them feel fear. If there was no path in front of them, they would just kill their way out. In his previous life, Zhou Xian had slashed the heavens with his sword because he wanted to find a way out. Now he was running amok in this devil cave with unstoppable force. Rumble! The entire devil cave had gone crazy. Zhou Qian's black hair was dancing wildly in the air. He had transformed into an existence that was even more frightening than the evil demons, and he was slaughtering his way out. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were moving towards the center of the devil cave at high speed. Wherever they went, blood would splatter all over the place and devilish energies would fill the air. Up until now, more than 15 powerful late divine core evil demons had appeared. But because Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were killing so ferociously, and their speed and movement skills were both fast and unpredictable, and they didn't confront the late divine core evil demons face to face, those late divine core evil demons had yet to surround Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. The brutal slaughter continued. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were moving freely within the group of evil demons. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the center of the devil cave. A black palace appeared in front of them. Outside of the palace, devilish waves could be seen everywhere. They were rolling and piercing into the skies and no one dared look directly at them. Ooh! All of a sudden, a shocking roar sounded out from within the palace, and it resounded throughout the entire devil cave. The echoes of the roar were endless, and it carried with it a mighty devilish aura. Hearing the roar, all the evil demons stopped howling, and expressions of fear and respect emerged on their faces. As for Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, their expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, it's a combat soul evil demon. De Huang Dog nearly jumped up from the ground. Run! Zhou Xian grabbed De Huang Dog's tail, turned into a trail of light, and flew through the devil palace in the blink of an eye. He didn't expect there to be a combat soul evil demon in this place. With their current cultivation, if they bumped into a combat soul evil demon, they would die for sure. No matter how many skills they had, the gap between them was just too huge. Rumble! Right when Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog arrived at the devil palace, a gigantic black hand suddenly shot out from the devil palace. It blotted out the sky and pressed down toward Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. Damn it! De Huang Dog cursed. Dimensional shift. Zhou Xian let out a loud shout. A pair of blood-red wings emerged from his back, and he crazily unleashed the dimensional shift, barely escaping from the gigantic black hand. Rumble! The gigantic devil hand slammed onto the ground, causing the entire devil cave to shake violently. In an instant, a huge black crater appeared on the ground. Kakaka! A loud devilish voice sounded out from within the devil palace. After that, a 30-meter-tall gigantic creature dashed out from the devil palace, chasing after Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. Zoosh! The combat soul evil demon's speed was incredibly fast. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it chased after Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog at an incredible speed. Damn it, this combat soul evil demon's speed is too fast. We won't be able to escape from it no matter how hard we try. De Huang Dog felt like coughing up blood. His luck was really bad today. He had actually entered a devil cave like this. Jiang Chen's expression turned ugly as well. If a combat soul evil demon was so frightening, then this earth devil who possessed the supreme bloodline of the devil race would be even more frightening. Cut the crap, let's run. Jiang Chen kept unleashing the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift in order to affect the evil demon's line of sight. At the same time, he used the blood-red wings to flee as fast as he could. Even so, the distance between them was still getting shorter. There's a valley in front of us, let's go there quickly. I can sense a natural defense mechanism over there. Chapter 233. Natural Defense Mechanism? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as if he had just seen a glimmer of hope. In the depths of Inferno Hell, there were many invisible natural defense mechanisms and formations, and they had entered this devil cave by entering one of them. If there were other natural defense mechanisms, they would have a chance of escaping from the combat soul evil devil. Let's go. Jiang Chen dared not hesitate. The gigantic creature behind them was extremely ferocious, and once it caught up to them they would die a horrible death. Swoosh. Both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog increased their speed to the maximum, crazily running toward the valley. De Huang Dog's wings of light were extremely fast, and Jiang Chen also had the wings of the blood-winged hawk. Furthermore, with the help of the dimensional shift and the 9 phantom wolves, he was one of a kind when it came to escaping. Rumble. Behind them, the combat soul evil devil kept unleashing its attacks. Jiang Chen was nearly severely injured a few times, and the blood and qi in his body were tumbling about, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. If they continued running at this speed, the combat soul evil devil would catch up to them sooner or later. Luckily, the valley wasn't too far away. Soon Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could see it. The aura of a natural defense mechanism in the valley was very obvious, and even Jiang Chen could sense it. This aura was much clearer than the invisible formation between the 2 big trees. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately ran into the valley. Following the aura of the natural defense mechanism, they arrived in front of a shabby cave. The defense mechanism is right at the entrance of the cave. De Huang Dog said. Behind them, the combat soul evil devil crazily chased after them while emitting a tremendous devilish energy. Let's go in. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He didn't care what was behind the defense mechanism. If they went in, they would still have a chance to survive. If they didn't, they would definitely be killed by the combat soul evil devil. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog rushed towards the entrance of the cave. The air at the entrance rippled, and in the blink of an eye, 1 man and 1 dog disappeared. Seeing this, the combat soul evil devil stopped its gigantic body. It walked 2 rounds in front of the cave, then a prideful smile emerged on its face. After that, it turned around and left. It didn't crazily rush into the cave and continued chasing after Jiang Chen. Shua. After Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered the restrictive spell, the scene changed again. Everything in front of them was gray and gloomy, and the gloomy atmosphere was even denser than outside. The air was filled with a pungent stench. Apart from that, there were also black hurricanes appearing one after another. The air was filled with a bone-chilling coldness and a powerful corrosive force. Damn, what a terrible environment. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Be careful, this place is filled with poisonous miasma. The combination of the pungent poisonous gas and the bone-chilling miasma forms a very frightening poisonous miasma. If it's an ordinary warrior, once this poisonous miasma enters his or her body, he or she will die for sure. Jiang Chen reminded. This poisonous miasma is useless to me. De Huang Dog walked in the poisonous miasma, and he didn't seem to care about it at all. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At the same time, he recalled how he attacked De Huang Dog with the green hellish python's poison, but De Huang Dog was completely fine. This proved that De Huang Dog wasn't afraid of poison at all. As for the poisonous miasma in this place, De Huang Dog's divine beast bloodline, the dragon horse bloodline, was the nemesis of all poisonous miasma. This was the unique advantage De Huang Dog had. Not to mention Jiang Chen, he was immune to all kinds of poison. Furthermore, Jiang Chen immediately unleashed a red flame barrier around his body. The true dragon flame of extreme yang had prevented the poisonous miasma from getting close to him. After that, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog looked around, and they found that this place was filled with fog. There was nothing else in this place. No mountains, no flowers, no trees. Look, the defense mechanism hasn't disappeared. The Huang dog turned around and found that the invisible defense mechanism was still behind them. It hadn't disappeared like before, but he couldn't see what was happening outside through it. The defense mechanism hasn't disappeared. I'm sure it's still a devil cave outside. Let's move forward and look for a new exit. Jiang Qin said. Why didn't that combat soul evil devil chase after us? The Huang dog was puzzled. I'm guessing that evil devil knows about the situation here, and it thinks we're going to die if we enter this place. That's why it didn't chase after us. Jiang Qin said. The environment here was extremely harsh, and if any ordinary man came here he would definitely die. I think this place is an independent space and it's not a big one. We just need to find another exit and we'll be able to leave this place. Jiang Qin said. He could tell that this place was a unique natural space and it was filled with poisonous miasma. It could be said that this place was a natural death zone, and whoever accidentally entered this place would be extremely unlucky. Jiang Qin was protected by the flame barrier, and a Huang dog was following behind him as if nothing had happened. A man and a dog were slowly walking forward. Since the poisonous miasma in this place was too strong, there weren't any demons or devils around. The entire place was extremely quiet. Apart from the whistling sound of the hurricane, there was no other sound. The entire place was extremely gloomy, and it made them feel like they had entered hell. Swish. Suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard from underneath the Huang dog's feet. It sounded extremely ear-piercing in this environment. Damn it, what the hell was that? This master dog was scared to death. The Huang dog immediately jumped up and moved to the side. He and Jiang Qin lowered their heads and looked down. What they saw was a complete skeleton on the ground. The Huang dog's kick just now had created a hole in the skeleton's chest. This is the skeleton of a divine core warrior. I have no idea how long he has been dead. His bones are all loose and you just stepped on it and crushed it. Jiang Qin had great eyesight. Although the skeleton had been corroded by the poisonous miasma and had turned completely black, Jiang Qin could still tell with just a single glance that this was the skeleton of a divine core warrior. Even a divine core warrior died here. Looks like it won't be easy to find the exit. The Huang dog said. A divine core warrior could at least stay in this poisonous miasma space for some time. The only explanation for his death was that he had used up all his yuan energy to resist the poisonous miasma, and knew he couldn't resist it any longer. The poisonous miasma invaded his body and he died tragically. When we came here there was an exit. Although it's a brutal devil cave outside, in order to survive, ordinary people would still try their best to enter the devil cave. They wouldn't just sit here and wait for death. The only explanation is that we can't open the defense mechanism and we can't leave this place. Jiang Qin's expression suddenly turned ugly. You're saying that we can only enter this place but we can't leave? The Huang dog's expression turned serious as well. I really hope that's not the case, but I really can't find a reason why a divine core warrior died in here. Jiang Qin smiled. A determined look emerged in his eyes as he said, Let's go, let's keep moving forward. The rest of the journey made Jiang Qin and a Huang dog feel completely disheartened. They would see a skeleton every once in a while, and all of these skeletons were left behind by divine core warriors. In other words, none of the warriors who accidentally entered this space could leave this place alive. All of them had died in this place. This was a land of death. Damn it, this is a land of death. No wonder that evil devil didn't chase us here. It looks like it knows how dangerous this place is. The Huang dog cursed. All those who came here are dead. Luckily, we're not afraid of the poisonous miasma here. If not, we would have ended up like these people. We still have to find a way to leave this place. If we're trapped here for the rest of our lives, it's no different than being dead. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows as he continued walking forward. Now he was almost certain that there wouldn't be any powerful demons or devils here, and he didn't have to worry about being attacked. The man and dog walked for about an hour, and during this time they saw many skeletons. It was a sad scene. Look, there's a bright light in front of us. The Huang dog suddenly said. It's a defense mechanism, that's the exit, let's go. Jiang Chen saw the bright light as well. Although the colorful light was weak, it couldn't escape their eyes. The man and dog immediately moved forward with great speed and soon they arrived in front of the bright light. Someone's here. De Huang dog's eyes lit up. Not far away from them, a man with messy hair was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. He didn't move at all, just like a boulder. But judging from the weak aura emitted from his body, this old man was still alive. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog slowly approached the man. As if he had heard something, the man finally raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen and De Huang dog with a blurry look in his eyes. It was an old man, a very old man who was past his prime. The robe he wore was very loose and his face was filled with wrinkles. He was too skinny, just skin and bones, a frightening sight to behold. The old man's aura was very weak, as if he could die at any moment. But he was still alive. Sigh. Someone's here, someone's going to die again. Sigh. The old man let out 2 long sighs. His voice was extremely hoarse and it sounded somewhat ear-piercing. It seemed like he had gotten used to seeing death in this place. A combat soul warrior. Jiang Chen threw a glance at the old man and immediately found out his cultivation level. However, because the old man's life force was too weak, and he didn't have any yuan energy left in his body, it was completely depleted. Therefore, Jiang Chen couldn't tell which combat soul realm this old man was at. However, a combat soul warrior's divine core would have transformed into a combat soul. Therefore, Jiang Chen could easily tell if this old man was a combat soul warrior or not. Oh. The old man was startled. He obviously didn't expect a young man to be able to tell his cultivation level with just a single look. Not bad, young man. Too bad you've come to this land of death. The old man let out another sigh. After that, he turned his gaze to the glowing defense mechanism in front of him and said, "It's been 10 years and all those who came here have left before me. Now I'm going to leave as well. Since there's someone who came here to talk to me, the heavens have been kind to me." A smile emerged on the old man's face. He no longer had the despair and anger he had when he first came here. He had seen through life and death. Chapter 234. The old man had an indifferent expression on his face, and there was no sign of sadness on his face. However, from his cloudy eyes, Jiang Chen could tell that he still had some regrets. If he can walk out of here alive, his cultivation will definitely reach another level. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The old man's mentality had reached a level where he could see through life and death. Just this realization alone was enough to benefit Jiang Chen a lot. What? 10 years? You've stayed here for 10 years. If this master dog had to stay here for 10 years, I'd be bored to death. De Huang dog was extremely excited. Being able to stay here for 10 years without dying means you're at least a late combat soul warrior. There aren't many warriors like you in the entire eastern continent. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, the old man's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Jiang Chen with a look of disbelief and couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen from top to bottom. Jiang Chen was able to tell that he was a combat soul warrior with just a single look, and he was able to determine his true cultivation base based on the amount of time he had spent in this place. This was not something an ordinary man could do, and this shocked the old man. What an extraordinary young man. What a pity. The old man shook his head. His eyes were filled with regret. He could tell that Jiang Chen was an extraordinary and talented man with just a single look. A genius like him was supposed to be famous throughout the world, but now he was going to die in this damned place. What a pity. 10 years ago I ventured into Inferno Hell alone. With my cultivation base I tried to explore every single corner of Inferno Hell, and I never expected to stumble into this poisonous miasma space. I've been trapped here for 10 years. The old man said in a self-mocking manner. He didn't look at Jiang Chen and it seemed like he was talking to himself. However, at the same time he seemed to enjoy the feeling of talking. It had been a very long time since he last spoke. I've done my calculations, I'll die tomorrow. I don't want to be like the others and have my body corroded by the poisonous miasma after I die. That's too miserable. Young man, after I die tomorrow, I hope you can burn my body with fire and turn me into ashes. The old man looked at Jiang Chen, especially at the flames that covered Jiang Chen's body. This was the last request of an old man past his prime. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. At the last moment the old man did not ask him to help him fulfill his long-cherished wish, nor did he give him any special instructions. He only asked Zhou Xian to burn his body so that he could die a more honorable death. "Old man, your calculations are very accurate. If I didn't come you would indeed die tomorrow. But since I'm here you won't die." Zhou Xian walked towards the old man. With a wave of his hand he shot out a stream of flame. The dragon-like flame seemed to have a mind of its own as it formed a defensive barrier around the old man's body, enveloping the old man within it. The poisonous miasma in the surroundings seemed to have met its natural predator, not daring to come any closer. Zhou Xian decided to save this old man not for anything else, but because this old man was able to persevere here for 10 years. This kind of temperament was admirable. Moreover, the old man's words were free and easy, which gave Zhou Xian a good impression. What a strong flame. It actually has a sacred aura to it. Even the poisonous miasma doesn't dare to invade it. The look of surprise on the old man's face became even more intense, and the way he looked at Zhou Xian became even more astonished. This is the true dragon flame, the king of 10,000 years flame. Naturally, the poisonous miasma wouldn't dare to come near it. The Huang dog came to the front of the old man while wagging its tail and said. Only now did the old man pay attention to this De Huang dog. When he saw that the De Huang dog was completely unaffected by the poisonous miasma, the shock in his heart was like a tsunami. This man and this dog were truly monstrous existences. After the shock, the old man once again returned to his indifferent state. He looked at the flame barrier around his body, smiled at Zhou Xian and said, "Young man, put away the flame barrier. Using the flame barrier requires a lot of mental energy. Sooner or later you won't be able to hold on. Now the poisonous miasma has invaded my internal organs. I'm a man who will die for sure. You don't have to waste your energy on me. I said I won't let you die, so you won't die. Let go of your mental energy and defense. I'll help you clear the poisonous miasma from your body." As Zhou Xian spoke, his palm was already pressed on the old man's chest. The old man's body swayed as he looked at Zhou Xian's palm. He didn't know what Zhou Xian was going to do. He was very clear about his current condition. It was impossible for him to get rid of the poisonous miasma in his body. "You're a man who will die soon. What are you afraid of? Let go of your defense completely. Let go of your mental energy," Zhou Xian said with a smile. The old man smiled and said, "That's right. I'm a man who will die soon. What are you afraid of?" The old man's tensed nerves for 10 years finally relaxed completely at this moment. He could see the confidence in Zhou Xian's eyes. Zhou Xian's eyes also gave him a sense of peace and hope. Zhou Xian displayed the dragon transformation art. A dragon mark went through his palm and directly entered the old man's body. It was a very dangerous thing to let someone else's power enter one's body. He had completely let go of his defense. If the other party had evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. In such a situation, mutual trust was needed. However, the old man wasn't afraid at all. There was nothing for him to fear now. He was going to die anyway. Moreover, if Zhou Xian wanted to harm him, he could kill him with a single slap. There was no need for him to waste so much effort. The blood-red dragon mark circled around the old man's body and returned to Zhou Xian's body. In just 3 breaths' time, Zhou Xian had completed everything. He withdrew his palm from the old man's chest. Barf. The old man's body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and coughed violently. The old man coughed for a while before returning to normal. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Xian, who was squatting in front of him. The shock in his eyes had reached an indescribable level. The old man checked the condition of his body. He found that the poisonous qi that had accumulated for 10 years had all disappeared. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had lost their vitality were now beating violently. More importantly, the old man felt extremely relaxed and comfortable after getting rid of the poisonous qi. It was as if a huge mountain that had been pressing on his body had been moved away. Comfortable, comfortable. I've never felt so comfortable in 10 years. The old man closed his eyes slightly. He enjoyed this moment. He missed this feeling even more. 10 years. Day after day, year after year, he had endured the torment of pain. For anyone, 10 years of pain could torture them to the point of insanity. The old man had also gone crazy before. However, he had seen through life and death. Today Jiang Qin had given him the hope of living again. The old man was immersed in a comfortable state, and Jiang Qin didn't disturb him. He simply absorbed all the poisonous miasma into his body, then he used the true dragon flames to purify all the miasma. As for the poisonous miasma, it was completely absorbed. After a long time the old man opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin. Little brother, you actually absorbed all the poisonous qi in my body into your own body. This is too dangerous. However, I see that nothing has happened to you. I don't know what method you used to do it. Old man, you might not know this, but I've swallowed the dark hellish python's demon soul before. I'm immune to all poisons. The poisonous qi here does not pose any threat to me. As for the poisonous qi, my true dragon flame can purify it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You are indeed a miraculous young man. Little brother, you saved my life today. I will never be able to repay this kindness. The old man nodded toward Jiang Qin. I saved you because you are pleasing to the eye. I, Jiang Qin, save people based on my own preferences. Those I like and want to save, even if they are the lowest beggars under the heavens, I will still save them. As for those I don't want to save, even if they are the kings, they won't get any help from me. Jiang Qin slightly shook his energy. The old man was shocked. A young heavenly core warrior actually had such an attitude. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. However, the old man really liked what Jiang Qin said. Based on my preferences? I, Wuxia, also do things based on my preferences. I do things my own way and no one can control me. Brother Jiang Qin, if you don't mind, can you call me Brother Jiu? Although there were no yuan energy ripples coming from the old man's body, the energy that he was emitting was enough to make anyone submit to him. Haha, being able to meet Brother Jiu in such a desolate place, I guess it's fate. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. If those who were familiar with Wu Jiu heard Jiang Qin, a young junior, addressing Wu Jiu as brother, they would be shocked to the extreme. In the entire martial saint dynasty, there weren't many people who were qualified to address Wu Jiu as brother. Even being able to address Wu Jiu as Lord Jiu was a great honor for them. With Jiang Qin's age, he should at least call him senior, but Jiang Qin was a reincarnated saint. In the entire saint origin realm, no one had the right to be his senior. Calling him Brother Jiu was just because they shared the same interest. Little brother, although you have helped me get rid of the poisonous miasma in my body, we still can't leave this place. Wu Jiu shook his head and looked at the defense mechanism that was emitting a faint bright light. Brother Jiu, you mean we can't break this defense mechanism? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. That's right. This is a natural defense mechanism, a very complete one. There's no way to break it. If I had the cultivation of a combat king, I would have been able to break this defense mechanism with my spatial force. Too bad I couldn't break it even with my current cultivation base, and I've been trapped here for 10 years. Wu Jiu sighed. Brother Jiu, use these pills and crystal cores to recover your cultivation base. I'll take a look at this defense mechanism. Jiang Qin casually threw a storage ring to Wu Jiu. It contained a lot of human elixir, natural essences, and a small amount of earth elixir and crystal cores. Wu Jiu's condition was still very bad. His body was like a dried-up river and he desperately needed to be watered. With these human elixir, earth elixir, crystal cores and natural essences, Wu Jiu's cultivation base would slowly recover. Wu Jiu's eyes lit up. He took the storage ring and said, "All right, brother, I appreciate your kindness." Chapter 235. Leaving Wu Jiu behind, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog walked toward the defense mechanism. Jiang Qin's condition had stabilized. Although the poisonous miasma had caused serious damage to his body, it had been completely absorbed by Jiang Qin. With his peak combat soul cultivation base, it wouldn't be a problem for him to slowly recover. Furthermore, Wu Jiu was protected by the true dragon flames, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked by the poisonous miasma. Also, with the pills, crystal cores and natural essences that Jiang Qin had given him, what Wu Jiu needed to do now was to slowly recover. However, Wu Jiu had been trapped here for 10 years and all the life force in his body had come to an end. Even if the poisonous miasma had been removed, it wouldn't be easy for him to fully recover, and it would be impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog stood in front of the defense mechanism and furrowed their brows. Both of them were experts in formations, so they could easily tell how frightening this defense mechanism was. All formations under the heavens are formed by layers of defense mechanisms. Therefore, all formations have a way to break them, and as long as we can find the way to break them, it won't be too difficult. But this isn't a formation, it's a complete natural defense mechanism. It's too complete and there's no way to break it. De Huang Dog said with a frown on his face. That's right. If this was a formation, we might have a chance to break it. But this is just a complete defense mechanism. De Huang, do you have any way to break this defense mechanism? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and asked. There are only 2 ways to break a defense mechanism. The first is to use brute force, but even that old man couldn't break it, let alone us. The second way is to create a new defense mechanism. I know of a defense mechanism that can repel other defense mechanisms after it is created. With this, we can use the repelling force between the defense mechanisms to temporarily concentrate the power of the natural defense mechanism on a single point. In this way, weak points will appear in other parts of the natural defense mechanism, and as long as we can break those weak points, we'll be able to break the defense mechanism. De Huang Dog said. Ordinary defense mechanisms are useless against natural defense mechanisms. During the past 10 years I've used all kinds of methods. Wuxia said. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows as well. In his past life he had a unique understanding of defense mechanisms and formations, and he knew at least a few hundred types of defense mechanisms. But he didn't know what Big Yellow was talking about. The restrictive spells you know of are too low level. In my memories, there is a heavenly book of source formations. It contains all sorts of ancient restrictive spells. Among them is a type of spiraling restrictive spell. After it is created, it will automatically produce a spiraling force that will repel natural restrictive spells. If you can master this spiraling restrictive spell, you will be able to break the restrictive spells in front of you. De Huang Dog said. Heavenly Book of Source Formations. Jiang Chen and Wu Jiao exclaimed in surprise at the same time, especially Jiang Chen. He had traveled across the Saint Origin world, but he had never heard of the existence of such a heavenly book, nor did he know about the spiraling defense mechanism. However, Jiang Chen soon felt relieved. After all, the Saint Origin world was just a low-level world. Even though he was the greatest saint in the world, there were still many things he didn't know about. The Saint Origin world wasn't the pinnacle of cultivation, there was still the immortal world above it. De Huang Dog was the descendant of the dragon horse. He possessed the complete inheritance of the divine beast, the dragon horse. In his memories he could awaken all kinds of ancient and powerful treasures. This heavenly book of source formations was innately awakened by De Huang Dog. When De Huang Dog was only at the Qihai realm, he was able to break the defense mechanism of the demon subduing tower at the Tianjian gate and release a powerful demon. It seemed like all of De Huang Dog's skills came from this heavenly book of source formations. Besides, De Huang Dog had a special treasure hunting ability which might be related to this heavenly book of source formations. De Huang, if that's the case, hurry up and create the spiraling restrictive spell. Jiang Chen urged. With my current cultivation, I will need at least 2 months to create the spiraling restrictive spell. De Huang Dog said. What? 2.5 months? Jiang Chen cried out in surprise. Wu Jiao could still remain calm at this time. After all, he had been here for 10 years, so 2.5 months was not a big deal to him. However, Jiang Chen had no choice but to worry. This was the 5th day since he had arrived in Inferno Hell, and there were still 3 months before the opening of Inferno Hell. Now, De Huang Dog needed 2.5 months to create the spiraling restrictive spell, and there was still some uncertainty. Even if they could leave this place in 2.5 months, there would only be 10 days left before the opening of Inferno Hell. An ancient defense mechanism like the spiraling restrictive spell is extremely rare, even in the heavenly book of source formations. It is extremely difficult to create. 2.5 months is my limit. Besides, even if I manage to create the spiraling restrictive spell, we still won't be able to leave this place. De Huang Dog said. Why? Jiang Chen and Wu Jiao asked at the same time. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up. It had been 10 years and he finally had a chance to leave this damned place. If he said he wasn't excited, he would be lying. Because of our strength, even though the spiraling defense mechanism has absorbed most of the natural defense mechanism's power, causing a weak point to appear, we still don't have the ability to break it. Old man Wu Jiao, although he is a combat soul warrior with his current condition, he won't be able to recover much in 2.5 months. As for me, creating the spiraling defense mechanism will consume all of my energy and mental energy, so we can only rely on Little Qin to break the natural defense mechanism. The weak point will require at least the strength of a late Divine Core warrior to break it. Therefore, only if Little Qin can break through to the Divine Core realm within 2.5 months will we have a chance of leaving this place. De Huang Dog said. According to the Heavenly Book of Source Formations, he had completely understood the natural defense mechanism. If he wanted to leave this place, he wouldn't be able to rely on the spiraling restrictive spell alone. Alright, I've absorbed a huge amount of demon souls, devil souls and crystal cores, and my cultivation has reached the peak heavenly core realm. I was planning to break through to the divine core realm, but since I can't leave this poisonous miasma space, I might as well use this harsh environment to stimulate my potential and break through to the divine core realm. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was a man who could remain calm in any situation. Although he didn't have much time left in Inferno Hell after 2.5 months, this was a fact that couldn't be changed. Besides, he had to break through to the divine core realm. If not, even if De Huang Dog managed to create the spiraling restrictive spell, he still wouldn't be able to leave this place. Jiang Chen didn't plan to rely on demon souls to break through to the divine core realm, he wanted to rely on himself. With his potential and the help of the dragon transformation skill, he should be able to break through to the divine core realm in 2.5 months. Besides, this way of breaking through would allow his cultivation base to stabilize, and it would make his foundation stronger. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would be able to absorb more demon souls and form more dragon marks. Immediately, Jiang Chen walked over to Wuxia and sat down not far away from him. He quickly adjusted his condition to the best. Then he entered secluded cultivation. De Huang Dog also started adjusting his aura. Using the spiraling restrictive spell wasn't an easy task, and he couldn't afford any accidents during the process. Swoosh. After a short moment, De Huang Dog raised his hoof and waved it in the air. A bright light flashed across the air and stopped in midair for a very long time. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. De Huang Dog kept unleashing bright lights that weaved into a huge net in front of him. On the other side, both Wu Jiao and Jiang Chen had entered secluded cultivation. Jiang Chen was going to break through to the divine core realm, and Wu Jiao was slowly recovering his cultivation base with pills and crystal cores. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, De Huang Dog didn't stop for a single moment. He kept unleashing defense mechanisms, trying his best to create the spiraling restrictive spell. Jiang Chen was in his special state, sitting like an old monk as steady as a mountain. Outside of his body, besides the fiery barrier, no energy ripples could be sensed. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The one who had the biggest change was Wu Jiao. In just 10 days his cultivation base had recovered to the early heavenly core realm, which was an incredible feat. Furthermore, Wu Jiao's appearance had undergone a tremendous change as well. The skinny body underneath the long robe had slowly become plump, and the wrinkles on his face had slowly disappeared. He looked younger, and he no longer looked like an old man in his twilight years. Qi Province. Burning Sky Pavilion. Just like the Black Sect, the Burning Sky Pavilion was located on top of a huge mountain range. Underneath the mountain range was an energy vein. Not only did it provide the entire Burning Sky Pavilion with pure and rich natural yuan energy, it also brought the entire Burning Sky Pavilion great luck. Right at this moment, deep within the Burning Sky Pavilion within a palace, a young man was sitting on a cushion. His eyes were sharp like swords and he had an extraordinary appearance. He was emitting a domineering aura from all over his body, and he was the one and only person in the entire world. In front of the young man sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. The middle-aged man wore a fiery red long robe, and the aura he was unleashing was no weaker than Daoist blacks. This man was the Burning Sky Pavilion's pavilion chief, Zhou Xian, the true overlord of the Qi province. Nanbei, your cultivation base is getting stronger and stronger. After breaking through to the divine core realm, your progress has become even faster. Looks like it won't take long before you break through to the mid-divine core realm. Zhao Chongyang looked at the young man in front of him and said with a proud expression. This young man was none other than the northern and southern dynasties. I'll enter secluded cultivation today and break through to the mid-divine core realm. Once I break through to the mid-divine core realm, the Burning Sky Pavilion will immediately attack the other 3 big sections. Before I head to the Martial Palace, I want to rule the entire Qi province and make everyone submit to me. The northern and southern dynasties will build their own grand ambitions, and in the future, we will become the overlord of the entire continent. Wherever I go, everyone will submit to me. The northern and southern dynasties had a solemn expression on their faces as they spoke word by word. It was an innate domineering aura, an indomitable will. This was the obsession of the northern and southern dynasties. He wanted to become the strongest overlord under the heavens, and wherever he went he would make everyone submit to him. Alright, with your strength, once you break through to the mid-divine core realm, even I won't be your match. At that point of time when you attack the other 3 big sects, I want to see who dares fight back. Chapter 236. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties were glowing in a faint golden light. Their golden hair was fluttering in the air even though there was no wind. Their faces were filled with the aura of a king, and they were all wearing dazzling golden robes. We from the northern and southern dynasties are the proud sons of the heavens, we stand high above everyone else. My monarch heaven skill has some power, and once I break through to the mid-divine core realm, I'll be invincible amongst all divine core warriors. I'm a born king, I'm destined to rule over everything and make all living beings submit to me. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties were filled with arrogance. Nanbei, you're the brightest star in the world and your future is limitless. In the future you'll definitely leave your own legend in the Saint Origin realm, just like that saint who slashed the heavens with his sword 100 years ago. Zhao Chongyang praised. That's nothing, I want to be the king of this world, a true king. I want to make all living beings submit to me. The Qi province is just my first step. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties let out a cold snort. They didn't even take the once greatest saint in the world seriously. Oh right, that guy from the Black Sect who challenged you in 1 year has been in the limelight recently. I heard that he can kill a divine core warrior with just a heavenly core cultivation base, and even the core disciple of the Tianjian Gate Yunkin was killed by him. He can't be underestimated. Zhao Chongyang suddenly thought about Jiang Qin, who had caused quite a stir in the Qi province recently. He's just an ant, I've never taken him seriously. When the 1-year challenge arrives, I'll step on him myself, I'll let him know who the real geniuses are, I'll let the world know the consequences of offending the northern and southern dynasties. Now, I don't have to take him seriously, I'll just let him live a little longer, consider it a gift from me to him. The warriors of the northern and southern dynasties had always acted like they were above everyone else. They looked down on anyone from the younger generation. That's right, that guy has overestimated himself. He's just a firefly trying to compete with the bright moon, he's just courting death. Nanbei, how long will it take for you to break through to the mid-divine core realm? Zhao Chongyang asked. Around 2 months. The northern and southern dynasties replied. Within the purgatory poisonous miasma space, everything was the same as it was 10 days ago. Jiang Qin had no idea what was happening in the northern and southern dynasties. 10 days had passed since then, and the northern and southern dynasties would need around 2 months to break through to the mid-divine core realm. Calculating it, it was about the same time as the entrance to Inferno Hell would open. In such an enclosed space there was no concept of time. Moreover, the 2 people and the dog were completely immersed in their own states, so they couldn't feel the passage of time at all. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. They had been trapped here for a month. The entire space was buzzing. In front of De Huang Dog there were already numerous restrictive spells. He had cast out a lot of restrictive spells. As time passed, some of them would dissipate, leaving only the most powerful ones. Wu Jiao's condition had gotten even better. His cultivation base had recovered to the peak mid-heavenly core realm, and with his current speed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the divine core realm in 2.5 months. At that point of time he would be able to help Jiang Qin. Buzzing sounds could be heard from within Jiang Qin's body from time to time. His bones, flesh and blood were producing cracking sounds. He was in a state of complete silence, and the dragon transformation skill was circulating at a crazy speed. All the dragon marks in his body were like real dragons, swimming around his limbs and bones, constantly stimulating Jiang Qin's potential and stabilizing his foundation. This was a way to break through steadily and surely. In just 1 month, Jiang Qin had formed 20 new dragon marks, and the total number of dragon marks in his body was now 770. He only needed 31 more dragon marks to break through to the divine core realm. Since there was only 1.5 months left, Jiang Qin was confident he could do it. During the period of time when Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were trapped in the poisonous miasma space, the entire Inferno Hell had descended into chaos. There were 2 kinds of chaos. The first kind was caused by those warriors who had all their treasures seized by Jiang Qin. In order to survive, all of them had gone mad, and they kept robbing people's belongings and killing demons and devils. At this moment, Inferno Hell was filled with the flames of war. Many demon beasts and devils had gone berserk, and even some demon beasts had appeared. Battles were happening everywhere in Inferno Hell. However, the chaos caused by these people was nothing. The second kind of chaos came from the middle area of Inferno City. The news about Jiang Qin sweeping across the outer perimeter of Inferno City had spread across the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City. Many warriors from the middle area, especially those late Divine Core warriors, had started searching for Jiang Qin everywhere. They wanted to make Jiang Qin pay for what he had done. In fact, even an idiot would know that the so-called rules of Inferno City were just bullshit. Inferno City was a place without rules, and it was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. The reason why those warriors from the middle area of Inferno City was not because of the rules of Inferno City, it was because of the treasures Jiang Qin had. Who didn't know about Jiang Qin's current value? He was a real nouveau riche, and he had all the treasures found in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. Countless human elixir, a huge amount of earth elixir, countless demon souls, devil souls, a huge amount of crystal cores and countless natural essences. He even had a few hundred combat weapons. This was an enormous amount of wealth, and it was something that could make anyone's eyes red with jealousy. Or it could be said that Jiang Qin had done something that many people wanted to do but failed to do. Now, as long as they could find Jiang Qin and kill him, they would be able to obtain an immeasurable amount of wealth. Of course, those mid-divine core warriors wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. They were fighting each other to find Jiang Qin as if they were trying to find their prey. Because of this, Inferno Hell had become even more chaotic. Within a remote valley in Inferno Hell, Xianxia and a few other men were all wounded. During the past month, they didn't dare return to Inferno City. After leaving the Devil Cave, they had been wandering around Inferno Hell, and they had been slaughtering non-stop for an entire month. Chaos. Inferno Hell is in complete chaos. Damn it, those men from the middle perimeter of Inferno City have attacked us. We don't even dare return to Inferno City. Wang Heng said angrily. Fuck you, those bastards have crossed the line. They are defending the rules of Inferno City, but they are just trying to rob Chief Zhang's wealth. They are so shameless. We can't go back now. Once we return to Inferno City, we will definitely be discovered by those mighty warriors from the middle perimeter of Inferno City. Because of Chief Zhang, they won't let us go. The most important thing is we don't know where Chief Zhang is right now. It has been a month and we haven't heard anything from him. This is really worrying. Everyone's faces were filled with worry. Their lives were saved by Jiang Qin. When they were in the Devil Cave, Jiang Qin had attracted the attention of the main force of the devils, leaving them a way out. Otherwise, with their strength, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to escape from the Devil Cave. Do you guys think that Chief Zhang has been buried in the Devil Cave? Otherwise he would have come out a long time ago. Yang Meng said cautiously. Get lost. Guan Yiyun and Tianxia each slapped Yang Meng's head. Don't jinx it. What kind of person is Brother Jiang? He has a powerful flame that can suppress the devils. How could he die in the Devil Cave? Even if he encountered a powerful devil and couldn't defeat it, he would have no problem running away. Tianxia said. Junior Jiang came here for the Earth Devil. I'm sure he is searching for its whereabouts. There are less than 2 months before the opening of Inferno Hell. Before the opening of Inferno Hell, Junior Jiang will definitely appear. During this period of time, we should try our best not to bump into those mighty warriors in Inferno City. Guan Yiyun said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Jiang Qin would definitely appear before the opening of Inferno Hell, unless he was an evil man who had committed crimes in the outside world. No one would let go of the chance to leave Inferno Hell because if they missed it they would have to wait for another year. Soon another month had passed. Within the poisonous miasma space, De Huang Dog was sweating profusely, and a tired look could be seen in his eyes. In front of him, there was a millstone that was glowing in all colors, and it was constantly rotating while producing buzzing sounds. On top of the millstone there were numerous whirls. This was the spiraling defense mechanism that De Huang Dog had spent 2 months crafting. Wuxia opened his eyes. His cultivation had recovered to the early divine core realm, and judging from the current situation he would be able to return to the mid-divine core realm before leaving this place. This recovery speed was incredible. However, he was still severely injured and it wasn't easy for him to return to his peak condition. The longer he stayed in this place, the more difficult it would be for him to recover. Right now Wuxia looked like he was in his 50s and his beard had turned black. His angular face was filled with a resolute expression, and a domineering aura could be sensed from between his brows. Just a casual glance from him could send chills down one's spine, and he was unleashing the aura of a mighty man. He threw his glance over at De Huang Dog's spiraling defense mechanism, and a shocked expression emerged in his eyes. What a profound defense mechanism! No wonder it was passed down from the ancient times. It's so complicated that even I can't understand it. Wuxia praised, De Huang, how much longer do you need to complete this spiraling defense mechanism? Half a month should be enough, but I wonder if that guy can break through to the divine core realm. De Huang Dog said. Both he and Wuxia threw their gazes onto Xianxia at the same time. Right now Xianxia's body was covered in blood-red dragon marks, and a blood-red dragon was dancing above his head. His aura was getting stronger as well. Brother Jiang is really an extraordinary man. He is a peerless genius who can shake the ancient and dazzle the present. He hasn't even broken through to the divine core realm, but he is able to unleash such a powerful aura and blood energy. There is only one man like him in the entire martial saint dynasty. Wuxia couldn't help but praise. Right now Xianxia was at the most crucial moment. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 795, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the divine core realm. There was only half a month left, and as long as he could form another 5 dragon marks he would be able to break through to the divine core realm. However, although forming 5 dragon marks seemed easy, it was actually not easy. The further one cultivated, the harder it would be to form new dragon marks, and the energy contained within each dragon mark was incomparable to the previous one. Right now Xianxia was stimulating his potential and he wanted to break through to the divine core realm in one go. With his current condition, half a month was more than enough time. Chapter 237. The chaos in Inferno Hell had lasted for 2 months and it still hadn't stopped. However, Xianxia, an important figure, had disappeared as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Even those late divine core warriors couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. There were only 25 days left before the opening of Inferno Hell. This time of year was the most chaotic period in Inferno Hell, and this year was the most chaotic period. Many warriors had left Inferno City. All of them wanted to leave Inferno Hell after obtaining their last bit of wealth. Demons and devils were roaring and roaring. Every single corner of Inferno Hell had turned into a true hell. Flames of war raged everywhere, and the entire sky above Inferno Hell was filled with the smell of blood. The more chaotic the situation was, the more dangerous it would be. Therefore, many people were willing to stay in Inferno City and wait for the opening of Inferno Hell. As for those late divine core warriors who were searching for Xianxia, many of them had stopped searching. They were certain that as long as Xianxia wasn't dead, he would definitely appear before the opening of Inferno Hell, and at that point of time he would be killed as well. Of course, there were also many who didn't want to give up, and they kept searching for Xianxia. They were worried that Xianxia might have fallen into someone else's hands. Everyone knew that right now Xianxia was a huge treasure, and whoever found Xianxia first would be the first to discover a huge treasure and obtain a huge amount of wealth. Deep within a barren mountain, a few messy-looking men were standing in a straight line. Each of them had wounds all over their bodies. 2 months of chaos, 2 months of fighting, it had completely exhausted Guan Yiyun and the other men. Right now, Guan Yiyun and the other men had sad and angry expressions on their faces. On the ground in front of them, there were 2 men who were covered in blood, and they were lying there motionlessly. Obviously they were dead. Arg. I can't take it anymore. Wang Heng shouted out loudly. One of his arms was still bleeding. It was a pretty serious injury. Lying on the ground were his brothers who had gone through life and death together with him. For the past 2 months, they had been running and fighting everywhere, and they didn't dare return to Inferno City. Those warriors who had all their treasures robbed by Jiang Chen were like ferocious dogs, and they hated them to the core. Now that they knew many late Divine Core warriors from the middle area were going to attack Jiang Chen, they were sure that Jiang Chen was going to die for sure. Therefore they had nothing to fear from Guan Yiyun. For the past 2 months, Guan Yiyun and the others had been in a very tense state. Although they had been hiding from the enemies, they were still fighting non-stop. Demonic beasts, evil demons, 9 life crystal beasts, all kinds of fierce battles. When they bumped into the cultivators who came from the outer perimeter of Inferno City, they treated them like mortal enemies. In the end they ran to this secluded and desolate mountain, but the 2 companions were seriously injured and eventually died. In Inferno Hell we don't have control over our own life and death. They are 1 step ahead of us and we don't know how long we can last. Tian Yishan said with an indifferent tone. They were in a very bad situation right now and they were surrounded by enemies. Human warriors wanted to kill them and demons and devils wanted to eat them. It was a miracle that they could survive until now, but they had no idea how they were going to survive. This damn Inferno Hell, if I can survive this, I'll never step into this damned place again. Yang Meng's face was covered with blood and he was extremely emotional. Senior disciple Tian, burn their bodies. Guan Yiyun said. The most honorable way to die in Inferno Hell was to have someone burn their bodies for them. If not, they would become the food of the demons and devils. Everyone put on a serious expression and bowed deeply toward the 2 corpses. Although they didn't know each other before coming to Inferno Hell, they had been through life and death together for such a long time, it was impossible for them to not have any feelings for each other. Guan Yiyun started a fire and all of them stood there solemnly until the 2 corpses turned into ashes. Chief Tian, what should we do next? Wang Heng asked. Right now, everyone's injuries aren't light. The place we're looking for right now is very desolate and remote. Even demonic beasts are rare here. For the time being, we'll hide here and treat our injuries. Then we'll pay attention to the situation outside. The door to purgatory is about to open. I believe Brother Jiang will appear soon. Tian Yishan said. Senior disciple Tian is right. Based on our current situation, finding this hidden place is the best choice. Everyone is injured and we need to recover as soon as possible. Guan Yiyun said. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Yang Meng's face was filled with anger. They were in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies. Inside the poisonous miasma space, 2 men and a dog were busy with their own things, and had no idea about the situation outside, let alone the chaos outside. Day after day the 2 men and the dog were going through great changes. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded out from Wuxia's mouth. At the same time, a powerful energy wave burst out from his body. After 2.5 months of recovery, Wuxia had finally returned to the early Divine Core realm. Compared to his previous weak state, he had gone through a tremendous transformation. Wuxia stood up from the ground. His tall and sturdy body was filled with yang energy. His face was sharp and his eyes were bright like stars. He was full of vitality and his yuan energy was vigorous. He didn't look like an old man in his twilight years at all. He was now emitting an aura of a superior, and anyone could tell that he was no ordinary man. Although I've only broken through to the Divine Core realm, my vitality has been fully recovered. As long as I can leave this place, it won't take long for my cultivation base to recover. The heavens haven't forsaken me, Master Jiao. Wuxiu burst into laughter. He had no reason not to be happy. A man who was ready to face death had suddenly walked out of despair and welcomed a new life. How could he not be excited? Buzz. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Wuxiu turned to De Huang Dog and saw that the millstone-sized defense mechanism in front of De Huang Dog had completely formed, and it was revolving at a high speed. After 2.5 months of hard work, De Huang Dog had finally completed the spiraling defense mechanism. The buzzing sound was coming from the spiraling defense mechanism. Plop. Right after the spiraling defense mechanism was completed, De Huang Dog fell onto the ground. His face was covered in sweat and his tongue was sticking out of his mouth. He was panting heavily and both of De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with fatigue. Damn it, with this master dog's current strength, I'm just courting death by trying to refine the spiraling defense mechanism. This master dog is so tired. De Huang Dog murmured. What a profound defense mechanism. De Huang, I never expected you to have such a skill. Wu Jiu admires you. Wu Jiu cupped his fist toward De Huang Dog. He really admired De Huang Dog. It was rare for someone like Wu Jiu to admire someone, let alone a dog. Old man, you're recovering pretty fast. With your early divine core cultivation base, you should be able to contribute to breaking the defense mechanism. But I wonder if that guy can break through to the divine core realm. De Huang Dog turned to Jiang Qin, who was still in secluded cultivation, and said, the spiraling defense mechanism can only last for 3 hours. If that guy can't break through to the divine core realm within 3 hours, the spiraling defense mechanism will automatically dissipate, and all our efforts will be in vain. 3 hours. I hope Jiang brother can successfully break through. Wu Jiu turned around and looked at the natural defense mechanism, then he said, De Huang, if I combine the spiraling defense mechanism with my current strength, can I break it? No, although you're a combat soul warrior, you only have the strength of an early divine core warrior right now. Besides, your foundation hasn't fully recovered, that's why you can't unleash too much power. In order to break this natural defense mechanism, you'll need at least a late divine core attack. De Huang Dog shook his head. Wu Jiu furrowed his brows. With his current condition, it was indeed difficult for him to unleash the energy of a late divine core warrior. But even if Jiang brother breaks through to the divine core realm, he'll only be an early divine core warrior. I don't think he'll be able to unleash the energy of a late divine core warrior. Wu Jiu looked at Jiang Qin, who was sitting on the ground. Don't underestimate this guy. As long as he breaks through to the early divine core realm, I don't think he'll need your help. He'll be able to break this defense mechanism all by himself. De Huang Dog said. Wu Jiu didn't know much about Jiang Qin, but De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Qin was an abnormal monster. Wu Jiu took a deep breath. Jiang Qin was indeed a genius, but if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Crack, crack. Jiang Qin's bones and flesh kept producing cracking sounds. The blood dragon energy above his head was getting stronger and stronger, and his energy was getting stronger and stronger. 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours. Time passed by like this. Jiang Qin still didn't open his eyes, but the cracking sounds coming from his body were getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, there's only half an hour left. If this guy still can't break through, all our efforts will go to waste. De Huang Dog became anxious. The spiraling defense mechanism could only last for 3 hours, and there was only half an hour left. If Jiang Qin couldn't break through in the last half an hour, they would never be able to leave this place and all their efforts would go to waste. If they missed this chance, even if they had the chance to leave this place in the future, they would have to wait for another year. Only half an hour left. Looks like we won't make it in time. We can only give it our all. De Huang, you unleash the spiraling defense mechanism. I'll break the defense mechanism. Wu Jiu said. No way. De Huang Dog immediately refused. You can't break the defense mechanism, but I believe in little Qinzi. I'm sure he can break through. De Huang Dog knew much more about the natural defense mechanism and the spiraling defense mechanism than Wu Jiu. With Wu Jiu's current strength, even with the help of the spiraling defense mechanism, there was no way he could break the natural defense mechanism. De Huang Dog had spent all his yuan energy and effort, but he couldn't provide any help in breaking the natural defense mechanism. But De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Qin would definitely be able to break through to the divine core realm in the last half an hour, because Jiang Qin wanted to leave this place more than anyone else. There were only 10 days left until the opening of Inferno Hell, and they still hadn't found out the whereabouts of the Earth Devil. Jiang Qin still had a lot of things to do. Although Jiang Qin was in secluded cultivation, he knew everything in his mind. Bang! Chapter 238. The energy was getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Qin's entire body was covered in a golden light, and he looked like a dazzling sun. No one dared to look directly at him, and in the end even Wu Jiu was shocked. Kaka, I told you this guy would succeed. De Huang Dog laughed out loudly. The serious expression on his face had finally disappeared. He has only broken through to the divine core realm, but he is able to unleash such powerful energy. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Jiang brother is indeed a peerless genius, and his future achievements are limitless. Wuxia had seen all kinds of geniuses and every single one of them was a dazzling genius. But compared to this young man in front of him, there was a huge gap between them. Wuxia himself was a peerless genius, if not he wouldn't be able to achieve what he had today. He was also a divine core warrior, and when he broke through to the divine core realm he didn't even have a tenth of the energy Jiang Chen had. No wonder De Huang is so confident in Jiang brother. Jiang brother's energy is comparable to an ordinary late divine core warrior. Wuxia forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart as he stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. Right now, the heavenly core in Jiang Chen's qi had undergone a complete transformation. Mysterious patterns could be seen on the surface of the heavenly core, and they were wrapped up by numerous blood-red dragon marks. All 800 dragon marks had been formed, and Jiang Chen had broken through to the divine core realm, reaching a whole new level. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's potential had been stimulated once again, and he now had a strong foundation. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't come out from secluded cultivation right away. Instead he started absorbing the demon souls in his possession. What is he doing? Wuxia was shocked. He is trying to increase his combat strength. De Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. With his experience he could easily tell Jiang Chen's current situation. After Jiang Chen broke through to the divine core realm, 800 dragon marks could no longer satisfy Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen was using the energy to form new dragon marks to increase his combat strength. Jiang Chen currently had 800 dragon marks, and he was an early divine core warrior. If he wanted to break through to the mid-divine core realm he would need to double the number of dragon marks. He needed to have 1,600 dragon marks, and only then would he be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm. Currently, Jiang Chen had a huge amount of demon souls, devil souls and a lot of crystal cores. However, although the amount was huge, Jiang Chen's demand was even greater. The dragon transformation skill itself consumed a lot of energy, and as Jiang Chen's cultivation level continued to increase, the amount of energy he needed would also increase. In order to form a new dragon mark he would need at least 10 times more energy than before. No matter what, I have a strong foundation now and I can temporarily use a huge amount of demon souls to form new dragon marks. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After that he didn't say anything else. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, all the demon souls, devil souls and crystal cores were transformed into pure energy, then absorbed by Jiang Chen. In just 20 minutes, Jiang Chen had used the massive amount of energy to form another 200 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to over 1,000. However, he had paid a huge price to form these 200 dragon marks. Half of his demon souls and devil souls had been consumed, and the rest of them could at most form another 200 dragon marks. It was still far from enough for him to break through to the mid-divine core realm. The levels of these demon souls are still too low, most of them are early divine core and some are heavenly core. I only have a few mid-divine core demon souls and I only have 2 late divine core demon souls. With my current condition, heavenly core demon souls are no longer useful to me. Looks like I'll need to find some mid and late divine core demon souls in the future. However, although this method of cultivation is fast, I have to pay attention to it. Forming 200 dragon marks is not a small amount. I'll need some time to digest them. Jiang Chen thought to himself. This method of cultivation was too aggressive, and even Jiang Chen didn't dare break through as he pleased. After breaking through, he would need some time to digest the new energy. Damn it. Buddy, there are only 10 minutes left. Hurry up and finish this. De Huang Dog urged. Swoosh. Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, Jiang Chen suddenly opened up his eyes. His eyes were glowing brightly and they were 3 feet long. It was a very scary sight. Good De Huang, good job. Not only have I broken through to the early divine core realm, my cultivation base has also completely stabilized. I'm no longer a newbie who has just broken through to the early divine core realm. Let's not waste any more time. Use the spiraling defense mechanism to repel the natural defense mechanism. I'll attack its weak point. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the ground. With the combat strength of 1,000 dragon marks, he was no longer a newbie who had just broken through to the early Divine Core realm. With his current combat strength, let alone a mid-Divine Core warrior, he could even kill an ordinary late Divine Core warrior. Even a peak Divine Core warrior like Daoist Black had no chance of winning against Zhang Chen. All right. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. With his head pressing against the spiraling defense mechanism, he walked step by step towards the natural defense mechanism. Brother Jiang, you've just broken through to the Divine Core realm, but you already have such an imposing aura. This is really shocking. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Wu Jiu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and couldn't help but praise. Brother Jiu, you've become much younger. Jiang Chen smiled. Compared to when he first met Wu Jiu was like a completely different person. He was full of energy and vigor. Don't talk anymore. The spiraling defense mechanism can only absorb the natural defense mechanism's energy for a short period of time. Buddy, you have to carefully sense the weak point of the natural defense mechanism. We only have one chance. De Huang Dog reminded Jiang Chen in a serious manner. Jiang Chen and Wu Jiu became nervous, especially Wu Jiu. He was the most nervous one here. He had been trapped here for 10 years and he wanted to leave this place more than anyone else. Buzz. De Huang Dog pushed the millstone-sized spiraling defense mechanism and slowly pushed it towards the center of the natural defense mechanism. Bang! The moment the spiraling defense mechanism and the natural defense mechanism came into contact, a majestic force suddenly spread out from between the natural defense mechanism and the spiraling defense mechanism. Under the force of this force, De Huang Dog was sent flying backward. For God's sake, Lord Dog will fuck him up. The moment De Huang Dog was sent flying, he felt that he was the most pitiful dog in the world. He was the one who got himself into all kinds of bad luck. Before the natural defense mechanism, Jiang Chen had used the Great Soul Derivation technique, so his senses were extremely sharp. The reason why De Huang Dog was sent flying was because the spiraling defense mechanism had attracted the natural defense mechanism's energy, and De Huang Dog was sent flying by this force. At this moment, Jiang Chen's sharp senses detected the weak point of the natural defense mechanism. Without any hesitation, he punched out. At the same time, Wu Jiu also punched out to help Jiang Chen. Rumble. The violent collision and the boundless force caused Jiang Chen and Wu Jiu to retreat more than 10 steps. Crack. The weak point of the natural defense mechanism was also shattered by Jiang Chen's punch. A huge crack appeared and the spiraling defense mechanism disappeared completely. De Huang, let's go. This natural defense mechanism can repair itself. Jiang Chen pulled Big Yellow's ear, then with extreme speed, they dashed out from the crack of the defense mechanism. Wu Jiu followed closely behind them and dashed out from the crack as well. After the two people and a dog came out, the crack that was broken began to repair itself slowly. Damn, we were almost trapped to death in there. De Huang, you did a great job this time. Well done. Jiang Chen pressed De Huang Dog's head with both hands and praised De Huang Dog in a different way. Get lost. I am physically and mentally exhausted. Don't touch me. De Huang Dog struggled to break free from Jiang Chen's big hands and stared at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with anger. Ah, I'm out. Wu Jiu stretched his arms, threw his head back and let out a long roar. His laughter was so loud that tears almost rolled down his face. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at Wu Jiu, who was in an extremely excited state, and a gratified smile emerged on their faces. They could understand Wu Jiu's current mood. They had stayed in the poisonous miasma space for 2 months, and they knew how terrifying it was. Wu Jiu had stayed in there for 10 years, and now that he could see the sun again, how could he not be excited? After a long while, Wu Jiu stopped laughing and strode toward Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Then he bowed deeply to them. Jiang brother De Huang, I Wu Jiu thank you for saving my life. I Wu Jiu will remember this kindness in my heart. Wu Jiu's words were filled with sincerity. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, only a few people were qualified to receive a bow from Wu Jiu. Brother Jiu, we're brothers, don't say such things. I don't like it. Jiang Chen said. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. That's enough. Look where we are. De Huang Dog reminded. Only now did both of them realize that they were in a wasteland, and not the devil cave they were in. They could hear the roars of demon beasts coming from afar. This should be somewhere in Inferno Hell. There are only 10 days left before the opening of Inferno City. We should return to Inferno City. Wu Jiu said. 10 days. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. 10 days was too short for him and he still didn't know anything about the Earth Devil. Buddy, give me something to eat, let me replenish my energy. De Huang Dog said. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen threw a storage ring filled with natural essences to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had contributed a lot this time and he had consumed a lot of natural essences. Therefore it was necessary to compensate him. Looking at the storage ring, De Huang Dog was overjoyed. He ran to the side and started wolfing down the food. These were all great tonics and they were exactly what he needed right now. Brother Jiu, do you know where the Earth Devil is? Jiang Chen asked. Earth Devil? Brother Jiang Chen, why are you asking about the Earth Devil? Wu Jiu looked at Jiang Chen. To be honest, Brother Jiu, the reason I came to Inferno Hell is for the Earth Devil. One of my brothers is dying and I need the Earth Devil's demon soul to save him. I came here to find the Earth Devil, kill it and obtain its demon soul. However, 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and I still don't know where the Earth Devil is. Jiang Chen said. I know where the Earth Devil is. Wu Jiu said. Chapter 239. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Jiu, where is the Earth Devil? Jiang Chen quickly asked. According to what I know, there is an Earth Devil Mountain in the center of Inferno Hell, and it is the resting place of the Earth Devil Mountain. I've heard about the Earth Devil in the past and I was planning to go deeper into the Earth Devil Mountain to tame it and make it my mount. But before I could reach the Earth Devil Mountain, I was trapped in the poisonous miasma space and it lasted for 10 years. A bitter and self-mocking expression appeared on Wu Jiu's face. Earth Devil Mountain? Jiang Chen sighed. It was located in the depths of Inferno Hell and it was obvious how terrifying it was. But that Earth Devil was an early combat soul beast 10 years ago and now that 10 years have passed I'm afraid it has become even stronger. Even if it hasn't reached the mid-combat soul realm yet, it should be at least at the peak of the early combat soul realm. If I was at my peak I would have no problem dealing with that Earth Devil, but now it's almost impossible. There are only 10 days left until the opening of Inferno Hell and Brother Jiang, it doesn't seem realistic for you to kill that Earth Devil. Wu Jiu said. With their current strength, the gap between them and the Earth Devil was huge. Killing the Earth Devil and obtaining its demon soul was harder than reaching the heavens. I have to get the Earth Devil's demon soul. This is the most important reason why I came to Inferno Hell. Brother Jiu, do you know how to get there? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Jiu and asked. The Earth Devil is a supreme existence amongst the devils, and I'm sure it lives in a place with dense devilish energy. If I'm not mistaken, it should be connected to the Devil Cave. If we follow the Devil Cave, we'll be able to find the Earth Devil Mountain. However, once we enter the Devil Cave, we'll definitely be attacked by all the evil devils. Therefore, as long as we kill the combat soul evil devils in the Devil Cave, I believe the Earth Devil will appear. Wu Jiu said. Kill the combat soul evil devils? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This was an impossible task. A combat soul warrior would have a combat soul in their body, which was equivalent to a warrior's nascent soul. Once a combat soul warrior was killed, as long as his combat soul wasn't destroyed, he would have the chance to reincarnate. There was a huge gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm, and the gap between them couldn't be compared. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had broken through to the divine core realm and possessed 1,000 dragon marks, allowing him to kill late divine core warriors, he was still no match for a combat soul warrior. With his current condition, if he were to face the combat soul evil devil in the Devil Cave again, he would still have to run away. With the time we have left, it's impossible for him to improve his cultivation and kill the Earth Devil. Even for me, I won't be able to break through to the combat soul realm without at least a few months. Judging from the current situation, if Jiang brother really wants to kill the Earth Devil, I'm afraid there's only one way and I'm not sure if it'll work. Wu Jiu said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What is it? Jiang brother, do you know why those demons and devils in Inferno Hell don't dare attack Inferno City? Wu Jiu asked. I'm guessing it's because there's something in Inferno City that those demons and devils are afraid of. If not, Inferno City would have been conquered by them long ago. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog had sensed something when he first arrived in Inferno City. A treasure that could be sensed by De Huang Dog was definitely something extraordinary, and the reason why those demons and devils didn't dare attack Inferno City must have something to do with this treasure. That's right, there is indeed a treasure in Inferno City, and because of the protection of this treasure, Inferno Hell has become a place where humans can live, and no demons and devils can disturb us. Wuxia said. The first thing he did when he arrived in Inferno Hell was to find out the secret of Inferno City. Brother Zhou, do you know what treasure it is? Zhou Xian asked. I don't know, I've never seen it before. I've carefully searched for it before but I found nothing. But I'm sure this treasure exists. I'm guessing that in order to find it you need luck. I don't have enough luck, that's why I can't find it. If Jiang brother is lucky enough, you can try entering the center of Inferno City, and you might be able to find that treasure. With that treasure's ability to suppress demons and devils, I think you might be able to kill a combat soul evil devil or even an earth devil. Wuxia said. When Jiang Qin mentioned finding treasure, the Huang dog who was happily eating nearby, immediately became spirited. As long as we can enter the center of Inferno City, this master dog will be able to find that treasure. De Huang dog said. That's right. Under the heavens there's no treasure that De Huang can't find. If that's the case, let's leave this place now and head to Inferno City. Jiang Qin quickly said. They were pressed for time and he didn't want to waste any more time. All right. Wuxia nodded his head. After that, the trio started running toward the exit of Inferno Hell. Qi Province, Burning Sky Pavilion. The sky was clear and the air was clear. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded from within the deepest palace of the Burning Sky Pavilion. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, and its imposing manner was tyrannical to the extreme. Within it was the dense aura of an emperor, and it was high and mighty, causing others to be unable to help but feel subdued and worship it. What a powerful aura! This is Senior Disciple Nanbei's aura. Senior Disciple Nanbei has broken through again. This is terrifying. Senior Disciple Nanbei is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. His progress is just too fast. Besides, his mid-divine core aura is even stronger than the chief's. I heard that Senior Disciple Nanbei was born from an immortal rock. I wonder if that's true. I heard that in the distant divine continent 100 years ago, a peerless saint split open the gate to the realm of immortals with a long sword in his hand. A beam of immortal light fell from the realm of immortals and turned into an immortal rock and no one knows where it went. Could it be that Senior Disciple Nanbei was born from that immortal rock? If that's the case, doesn't that mean Senior Disciple Nanbei has the body of an immortal? This is terrifying. Many people were whispering to each other. In the eastern continent, all the rumors about the once greatest saint splitting open the gate to the realm of immortals were just legends, and no one could verify them. There were rumors that when the once greatest saint split open the gate to the realm of immortals, a beam of immortal light fell from the realm of immortals and turned into an immortal rock. After dozens of years of nurturing, it gave birth to an immortal soul. But this was just a legend. No one knew about the origins of the northern and southern dynasties. Who cares? I heard that after Senior Disciple Nanbei comes out from his secluded cultivation, he's going to attack the other three big sects and unify the entire Qi province. Haha, the time for the Burning Sky Pavilion to unify the Qi province is coming. The overall structure of the Qi province is going to change completely. That guy from the Black Sect whose name is Jiang Qin, dares to offend Senior Disciple Nanbei. He's really courting death. That's right. Since that guy dares to challenge Senior Disciple Nanbei, sooner or later he will be stepped on by Senior Disciple Nanbei like an ant. In the Burning Sky Pavilion, the northern and southern dynasties had become more popular and dignified than the pavilion chief. Not only the disciples, even the sect elders who stood at the top had to show respect to the northern and southern dynasties. Within the palace, the golden-haired and golden-robed men from the northern and southern dynasties were surrounded by powerful energy waves. After breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, his energy had reached a frightening level, and even Zhao Chongyang who stood next to him was shocked. What a powerful energy. Nanbei, you've broken through. Zhao Chongyang said. That's right, Pavilion Chief. After I break through to the mid-divine core realm, I'm going to attack the other sects and I'll start with the Tianjian Gate. The northern and southern dynasties said. Alright, I'll gather our men and attack the Tianjian Gate right now. Zhao Chongyang unleashed his energy. He supported the idea of attacking the other three big sects and he was very concerned about it. This was because he knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. The northern and southern dynasties had their eyes set on the entire world, and they didn't take the Qi province seriously. Once the Burning Sky Pavilion conquered the entire Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties would leave and head to the Martial Palace. At that point of time, the entire Qi province would belong to him. No need for that. Send an order to the Tianjian Gate. Ask all the divine core warriors from the Tianjian Gate to submit to me within 3 days. Let the entire Tianjian Gate join the Burning Sky Pavilion and become a vassal force of the Burning Sky Pavilion. If they don't come, I'll personally eliminate the entire Tianjian Gate in 3 days. The northern and southern dynasties said word by word. With Duan Jinhong's character, I'm sure he won't submit so easily. With that, 3 days is enough time for the Tianjian Gate to prepare. Zhao Chongyang furrowed his brows. Then we'll give them the time to prepare. If Duan Jinhong doesn't submit, I'll kill him myself. I want to eliminate all 3 big sects in a just and honorable manner. The northern and southern dynasties were too arrogant, so arrogant that they were even higher than the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. Within Inferno Hell, roars of beasts and ripples from battles could be heard everywhere. Why is Inferno Hell in such a chaotic state? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Every time the entrance to Inferno Hell is about to open, Inferno Hell will always be in a chaotic state. But this time it's the most chaotic one ever, as if something big has happened. Wuxia said. Ooh. All of a sudden, a 9-life crystal beast with the size of a mountain appeared in front of the trio. A pure and powerful energy was being unleashed from its body, and it kept roaring at Jiang Qin and the other 2 men. A late divine core 9-life crystal beast. Wu Jiao's expression changed slightly. If he was at his peak, he could easily kill this 9-life crystal beast with just a single breath. But now he was no match for it. Let's test my combat strength. Jiang Qin took a step forward, then he suddenly unleashed the true dragon palm and slammed it toward the 9-life crystal beast. Roar. The 9-life crystal beast let out a loud roar. Its huge palm glowed brightly like a crystal as it slammed into the true dragon palm. Boom. The ground shook violently. The gigantic body of the 9-life crystal beast was knocked away by the true dragon palm, and it crashed into a few huge trees before finally falling onto the ground. Amazing! Wu Jiao praised. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. With just an early divine core cultivation base, Jiang Qin was able to knock back a late divine core 9-life crystal beast with just a single strike. Such combat strength had reached an incredible level. Oh Wu! The 9-life crystal beast was knocked back and it was completely enraged. It once again dashed toward Jiang Qin like a madman. A late divine core crystal core is a great treasure, it would be a waste if I don't take it. Chapter 240. Looking at the 9-life crystal beast charging towards him, Jiang Qin didn't say anything. He simply unleashed the true dragon palm once again. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw slammed into the crystal beast's body, sending it flying away once again. Buddy, don't waste any more time. This monster has 9 lives, and with the way you are fighting, how long will it take you to kill it? De Huang Dog said. All right. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of the 9-life crystal beast in an instant. Before it could stand back up from the ground, Jiang Qin had slashed it in half with the axe. The true dragon palm was indeed powerful, but the 9-life crystal beast had a strong body, and it was a late divine core warrior. Jiang Qin needed a few strikes to kill it with his most powerful attacks. However, what De Huang Dog said made sense. The 9-life crystal beast was different from ordinary demons and devils. It had 9 lives and it would take too long to kill it like this. Roar! The 9-life crystal beast that was slashed in half by Jiang Qin instantly recovered, and it once again leapt towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was very familiar with the 9-life crystal beast situation, so he didn't feel nervous at all. Jiang Qin unleashed an imposing manner as he let out a hearty laugh. The true dragon palm and the axe worked together, and in just 2 minutes, the late divine core 9-life crystal beast was completely killed. A crystal core fell into Jiang Qin's hand. What a great treasure. It'll be great if I can find more of them. Jiang Qin put away the crystal core with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang, you've really opened my eyes. Ordinary divine core warriors, Even those powerful late Divine Core warriors are most afraid of running into a late Divine Core 9 life crystal beast when they travel in Inferno Hell, but you actually hope to run into one. But your combat strength is unbelievable. Wuxia stroked his beard. Although he had witnessed Jiang Chen's incredible strength, the way Jiang Chen killed the 9 life crystal beast still shocked him. Jiang Chen was just an early Divine Core warrior. If he broke through to the mid or late Divine Core realm, it would be even more terrifying. Brother Jiao, let's go. We need to hurry to Inferno City. We need to find the hidden treasures as soon as possible and deal with the Earth Devil. Jiang Chen said. 2 men and a dog were flying in the mountains at an incredible speed heading towards Inferno City. Within the mountain range in front of them, a man was walking slowly. He was an old man in his 50s and he had a fat body and a fierce face. However, the aura unleashed from his body was extremely powerful, and he had obviously reached the late Divine Core realm. The fat old man looked around, then he couldn't help but say in a gloomy tone, "Damn it, we've been searching for so long, but we haven't even found a single trace of Jiang Chen. Don't tell me this guy is dead? That's such a pity. This guy has so much wealth, it would be a great waste if he died." Just when the fat old man was feeling gloomy, 3 figures flew towards them from afar. The fat old man looked over, and when he saw a young man in white clothes and a dog following him, his eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Chen, he's wearing white clothes and he looks like he's 16 or 17 years old. He has a handsome face, exactly the same as what those people described him to be. There's also a majestic big yellow dog following him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching and now I've found him by chance. The fat old man was laughing out excitedly, as if he had just seen the most precious treasure in the world. He was so excited when he saw the combination of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. That was why he didn't notice Wu Jiao, who was standing next to Jiang Chen. During these days, Jiang Chen's appearance and clothes had been spread across the world, and the biggest symbol was the De Huang dog following him. Therefore, the fat old man could tell with just a single glance that the man and dog in front of him were Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, who had disappeared for 2.5 months. "Stop right there." The fat old man shouted out loudly. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. "Move aside, don't provoke me," Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. He could sense the hostility in the fat old man's eyes, so he didn't bother being polite with his words. "Old man, move aside now, don't delay this master dog's journey," De Huang dog threatened. Jiang Chen, this old man has been looking for you for a long time. I've been looking for you for more than 2 months and I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to show up again. This is great. I Lu Ping am really lucky. So many people have been looking for you, but in the end you still fell into my hands. Lu Ping laughed out loud. He had completely regarded Jiang Chen as his prey and he was the hunter. "Oh. Why are you looking for me? Who else is looking for me?" Jiang Chen frowned. He originally wanted to make a move and get rid of the fat old man, but after listening to the fat old man's words, it seemed that many things had happened during the time he disappeared, and many people were looking for him. "Jiang Chen, don't you know that it's all because of you that Inferno Hell is in such a mess right now? You've robbed all the wealth in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, and those who lost their wealth would do anything to survive. That's why Inferno Hell is in a mess right now. Besides, what you've done has attracted the attention of all the superpowers in the middle area. Many late Divine Core warriors are looking for you, and they want to kill you in order to protect the rules of Inferno City. Jiang Chen, it's your luck that you're in my hands now. As long as you hand over all your wealth to me, I'll spare your life," Lu Ping said with a loud voice. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog looked at each other, and a look of realization could be seen on their faces. In the end, it was all because of him that Inferno Hell was in such a mess right now. As for why those late Divine Core warriors in the middle area wanted to kill him, their goal was very clear. This Lu Ping in front of them was a good example. "Haha, protecting the rules of Inferno City? What a bullshit reason, just say it's for my wealth." Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He had robbed all the wealth in the outer perimeter of Inferno City, so it made sense why so many people were after him. "That's right, it's for the huge amount of wealth you have. Jiang Chen, don't struggle for nothing. With your cultivation level, you're no match for me. Quickly hand over all your wealth and I'll spare your life." Lu Peng's expression turned cold as he threatened Jiang Chen. Hearing this meaningless threat, Xianxia almost burst out laughing. He looked at De Huang Dog and Wuxia and he found out that both of them had started laughing out loud. "What are you guys laughing at?" Lu Ping shouted out loudly. "You're an idiot if you die from laughing, you're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. Does your family know about this?" De Huang Dog ridiculed Lu Peng while laughing so hard that his saliva was dancing in the air. "Old man, hand over all your wealth and I'll spare your life." Xianxia threw Lu Peng's words back at him. "What? Rob me?" Lu Peng was startled. He was here to rob someone but his target was trying to rob him instead. Was there something wrong with his brain? "I advise you to be obedient, hurry up and hand over all your wealth and you might be able to keep your life." Wuxia reminded Lu Peng. He was being kind. "Xianxia, there's a limit to my patience." Lu Peng was furious. Who was the hunter here and who was the prey? "There's a limit to my patience as well, I'll only count to 3. After saying that, Xianxia started counting. 1, 2, 3. "You're courting death." Lu Peng was furious. He waved his hand and unleashed a rainbow-colored energy beam toward Xianxia. He was a late divine core warrior, and he thought he could suppress his opponent and make him hand over all his wealth. That way he would be able to show off his power. But he never expected this guy would try to rob him instead. He had lost all his face and he couldn't stand it anymore. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He stretched out his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. All the energy beams unleashed by Lu Peng were instantly destroyed by the true dragon palm. Bang! The gigantic dragon claw pressed down from the sky like a gigantic mountain. It turned into a sturdy cage and trapped Lu Peng within. "Break!" Lu Peng was shocked. He immediately unleashed all his strength, but too bad he couldn't break free from the dragon claw with his current strength, let alone escape from the cage. An old man who has just broken through to the late divine core realm, his combat strength is far weaker than the 9-life crystal beast and you want to fight me? You're courting death. Xianxia said with an extremely cold voice. "Impossible, this is impossible. You've broken through to the divine core realm. Even if you're a divine core warrior, you can't be this strong. I'm only a late divine core warrior, but I'm no match for you at all." Lu Peng was extremely shocked. He had been searching for Xianxia for over 2 months, but in the end he had ended up like this. He was supposed to be the hunter but in the end he had become the hunted. The hunted had become the hunter and this was really an irony. "Old man, hurry up and hand over all your belongings including your clothes. This master dog is going to rob you until you're naked." De Huang Dog came up to Lu Peng and showed off his strength. Hearing this, Lu Peng almost threw up a mouthful of blood. If he was really robbed until even his clothes were taken away, how was he going to live in the future? "Xianxia, there's no enmity between us. I apologize for what I did to you. I hope you can forgive me and let me go. I, Lu Peng, promise you I won't hurt you again." Lu Peng stared at Xianxia and spoke word by word. "Bullshit." Xianxia sneered and exerted his true dragon palm, squeezing Lu Peng into a mist of blood, killing him on the spot. Xianxia grabbed Lu Peng's Qian Kun ring. "I won't offend those who don't offend me, but if they offend me they die." Xianxia's face was filled with coldness. He had always used the most terrifying method to deal with his enemies. He would never show them any mercy. Begging for mercy was useless, because he understood that if he wasn't strong enough and fell into the hands of his enemies, his ending would be even worse. What a strong mind. He's so decisive in killing. This guy will definitely become someone great in the future. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up, praising in his heart. "Little Qinzi, there are so many people in the middle area who want to kill you. If we go back, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." De Huang Dog said. "Since they all treat me as prey, I'll see who's the real prey. I've already robbed the entire outer region, so I don't mind robbing the entire middle region. If I do that, I'm afraid I'll get even more wealth." Xianxia smiled. Chapter 241. Quack quack. Hearing Xianxia's words, De Huang Dog laughed out loud. This was a man who was never afraid of trouble. If nothing exciting happened, De Huang Dog would feel itchy all over his body. Now all the powers and powerful warriors in the middle area of Inferno City had treated Xianxia as their prey. Lu Peng was just the first one and there would definitely be more. Even Jiang Chen's appearance in Inferno City would cause an unprecedented uproar. Those human cultivators would definitely use the excuse of defending the rules of Inferno City to deal with Jiang Chen. What could they do? Not only was Jiang Chen famous now, he was also very wealthy. Capturing Jiang Chen was the same as capturing a treasure. Who would want to miss such an opportunity? However, Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Those who wanted to rob him would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Lu Peng was a living example. In the end, it was still unknown who would be the robber. De Huang Dog was excited because he knew Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen was going to do something big again. There were some things that others didn't even dare to think about, but Jiang Chen could do it. For example, robbing the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City, robbing the entire middle area of Inferno City. These were things that others could only dream about, but Jiang Chen would definitely be able to do it. Let's go, don't waste any more time. Let's go back. De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. Let's go. Jiang Chen released his aura and flew forward. De Huang Dog and Wu Jiu followed behind him. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to rob all the people in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. That scene must be very satisfying. Wu Jiu's eyes were filled with excitement. This Jiang Chen in front of him was just too much to his liking. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Looking at Jiang Chen reminded him of his younger self. Brother Jiu, someone wanted to rob me and even wanted to kill me. What do you think I should do? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Jiu. With his eyesight, he could tell that Wu Jiu was not an ordinary person. The aura he exuded was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Of course I'm going to snatch it back. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to snatch it back from whoever dares to kill me. I'm going to kill whoever dares to kill me. Do you even need to say that? Wu Jiu said it in an indifferent manner, but his words had revealed his true nature. He and Jiang Chen were indeed the same kind of men. Old man, you have a good awareness. Follow this grandpa dog in the future. This grandpa dog guarantees that you will have a good life. De Huang Dog looked at Wu Jiu with an expression of admiration. Scram. Wu Jiu felt that he had to stay away from this dog. On the other side, a fierce battle was taking place on a desolate mountain range. A total of 15 divine core warriors had surrounded 6 men who were covered in blood. All 6 of them were severely injured and 2 of them were in the worst condition. They needed help from their partners to stabilize their bodies. Damn it, looks like we're going to die here today. Wang Heng couldn't help but curse. He was the one with the worst injuries and he was being supported by Yang Meng. These 6 men who were covered in blood were Tian Yishan and his group. 2 of them had died last time and now there were only 6 of them left. They had been hiding in the desolate mountain range and in the end they had bumped into a group of men. Don't worry about us, we can't hold on any longer. Another man said. Both he and Wang Heng had ugly expressions on their faces and they even felt guilty. They felt like they were the ones who had dragged the others down. That's right, Chief Tian, just think of a way to get out of here. We won't be able to leave this place, we'll only be burdens to you. Wang Heng said. What did you say? Tian Yishan shouted at Wang Heng. Haha, this is hilarious. Look at your current condition and you still want to get out of here? What wishful thinking. Tian Yishan, Jiang Chen has robbed all our belongings and I'll make you pay for it. Today none of you will be able to live. A mid-divine core warrior burst into laughter. These men were the ones who had been robbed by Jiang Chen in the stronghold. At first they were afraid of Jiang Chen, and they didn't dare attack Tian Yishan and his group. But after 2.5 months, it was as if Jiang Chen had completely disappeared. Also, with so many great warriors wanting to kill Jiang Chen, their fear of Jiang Chen had disappeared. Therefore they had turned their hatred towards Tian Yishan and his group. Today they had bumped into each other here. Aren't you afraid of Chief Zhang's revenge? Yang Meng said. We don't even know if that Jiang Chen is still alive or not, and even if he's still alive, there are so many powers and great warriors looking for him in the middle area of Inferno City. As long as he shows up he will definitely be killed. Killing you all today is a way to vent our anger, and we'll also take all your belongings as compensation for our loss. The leader let out a cold snort. Why bother talking to them? They are like arrows at the end of their flight, let's just kill them. Someone said. Fine, kill them all, don't let them die so easily. Right after the leader finished speaking, numerous powerful energies mixed with killing intent shot up into the sky and shook the entire sky. In the far distance, Jiang Qin, who was flying at high speed, sensed the killing intent, and he immediately looked over. Arg! Daddy will kill you all. A heart-wrenching roar sounded out from where the energy waves came from. Although it was far away, Jiang Qin could still hear it clearly. That's Wang Heng's scream. Tian Yishan and the others are in danger, hurry up. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was very familiar with the voice, it was Wang Heng. 2.5 months ago he had parted ways with Tian Yishan and the others, and he was trapped in the poisonous miasma space. Now he had just come out from the poisonous miasma space and he had bumped into Tian Yishan and the others. Rumble. Deep within the desolate mountain range, Tian Yishan, Guan Yiyun and the others were still struggling. After the round of attacks just now, they had suffered a few more injuries. There were 2 mid-divine core warriors in the enemy's group. There was no way they could defend against them. Haha, Tian Yishan, Guan Yiyun, the feeling of being on the verge of death must be terrible, right? Are you scared now? But too bad, fear is useless. No matter how scared you are, you will still die in the end. The leader burst into laughter. However, before his laughter could finish, an extremely powerful energy suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone could sense it and they couldn't help but raise their heads. What they saw was a gigantic dragon claw the size of a house suddenly slamming down. Not good. Someone cried out in fear, then he immediately ran away. Rumble. The blood-red dragon claw slammed down forcefully. Although everyone reacted quickly, there were still some who didn't manage to run away, and were smashed into meat paste. Out of the group of 15 men, 5 were killed in an instant and only 10 were left. Some of them were injured by the dragon claw's energy. Everyone were shocked. That dragon claw, they felt they had seen it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where they saw it. But soon they would find out. 3 figures descended from the sky and landed next to Tian Yishan and the other men. Brother Jiang. Junior disciple Jiang. Chief Jiang. When they saw who it was, everyone immediately cried out in shock. Their hearts, which had been filled with despair, suddenly saw the light of dawn. Wang Heng immediately burst into tears. There was nothing better than being able to see Jiang Qin at this moment. It was even better than seeing his own father. Jiang Qin. All the men cried out in fear. Jiang Chen's appearance had instantly disheartened them. As men who had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength, the fear they felt towards Jiang Qin was something that no one could imagine or understand. Are you guys alright? Why are there 2 people missing? Jiang Qin looked at Guan Yiyun and the others. They are dead. If you had appeared a little later, we would have died too. Guan Yiyun smiled bitterly. Thinking of his companions who had died, he felt a little sad. Right, I got it. Jiang Qin nodded and took out some elixirs from his interspatial ring and gave them to them. These elixirs were very helpful for healing injuries. They weren't concocted by Jiang Qin, but were from the interspatial ring he had looted. After that, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the surrounding men, and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. Seems that sparing your lives that day was a huge mistake. Jiang Chen's gaze was extremely cold, like a knife scraping across their faces. Damn it, bite them to death. Da Huang Dog bared his teeth. Boss Jiang, we didn't mean to offend them. Please forgive us this time. We are willing to follow Boss Jiang from now on. The leader said hurriedly, and the others nodded repeatedly. They had thought that Jiang Qin was already dead, which was why they attacked Tian Yishan and the others. They didn't expect that not only was Jiang Qin not dead, but he had also appeared. This was simply asking for their lives. No need. As Jiang Qin spoke, a cold long sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that drank blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword had already slashed across the leader's neck. A head flew high with a terrified look. At the same time that Jiang Qin attacked, Da Huang Dog also dashed out and bit off a man's head. The scene was bloody and brutal. After that, blood-curdling screams sounded out one after another. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow appeared beside these people like 2 whirlwinds, mercilessly cutting off their life force and killing all of them. Not a single one was spared. It's best to be alive. Too bad some people only understand this when they are about to die. Jiang Qin slowly put away the bloodthirsty sword. He stared at the dead bodies lying on the ground and said with a cold voice. Wu Jiao, who stood aside, didn't say anything. He didn't feel uncomfortable with this bloody scene. He stared at Jiang Qin and nodded his head once again. This kind of ability and temperament shouldn't be found in a young man who was only 16 or 17 years old. Junior disciple Jiang, you've broken through to the divine core realm? Guan Yiyun immediately felt the energy from Jiang Chen's attack, and he immediately asked with a joyful tone. That's right, quickly take some pills and heal your injuries. Brother Jiao De Huang, help carry them, we're heading to Inferno City now. Jiang Chen said. All right. Chapter 242. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to get back to Inferno City and find the treasures. Therefore he traveled at a fast speed and didn't bother with the demonic beasts too much along the way. Look at those people. That's Jiang Chen and Tian Yishan and the others. Jiang Chen didn't die. Jiang Chen disappeared for 2.5 months and now he has reappeared. Judging by their expressions, they are heading to Inferno City. Something big is going to happen. Let's hurry back to Inferno City. Currently, all the major powers in the middle area are looking for Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen returns, he will definitely die. We can finally get our revenge. That's right, Jiang Chen robbed us of all our treasures, making it extremely difficult for us to even survive in purgatory. Out of the 200 or so people who were robbed by him last time, I'm afraid only half of them are left now. Jiang Chen didn't hide his qi and his whereabouts at all. He was flying at high speed in the sky, which naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Many of them were those who had been robbed by Jiang Chen before. They were all shocked and quickly rushed towards Inferno City. They all knew that Jiang Chen's appearance would bring chaos to Inferno City again. Jiang Chen could sense those auras and gazes. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his expression was one of nonchalance. Junior brother Jiang, where have you been for the past 2.5 months? We thought you were surrounded by demons and couldn't get out. Guan Yiyun asked as he healed himself. It's a long story, I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. I've already found the whereabouts of the Earth Devil, and the reason I came back to Inferno City is to find a treasure that can suppress the Earth Devil. Jiang Chen said. When the Earth Devil was mentioned, the expressions of these men changed. In the end, Jiang Chen had found the whereabouts of the Earth Devil and he didn't give up on killing it. But they had no idea that even though Jiang Chen had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, and even if he found a weapon that could suppress the Earth Devil, there was no way he could defeat a combat soul Earth Devil. Brother Jiang, this is? Tian Yishan looked at Wu Jiao. Since you're brother Jiang's friends, you can just call me Lord Jiao from now on. Wu Jiao casually glanced at Tian Yishan and the others and said indifferently. The few of them were stunned. They hadn't expected this old man to be so awesome. However, it felt weird for Jiang Chen to call him brother Jiao while they called him Lord Jiao. The few of them hurriedly focused on recovering from their injuries and decided not to speak to Wu Jiao at all. Soon Jiang Chen and the others left Inferno Hell and were only 1,000 miles away from Inferno City. With their speed, they would be able to reach Inferno City in no time. Along the way, Jiang Chen's actions had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were rushing back to Inferno City to watch a great show. Stop right there. After a loud shout, a figure appeared not far away. It was a middle-aged man wearing linen clothes. His killing intent was steaming, and his whole body emitted a tyrannical aura. He was like a homicidal maniac. With just one look, Jiang Chen could tell that this man was a late divine core warrior just like Lu Peng. Therefore there was no doubt why he was blocking their path. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is great. Hand over all your belongings and treasures and I'll spare your life. The man said with a loud voice. Even his words were the same as Lu Peng's, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Rumble. Right after the middle-aged man finished his threatening words, a huge blood-red dragon claw appeared above his head and forcefully pressed down. Pooh. Under such tremendous pressure, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with a shocked expression. Trying to rob me? Today I'll show you who's the real prey. Not only will Daddy rob you of all your belongings, I'll also take your lives. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. The true dragon palm crushed the middle-aged man to death, then he took the storage ring from him. After killing a man in an instant, Jiang Chen didn't even look at the dead body, he just continued flying forward. Jiang Chen wouldn't even blink his eyes when killing these evil men. Let alone one, even if he killed hundreds of them, he wouldn't show any mercy. Heavens, Chief Jiang is going against the natural order. He's so strong he killed a late divine core warrior in an instant. Ayaya, my eyes are blinded. Too fierce, too domineering, too violent, I like it so much. So many people in Inferno City want Chief Zhang's life. I wonder how many people are going to die in Chief Zhang's hands today. But they deserve to die, they want Chief Zhang's life, so of course Chief Zhang wants to kill them. That's right. Wang Hing, Yang Meng and the others were extremely excited. They had witnessed how mighty Jiang Chen was, but today when he killed a late divine core warrior in an instant, they were once again shocked. Some of the men who witnessed this scene were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Inferno City is going to change. Quick, let's go back and watch the show. Many people were extremely excited. During the past 2.5 months, everyone had been looking for Jiang Chen, and now that Jiang Chen had shown up, those warriors who had been looking for him for 2.5 months would definitely not let Jiang Chen go. However, it seemed like Jiang Chen was much stronger than before. He could even kill a late divine core warrior in an instant. The situation in Inferno City was going to change. All the divine core warriors in Inferno City were gathered in the middle area of Inferno City, because there was only a single combat soul warrior guarding the center of Inferno City. Normally, no outsiders were allowed to enter this place. Therefore, if Jiang Chen looted the entire middle area of Inferno City today, including the outer area he had looted 2 months ago, Jiang Chen would have looted all the human warriors in Inferno City. This was simply unimaginable. In front of the main entrance of Inferno City, a group of 6 human warriors had just returned from outside. They had gloomy expressions on their faces as they walked into the city. The leader of these 6 men was a late divine core warrior, and the rest were all mid-divine core warriors. Obviously, they were the subordinates of the leader. Damn it, it's like that Jiang Chen has disappeared from the face of the earth. Looks like he's dead. We've wasted so much time searching for him. That's right, Chief. Many powers in the middle area of Inferno City have given up, and they have all returned. We've wasted so much time searching for him. Damn it, if that Jiang Chen dares show up, Daddy will definitely tear him apart. We've wasted so much time searching for him, damn it. A few of them felt really gloomy. Before they left, they had decided that once they killed Jiang Chen, all the wealth and treasures would be split equally among all of them. But they had never expected that they would return empty-handed, and they would have to spend so much time fighting demons and devils in Inferno Hell. Jiang Chen am back. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from afar. The voice was carried out by a powerful sound wave, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing many people's ears to buzz. The 6 men who were feeling gloomy suddenly turned their heads around and saw a group of people flying in the sky, heading toward Inferno City at high speed. The man leading the group was wearing white clothes and he had a handsome face. Next to him was a majestic Daoist dog. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, he's still alive. Haha, this is great. We've searched high and low for him and now we've found him by chance. The leader of the group burst into laughter. The 6 men immediately flew into the sky and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, we've been looking for you for a long time. The leader of the group said with a smile on his face. I'm sorry for troubling you. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. After that, he turned around and looked at Wu Jiao who was standing behind him and said, Brother Jiao, I'll leave them to you. Don't worry, brother, I'll watch your performance today. Just do whatever you want, and if you can poke a hole in the sky, your brother Jiao will fix it for you. Wu Jiao slapped his own chest. He was a man who didn't mind stirring up trouble. De Huang, you stand back as well, I'll handle this alone. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. Although De Huang Dog wasn't happy about this, he still stood back with Wu Jiao. Although he was also an early divine core warrior, he wasn't as abnormal as Jiang Chen. It would still be difficult for him to deal with a late divine core warrior. Jiang Chen, quickly hand over the treasure. A mid-divine core warrior took a step forward and spoke to Jiang Chen in a threatening manner. Swoosh. Right after his words left his mouth, a sharp sword beam appeared above his head. The man felt his scalp go numb, and he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was slashed in half by Jiang Chen. De Huang. Jiang Chen shouted. De Huang Dog immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. He dashed forward and arrived next to the dead body, then he took off the storage ring. Haha, people from the middle area of Inferno City, listen up. If you want to kill me, just come at me. Jiang Chen's voice came from afar. The powerful sound wave had a strong penetrating force, and it directly reached the middle area of Inferno City. What? Zhou Xian is back? How dare he come back? Hurry up. Kill Zhou Xian. Don't let anyone get him before you. Hurry up. This Zhou Xian is a treasure. If we can get his wealth, we'll have a better life in the future. At this moment, many men started flying out from the middle area of Inferno City. Like arrows leaving the bow, they were all running away from Inferno City. In the sky, the few men who were leading the group finally reacted. They stared at Zhou Xian with surprise. They had never expected him to be so brutal. Their comrade was killed on the spot just because he threatened him. Zhou Xian, how dare you fight back? The leader of the group shouted out. A shining broadsword appeared in his hand. I'll kill whoever dares to kill me. Those who dare to attack me today, none of you will be able to live. Zhou Xian unleashed his killing intent. As the once greatest saint under the heavens in his past life, the skeletons under his feet were enough to form a small hill. Countless enemies were trampled under his feet. He had to kill his enemies. This was Zhou Qian's motto. Zhou Qian knew that if the roles were reversed and he was weaker, his enemies would never spare his life. Since that was the case, he would show no mercy. Bang! Zhou Qian raised the longsword in his hand high up into the air. The sword beam turned into a rainbow as it pierced through the air. With an incredibly powerful force, it slashed down toward the Divine Core Warrior who was leading the group. Ah! The late Divine Core Warrior let out a loud shout. The yuan energy in his body started rumbling, causing energy waves to spread out. The broadsword in his hand emitted a bright light as it collided with Zhou Qian's longsword. Clang! The violent collision caused a miserable scream to ring out. There was no way the man could withstand Zhou Qian's mighty attack. He was struck down from the sky and the broadsword in his hand was knocked away. Blood kept spitting out from his mouth and he fell onto the ground with a thud. Chapter 243. The leader was severely injured by Zhou Qian with a single strike, and he had lost his ability to fight. When he saw the Huang dog, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He had heard about this dog before, and he knew that this dog was not someone to be messed with. Hee. It's your honor to die under this master dog's sharp teeth. The Huang dog opened up his mouth and bit down on the man's head. No. The shrill scream stopped abruptly along with a cracking sound. The Huang dog bit off the man's head and he didn't forget to take the man's storage ring. After that, he swaggered back to where he came from. What? The remaining 4 mid-divine core warriors cried out in fear. Their faces turned pale because of fear. All they wanted was to kill Zhou Qian, but little did they know that Zhou Qian was so strong. Even their own chief was killed by him. How could they be a match for Zhou Qian? Chief Zhang, run for your life. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. That's right, Chief Zhang, please spare our lives. We won't fight Chief Zhang ever again. The 4 men started begging for mercy. If they didn't beg for mercy now, they might not even have the chance to do so. If you want to live, hand over all your belongings and combat weapons and each of you cut off one of your arms. Zhou Qian said with an indifferent tone. What? Cut off one of our arms? One of the men's expression changed dramatically. However, right after he voiced out his doubts, a sharp sword beam appeared above his head. Blood splashed everywhere. The mid-divine core warrior was sliced in half by the sword beam and he died on the spot. His dead body fell down from the sky, and a Huang dog immediately dashed out and started collecting his belongings. The remaining 3 men were scared out of their wits. All of them were ruthless men, but today they had met a truly ruthless man. This young man in front of them was extremely cruel. He killed them just by raising his hand and he didn't give them any chance. Where's Zhou Qian? Capture Zhou Qian, protect the rules of Inferno City. Right at this moment, loud shouts sounded out from within Inferno City. Soon, numerous powerful figures rushed out from the middle area of Inferno City. The 3 of them were already prepared to cut off their own arms. However, when they saw so many people suddenly appearing, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. They turned around and ran. In their opinion, the aura of so many experts was enough to intimidate Zhou Qian. Facing the threat of so many experts, how could Zhou Qian have the energy to kill them? Unfortunately, they had overestimated those people. Shwa shwa shwa. Just as the three of them turned around, 3 streaks of sword light fell on their heads at the same time, slicing them in half. The warriors who rushed out from the middle area of Inferno City all had a drastic change in their expressions when they saw this scene. Their gazes fell onto Zhou Xian at the same time, and the corpses that were cut in half on the ground. Immediately they knew what had happened. Zhou Xian, how dare you? How dare you look down on the rules of Inferno City? How dare you rob by force? You treat human lives like grass. A late divine core warrior shouted at Zhou Xian. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Right now, there were more than 50 to 60 men rushing out from the middle area of Inferno City. More than 20 of them were late divine core warriors, and the rest were all mid-divine core warriors. These men represented the highest level of combat strength in Inferno City. Right now, many people had gathered outside of Inferno City. Most of these people were from the outer area of Inferno City, and they had been robbed by Zhou Xian before. Some of them were the kind of people who wanted to keep the peace, and some of them had just arrived in Inferno City during the past 2.5 months. They didn't want to get involved in any fights, and these people could actually live longer. At least they didn't try to kill Zhou Xian like the others, and that was the right choice. If they didn't offend Zhou Xian wouldn't touch them either. Looks like you guys are the ones who have been searching for me during the past 2.5 months. Zhou Xian glanced at all these people with his razor-sharp gaze, and a sneer emerged on his face. He wasn't afraid of them at all, as these people weren't qualified to make him feel afraid. As for those people who said that he was looking down on the rules of Inferno City, Zhou Xian just treated them as bullshit. In Inferno Hell there were no rules, only those with bigger fists were the rules. Lives here were like weeds and people died every day. Zhou Xian would only kill his enemies who wanted to kill him. Guys, since everyone has come out, Zhou Xian can't belong to just one person. In my opinion, we should kill Zhou Xian and give him all his wealth, then we can divide it among all of us. It will be a punishment for Zhou Xian, and at the same time, it will also serve as a warning to all the others that this kind of behavior that looks down on the rules of Inferno City is unacceptable. An old man with white beard said. His name was Shangguan Wei and he had a great background. He was from the Shangguan clan of the Jian province. The Shangguan clan was a very powerful family, and they were no weaker than the Myriad Sword sect. Not many people in the Jian province dared offend them. Alright, we'll do as Brother Shangguan said. Once we kill Zhou Xian, we'll divide his wealth equally. What do you guys think? Another man said. Alright, it's decided then. With so many of us here, even if Zhou Xian has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still die for sure. Someone agreed. The rest of the men nodded their heads as well. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and they had completely regarded Zhou Xian as their prey. On the other side, Wuxia was stroking his beard as he quietly watched the scene. He didn't say anything, he really wanted to see if Zhou Xian could deal with so many strong warriors. On the other side, Guan Yiyun Tianishan, and the rest of the men had ugly expressions on their faces. This was a group of over 60 men, and the weakest among them was a mid-divine core warrior. Their combat strength couldn't be compared to the time when they were fighting in the outer perimeter. Damn it, these bastards are too shameless, I wonder if Chief Zhang can deal with them. Wang Heng was worried. Don't worry, can't you guys see the confidence on junior disciple Zhang's face? He never does anything he's not confident about. Guan Yiyun said. He had great confidence in Zhou Xian. That's right. Don't forget what Brother Zhang did in the outer perimeter stronghold. At that time, Brother Zhang was only a late heavenly core warrior, but now he is a divine core warrior. None of those men are a match for Brother Zhang. They don't have any special teamwork, they are no match for Brother Zhang. Tianishan said. Swoosh swoosh. Dozens of divine core warriors moved their bodies and surrounded Zhou Xian in midair. All of them had ferocious smiles on their faces. Initially I thought I would just take your wealth and spare your lives, but it looks like there's no need for that anymore. Zhou Xian said with an indifferent tone. The long sword in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and the sword energy rippled in the air. Zhou Xian, stop resisting, you're dead meat today. Shangguan Wei said. Is that so? Why don't you be the first one to attack? Let's see if you can kill me. Zhou Xian looked at Shangguan Wei from the corner of his eyes. Shangguan Wei's cultivation level was the highest among all of them, and he was comparable to Daoist black. A man like this, even in the Shangguan clan, he would have a certain status. However, Jiang Qin still didn't take him seriously. Ignorant kid, let me attack first. A robust man took a step forward. He was holding a golden spear in his hand, and he unleashed his late divine core energy. It was a frightening scene. With a swing of his arm, the spear produced a buzzing sound as it pierced towards Jiang Qin. Too bad this robust man didn't witness how Jiang Qin killed the late divine core warrior. If he did, he wouldn't be the first one to attack. Jiang Qin shook his head. The bloodthirsty sword pierced towards the robust man like a poisonous snake. Flang. The long sword was like a dragon and it collided with the spear, producing a huge amount of sparks. Jiang Qin's combat strength was incredible, and his attack was like a huge mountain crashing down. The robust man cried out in fear. He could feel his arm going numb and he almost couldn't hold the spear in his hand anymore. He was forced back 3 steps. The robust man was shocked. Jiang Qin's strength was beyond his imagination. However, Jiang Qin didn't give him any chance. Right after the robust man was forced back, Jiang Qin turned into a trail of light and arrived in front of the robust man. Puchi. The robust man's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head and looked at the long sword that had pierced into his body, and only the hilt was left. A shadow of death instantly loomed over him. Jiang Qin's sword had pierced through his heart, and the razor-sharp sword energy had shattered all his internal organs. He died on the spot. Bang! Jiang Qin pulled out his long sword and kicked the robust man's dead body away. He had killed a late divine core warrior with ease, and nothing but a cold expression could be seen on his face. What? At this moment, everyone cried out in shock. All of them knew how strong the robust man was and he was killed so easily. Jiang Qin's incredible strength had caused their expressions to change. This guy is really frightening, let's attack together. Shangguan Wei shouted out loudly, causing all the other men to no longer underestimate Jiang Qin. Dozens of powerful energies transformed into energy beams, and at this moment, the entire sky was covered by a rainbow-colored energy. Everyone drew out their combat weapons and dashed toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Haha, those who aren't afraid of death, come at me. Jiang Qin's black hair was dancing in the wind. He threw his head back and let out a wild laugh, just like a peerless god of war. With a sway of his body, 9 identical Jiang Qins appeared in the middle of the battlefield at the same time, disturbing everyone's mind. What an incredible movement skill. I never expected there to be such a peerless genius in the eastern continent. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Puchi, Jiang Qin's movement was incredibly fast. He was like a dragon swimming between all the mighty warriors and he kept attacking. No one could withstand even a single strike from him, especially those mid-divine core warriors. They were all killed by Jiang Qin like he was chopping melons and vegetables. De Huang Dog was standing right below, waiting for the corpses to fall from the sky so he could take all the loot. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. Just like what Tianishan had said, although these men were strong, they didn't have a good teamwork. Even when they joined forces, they couldn't unleash their full combat strength. Jiang Qin just relied on his mystical movement skill to move around the battlefield, and none of them had the chance to attack Jiang Qin. Rock-shattering palm. Shangguan Wei suddenly shouted out loudly. He unleashed the most powerful combat skill of the Shangguan clan, the rock-shattering palm, and slapped it toward Jiang Qin. Chapter 244. Boom. The violent impact caused the air to burn. The Shangguan clan's earth-shattering palm was indeed terrifying, especially when it was used by a mighty warrior like Shangguan Wei. It was truly frightening. But too bad Shangguan Wei had met an abnormal monster like Jiang Qin. No matter how powerful the earth-shattering palm was, it couldn't compare with the inherited true dragon palm. With the combat strength of 1,000 dragon marks, it was hard for Jiang Qin to find a worthy opponent in the divine core realm. Tap tap tap. The earth-shattering palm was destroyed by the true dragon palm. Shangguan Wei was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body turning upside down, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was a peak divine core warrior, and even in the Shangguan clan he had the potential to break through to the combat soul realm in the future. But he had never expected that he would be forced back by a young man even after using the earth-shattering palm. What was even more frightening was that the young man was only an early divine core warrior. After forcing Shangguan Wei back with just a single strike, Jiang Chen's energy became even stronger. He moved like a ghost, and the long sword in his hand kept dancing in the air. Every time he attacked, blood and screams would follow. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Why is he so strong? Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. The fight had only started a short while ago, and not only were they unable to injure Jiang Chen, they had also lost nearly 20 men, including 3 late divine core warriors. Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger, and in front of Jiang Chen they were just like sheep. How were they going to fight him? The Huang dog was jumping up and down on the ground, running back and forth. Whenever he saw a dead body falling down, he would rush over and loot it, and if he saw someone who was still alive, he would jump onto the body and give it a bite. All mid-divine core warriors, back off. Late divine core warriors, let's attack together. With our combined strength, I don't believe we can't kill Jiang Chen. Shangguan Wei unleashed his energy and shouted out loudly. Hearing this, all the mid-divine core warriors who were scared witless by Jiang Chen's attack started backing off. All of them were filled with fear, and they didn't have any of their previous arrogance. Jiang Chen's attack had made them realize that with their cultivation bases, attacking him was no different than committing suicide. Rumble. Under Shangguan Wei's lead, the dozens of late divine core warriors unleashed all their energies. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and they were getting ready to give Jiang Chen a deadly strike. Humph. I'll let you taste the power of the great illusion realm. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a cold smile. He performed a speedy movement technique and broke free from the encirclement of many experts in a flash, flying high into the sky. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. In an instant, a tidal wave of energy carrying a dreamy glow burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Coincidentally, all the late divine core warriors were caught in the Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Chen had already thoroughly studied the Dream Heart Sutra. This kind of dream technique was useless against people who were much stronger than him. It was very difficult to affect their minds. However, for the people in front of him, it would definitely have an excellent effect. This was the first time Jiang Chen had used the Great Illusion Realm. It was a good time to test its power on these people. I didn't know there was such a technique. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up once again. Jiang Chen had given him another big surprise. With his experience, he could easily tell how extraordinary this illusion realm was. Isn't this Yang Shua's illusion technique? I never expected Chief Jiang to have learned it as well. Junior disciple Jiang killed Yang Shua and obtained all his treasures, so of course he has learned this illusion technique. With junior disciple Jiang's talent, it's really easy for him to learn a combat skill. Guan Yun said. Under the shocked gazes of many people, after those late divine core warriors were caught in the Great Illusion Realm, they immediately stopped moving. They looked around with confused expressions on their faces. Swoosh. Jiang Chen waved his hand, causing bright beams to shoot into the Great Illusion Realm. Looking from the outside, the Great Illusion Realm's airflow started shaking, and those who entered the realm were being carried away by the airflow. Jiang Chen had divided the realm into a few sections, and in each section 2 men would appear together. At this moment, all the late divine core warriors let out loud shouts. The 2 men who were in the same section started fighting each other, and soon they were engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble. Powerful combat ripples spread out from the Great Illusion Realm. Those who were watching from the outside could clearly see what was happening inside. They saw the men who were originally in the same group suddenly fighting with each other. Each of them were gnashing their teeth in anger, and their eyes had turned red. They wished they could kill each other. How could this happen? What kind of technique did Jiang Chen use? How could he make them kill each other? This is terrifying. Oh heavens, what exactly is happening in that realm? Why are they fighting each other? This technique is really powerful. If this continues, they will be killed by themselves even before Jiang Chen does anything. Everyone were shocked. Just a moment ago they were all in the same group, but in just the blink of an eye, they had become mortal enemies. What exactly was happening in this illusion realm? No one knew why this was happening. Those mid-divine core warriors who were fighting with the late divine core warriors had their eyes wide open, and they stared at what was happening in the illusion realm with disbelief. Looking at the ferocious expressions of the men in the illusion realm, and how they were trying to kill each other, many of them opened their mouths, but no one could hear what they were saying. Damn it, this is a really powerful technique. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. Those men have fallen into Chief Zhang's illusion realm. Why are they killing each other? Wang Hing asked with a puzzled expression. Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun were puzzled as well. What a frightening illusion realm. This illusion realm can trigger the thoughts hidden deep in one's heart, and once one falls into it, the scene will appear. Let me tell you why they are killing each other. It's because they want to kill each other and rob each other's belongings. Wuxia squinted his eyes and said, "In Inferno Hell, there are no true allies, especially those who are vicious and evil. They aren't truly allies and their alliance is only temporary. They were only brought together because of Jiang Qin. Now Jiang Qin has placed both of them in the same illusion realm, and that has triggered all their thoughts. In the deepest part of their hearts, these temporary allies are also their prey. If they have the chance, they won't hesitate to attack. If my guess is correct, Brother Zhang's illusion realm has allowed each of them to see a situation that is beneficial to them, making them think that this is a great opportunity for them to kill their opponents with a single strike, and then rob them of their belongings. This is the reason why they immediately started fighting each other." Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said, "In Inferno Hell there are no true allies." Wuxia was a knowledgeable man and he could tell the essence of the great illusion realm. Because of this he was even more shocked. Jiang Chen's technique was really frightening, and at this rate he would be able to kill all his enemies without any effort. This is way too awesome. Guan Yiyun and the others were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. This illusion realm was able to trigger the greatest desire in a person's heart. If one didn't understand the illusion realm beforehand and if one's mind wasn't strong enough, they would immediately fall into the trap after entering. Jiang Qin stood in the air and his hands were constantly unleashing beams of light, as he had perfect control over the great illusion realm. He was only able to do this with the help of the great soul derivation technique. If it was Yang Shuo, he wouldn't be able to trap so many powerful warriors at once, as it was a very taxing task. Bang! Within the great illusion realm, Shangguan Wei was the strongest. He killed his opponent with his bare hands, and seized his opponent's interspatial ring and combat weapon. The one who was killed fell out of the great illusion realm. Within the illusion realm, Shangguan Wei, who had gotten what he wanted, let out a hearty laugh. In the other areas, the fights between the two had reached the most intense degree. They were all using their own techniques and every single one of them was trying to kill their opponent. Very quickly, the fight had turned into a situation where both sides were heavily injured. Bang! Bang! Another two sounds rang out. In another area, two people had died together and fell out of the great illusion realm. They had died a miserable death. Oh my god, this illusion realm can no longer be described with the word terrifying. This is too ruthless. Jiang Chen's attack is too ruthless. He doesn't even need to do anything himself, he can just kill each other. In the end, all of them will die and Jiang Chen will be able to reap the benefits without any effort. Look, someone has died again. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a killing technique before. Even Wuxia was stunned. He was full of praise for Jiang Chen in his heart. This was definitely a peerless genius who could dazzle the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Not only was Jiang Chen powerful, but he was also very cunning. The great illusion realm could only control his enemies, but Jiang Chen was able to make these people kill each other, and achieve the greatest effect he wanted. Jiang Chen once again drew out a ray of light and the scene in the great illusion realm changed again. The person who had just paid a heavy price to kill his opponent and rob his belongings was now grouped with Shangguan Wei. The two of them looked at each other and then they started fighting each other. Just like what Wuxia had said, the two of them not only saw their opponents in the illusion realm, but they also saw a scene that was extremely beneficial to them. This was the reason why they attacked without caring about anything else. Just like now, the heavily injured person and Shangguan Wei were in a very desolate mountain range and there was no one around. Shangguan Wei saw that his opponent was on the verge of death, and he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. The heavily injured person saw the same thing as Shangguan Wei. 10 minutes later, the number of people in the great illusion realm had been reduced by more than half, and there were only 8 people left inside. Except for Shangguan Wei, who was in a slightly better condition, the others were all heavily injured and at the end of their rope. Shangguan Wei was the strongest and he had already killed 3 people. Kaka good. Little Chenzi, let them continue fighting. This kind of killing technique is too exciting. This is the first time I, Master Dog, have experienced it. De Huang Dog barked loudly as if he was afraid that those people wouldn't die. Swish. Chapter 245. Everyone were breathing heavily. They had never seen such a frightening technique before. Killing people in such a manner, this was definitely the highest level. Jiang Chen's technique had made everyone realize that the consequences of being his enemy were just too tragic. 20 late divine core warriors were a formidable force, and if they joined forces they could easily sweep across the entire inferno hell. But now only 8 of them were left after being killed by Jiang Chen, and none of them were in good condition. All of them were like arrows at the end of their flight, and only Shangguan Wei was in good condition. Foosh! A sound that sounded like flowing water could be heard. As Jiang Chen kept waving his palm, the scene in the Great Illusion Realm changed once again. The remaining 8 men were divided into groups of 2. Without any surprise, just like before, those who were divided into groups, even though they were all severely injured, they still started fighting each other fiercely. It was a life-and-death struggle. In one of the groups, 2 men stabbed their swords into each other's chests at the same time, causing them to fall down from the Great Illusion Realm. The rest of the men weren't in a good condition either. They were killed with just a single strike, and those who weren't killed weren't far from death. Plop plop. One man after another fell down from the sky. De Huang Dog was waiting for them below. He would loot those who were dead, and when he saw those who were still alive he would kill them. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He rolled up his sleeves and retracted the Great Illusion Realm. Shangguan Wei staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. But he managed to stabilize himself, then he raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. Shangguan Wei's expression changed. It seemed like he recalled what had happened just now. He quickly looked down and saw dead bodies lying in pools of blood. No one was helping him anymore, he was the only one left and he wasn't in a good condition. Jiang Chen, you're so despicable. Shangguan Wei pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. He immediately understood what had happened. All of them had fallen into the illusion trap set up by Jiang Chen, and he had killed a few of his men. Obviously, the rest of the men had fallen into the illusion trap just like him and were killing each other. Despicable? How despicable? A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. You're ruthless, too vicious. Shangguan Wei's chest heaved up and down. He felt like he was about to die from anger. He had never seen such a ruthless method. So many of them had actually fallen at the hands of a young man. Vicious? You guys killed each other. What does that have to do with me? You Shangguan Wei are not vicious. You should know how many people you've killed. Jiang Chen looked at Shangguan Wei. He knew that Shangguan Wei was on the verge of breaking down. It's all because of your illusion. Otherwise, why would I kill my own people? They were all killed because of you. Shangguan Wei shouted. Only an illusion can reveal a person's true nature. If you, Shangguan Wei, really treated them as your own people, you wouldn't have killed them. That was the desire in the deepest part of your heart. None of you treated each other as your own people. In your hearts, all the men and demon beasts in Inferno Hell are your prey. It's you who are too greedy, it's you who are vicious. All I did was provide you with the environment and you're the executioner. Jiang Chen said word by word. Each word was like a sharp knife stabbing into Shangguan Wei's heart. That's right, everyone is selfish. In this Inferno Hell, who would really treat each other as a friend? Especially those late divine core warriors. They are all proud and arrogant, and they treat everyone as their prey. This is their nature. What? Jiang Chen's method directly attacked their souls, causing them to die because of their desire. This method is really ruthless and terrifying. Today I've witnessed the highest level of killing. Who would have thought that this battle would end in such a way? It wasn't difficult to imagine Shangguan Wei's fate. Even though he was from the Shangguan clan, with Jiang Chen's method he wouldn't let him go. In the sky, Jiang Chen had one hand placed behind his back and he was walking towards Shangguan Wei step by step. With every step he took, Shangguan Wei would take a step back. This young man in front of him had truly frightened him. Jiangchen, you've killed so many people and you've robbed so many valuables. Just stop now, I'm from the Shangguan clan, you don't have the guts to kill me. Shangguan Wei used the Shangguan clan's background to scare Jiangchen, so that he would let him go. Shangguan clan. With a faint smile on his face, Jiangchen didn't slow down at all, and he kept walking towards Shangguan Wei. He was like a king who was passing judgment on someone. Do you guys think that Jiangchen has the guts to kill Shangguan Wei? He's an elder from the Shangguan clan, and the Shangguan clan is a superpower in the Jian province. Even the martial Saint dynasty has to pay attention to them, and they have quite a number of Soul Realm warriors in their clan. Even though Shangguan Wei isn't someone important in the Shangguan clan, if he's killed by an outsider, the Shangguan clan will definitely be furious. This is related to the dignity of the Shangguan clan and they can't be challenged. I'm guessing that Jiangchen doesn't have the guts to kill him. It's hard to say. Jiangchen has killed a lot of people and they came from all sorts of superpowers in the eastern continent. If he leaves this place he would have offended countless superpowers. Furthermore, he's a decisive killer and he won't show any mercy. Don't forget he killed the myriad sword sex genius Xianxia. Everyone threw their gazes at Jiangchen. They wanted to know if Jiangchen had the guts to kill Shangguan Wei. Not only did Shangguan Wei represent himself, he also represented the Shangguan clan's reputation. If he was killed by an outsider, the Shangguan clan wouldn't let it go easily. Jiangchen used his actions to tell the crowd his decision. He waved his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw completely covered Shangguan Wei. Although Shangguan Wei was a peak divine core warrior, due to his severe injuries he couldn't defend himself against Jiangchen's attack. He was trapped by the true dragon palm and it was extremely difficult for him to even move. Jiangchen, do you really have the guts to kill me? Shangguan Wei could sense Jiangchen's ice-cold killing intent, so he immediately shouted out loudly. You've been trying to kill me for my wealth, so of course I won't let you go. Your Shangguan clan better not provoke me or else, it'll be your Shangguan clan's misfortune. Die. Jiangchen acted like the Grim Reaper himself. He exerted more force with his dragon claw, causing cracking sounds to ring out from Shangguan Wei's body, and blood to spurt out from his mouth. Heavens, he really wants to kill Shangguan Wei. Is he really not afraid of the Shangguan clan's revenge? Many people were shocked. Jiangchen was like a matchless devil king, he wasn't afraid of anything. Stop. Right at this moment, a cold shout sounded out from within Inferno City. After that, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s and he wore a bronze-colored robe. He carried a domineering aura between his brows, and his eyes were bright like blades. Just a single glance from him would cause anyone to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The middle-aged man had long silver hair that was tied up in a bun, and every movement he made carried an invincible aura. He was a combat soul warrior. That's the combat soul warrior from the center of Inferno City. I've always heard about him but I never thought I'd see him here today. So it's him. I heard he's been in Inferno City for a few years now, and he's always coming and going like a ghost. The appearance of a combat soul warrior made the scene even more intense. Shangguan Wei, who had lost all hope, immediately shouted out when he saw the combat soul warrior, "Senior, save me." Jiangchen's expression darkened. The last thing he wanted to do when he came back to Inferno City was to have a conflict with a combat soul warrior from the center of Inferno City. He wanted to enter the center of Inferno City to search for treasures, and he needed to build a good relationship with this man. Jiangchen hated it when people threatened him, and this Shangguan Wei was someone he had to kill no matter what. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The middle-aged man's words were filled with anger. He unleashed his energy, getting ready to suppress Jiangchen. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out. Hearing his own name, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He immediately turned around and looked at the source of the voice. When he saw Wuxia, he was so shocked that his mouth immediately opened up, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, the middle-aged man arrived in front of Wuxia. He had no time to care about Shangguan Wei and Jiangchen. Lord Zhou. Just as Xianyi called out his name, he saw Wuxia signaling him with his eyes. Therefore he immediately changed the way he addressed Xianyi. Xianyi, I didn't expect to see you here. Wu Jiu said with a smile on his face. He was really happy to see this middle-aged man. This was his most loyal follower and it had been 10 years since he last saw him. Lord Jiu, it's been 10 years. I finally see you again. Xianyi has been in Inferno Hell for 7 years, and I've secretly searched the entire place, but I still couldn't find any trace of Lord Jiu. Xianyi bowed deeply toward Wu Jiu. His eyes were red and he almost cried. It had been 7 years and this was the main reason he came to Inferno Hell. He wanted to find Wu Jiu. He had almost lost all hope and he never expected Wu Jiu to show up again. Heavens, who is that old man? Even a combat soul warrior has to bow to him? That's right, where did he come from? I think he's with Jiang Qin. He's finished, no one can save Shangguan Wei now. Everyone were shocked and they were trying to guess Wu Jiu's identity. Even a combat soul warrior had to bow to him. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan who stood next to Wu Jiu had their mouths wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It looked like it was an honor for them when Wu Jiu asked them to address him as Lord Jiu. Even a combat soul warrior had to address him as Lord Jiu, let alone them. On the other hand, Jiang Qin felt relieved. He knew Wu Jiu's identity wasn't simple, and it looked like Wu Jiu was much stronger than he had imagined. He had made the right decision to save Wu Jiu this time. If not for Wu Jiu, he wouldn't have been able to find out where the Earth Devil was, and with the current situation he would have to fight a combat soul warrior. Chapter 246. Lord Jiu, what's your cultivation level? Xianye's expression instantly changed when he saw Wu Jiu's cultivation level. Don't worry, my cultivation level will slowly recover. I was trapped in that space for 10 years and I was on the verge of death. Luckily Brother Jiang Qin saved me. If not, I would be a dead body by now. Wu Jiu said. I see. Luckily Lord Jiu is fine. I have to thank Brother Jiang Qin for saving me. Hearing this, Xianye's attitude towards Jiang Qin immediately changed. Jiang Qin was Wu Jiu's savior, which made him Xianye's savior. In Xianye's mind, Wu Jiu's life was 100 times more precious than his own. Now Shangguan Wei had offended Jiang Qin. Even if Jiang Qin didn't do anything, Xianyi would still kill Shangguan Wei. Senior, save me. Shangguan Wei's face turned red and he roared at Xianyi. His voice had started to become hoarse, and the gigantic blood-red dragon claw was pressing down on him like a huge mountain. Moreover, it was coming from all directions at the same time. Shangguan Wei, you should bear the consequences for your own mistakes. How Jiang Qin wants to deal with you is his business, I won't interfere. Xianyi said with a cold tone. What he said was no doubt a death sentence for Xianyi. Right after Xianye's words left his mouth, Shangguan Wei immediately let out a miserable shriek, and was brutally killed by the true dragon palm. At this point, all 20 late divine core warriors who attacked just now were dead. The entire sky was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and broken bodies could be seen everywhere. It was a bloody and cruel scene. What happened today would definitely be recorded in the history of Inferno Hell, and Jiang Qin's ferocious name would be passed down from generation to generation. Compared to those demons and devils, Jiang Qin was the real bloodthirsty devil king, who killed without blinking an eye. The death of these late divine core warriors didn't mean the end of the battle. After killing Shangguan Wei, Jiang Qin threw his glance at the 20 mid-divine core warriors. Hua! The expressions of these people instantly changed. Their faces were drained of all color and some of them were trembling. With just a glance from Jiang Qin, it was as if they had seen the gates of hell. Lord Jiu, he has already killed so many people. If he continues, more than half of the powerful warriors in Inferno City will die in his hands. Xianyi said in a low voice. He had stayed in Inferno Hell for 7 years, and although there were constant battles in Inferno City and human lives were like grass, this was the first time he had seen someone like Jiang Qin who had slaughtered so many people all by himself. So what? They reap what they sow. Wu Jiu was taken aback as he glared at Xianyi. Yes. Xianyi immediately bowed. He dared not neglect Wu Jiu's words. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, how many people would dare neglect Wu Jiu's words? Boss Jiang, please spare my life. I am willing to offer up all my belongings. I'm willing as well. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Boss Jiang. I hope that Boss Jiang will forgive us and let us go like a fart. We will hand over all our belongings. That's right. Hand them all over. Don't even leave a single pill. Give them all to Boss Jiang. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. The more ferocious a person was, the more they would be afraid of death. When death came, all the belongings were secondary. Keeping one's life was the most important thing. Wealth could be obtained again, but one only had one life. Hand over all your belongings and each of you will break one of your arms. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. What? Break an arm? Someone cried out in shock. However, his ending was the same as the previous man. Right after he finished speaking, he was killed by Jiang Chen's sword. I won't show any mercy to those who want to kill me. Breaking an arm is already the lightest punishment. I'll count to 3 and those who don't break an arm will die. Don't think I'm joking. None of you are qualified to make me joke. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he glanced at the crowd, causing them to shiver in fear. Damn it, let's risk our lives. Breaking an arm is fine, it's better than losing our lives. Many men gritted their teeth and waved the combat weapons in their hands, cutting off their own arms. They didn't think Jiang Chen was joking, he was definitely not a man who would joke around. So many late Divine Core warriors had died and even Shangguan Wei had been killed. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Before Jiang Chen finished counting to 3, all the men had already cut off one of their arms. After that, they respectfully handed over all their belongings to Jiang Chen, including their combat weapons. For a mid-Divine Core warrior, the injury of a severed arm wasn't too serious. If he could receive proper treatment, although he might not be able to regrow his severed arm, it wouldn't affect his future cultivation. Jiang Chen kept all the storage rings and combat weapons. De Huang Dog walked up to Jiang Chen with an excited expression, then he handed over all the loot to Jiang Chen. Kaka buddy, you're going to be rich. The treasures these men have are not something those men in the outer perimeter can compare with. Buddy, you're now a huge treasure vault. In the future, when Daddy wants to eat natural essences, you'll have to feed me to your heart's content. De Huang Dog said while wagging his strong tail. All right. Jiang Chen patted the dog's head. As long as he had it, he would give De Huang Dog anything he wanted without hesitation. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned around and walked up to Wu Jiao and the other men. Chief Jiang, you don't have to be so domineering. Wang Heng's eyes were filled with stars when he looked at Jiang Chen. It was a supreme admiration. Not only him, even Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan were filled with admiration towards Jiang Chen. As geniuses of the younger generation, the gap between them and Jiang Chen was huge. As men with strong and unyielding character, being able to be like Jiang Chen was the greatest glory of their lives. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving Lord Jiao's life. Please accept my bow. Xianyi cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly held Xianye's arms and said, Brother Xian, you're being too polite. Brother Jiao and I are like old friends, of course I'll help you. Jiang Chen was very polite when talking to Xianyi. First of all, Xianyi was Wu Jiao's man, which meant he was one of them. Secondly, Xianyi had been staying in the center of Inferno City for 7 years. He was very familiar with everything here. Perhaps he would be of great help to Jiang Chen when he was looking for treasures, and he might even be able to help Jiang Chen fight the Earth Devil in the future. After all, Xianyi was a combat soul warrior. Jiang brother, let me introduce you, this is Xianyi, my former friend. All these years, Xianyi was willing to stay in such a harsh environment in Inferno Hell just to find me. Wu Jiao patted Xianye's shoulder and said. Xianye's loyalty to him really made him feel happy. Brother Jiao, it's great to have a good friend like Brother Xian. Jiang Chen praised. Xianyi was willing to stay in such a harsh environment in Inferno Hell for 7 years just to find someone. Just his persistence and sincerity was enough to make anyone feel great respect for him. Alright Jiang brother, let's get down to business. Wu Jiao reminded. Lord Jiao, what business? Xianyi asked. Let's go, we'll talk about it when we arrive at the center of Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. Alright, follow me. Xianyi took the lead and flew toward the center of Inferno City. Jiang Chen, Wu Jiao and the others followed closely behind him. It had been 7 years and Xianyi had basically become the owner of Inferno City. He was so familiar with everything here, it was like his own home. Qi Province, Tianjin Gate. Within a grand hall located in the center of Tianjin Gate, dozens of men were sitting on both sides of the hall. A middle-aged man wearing a long gray robe was sitting on the throne in front of them. The middle-aged man was a little fat and his face was covered with grease. He gave off the feeling that he was a well-fed man. However, his eyes were bright and he carried an aura that could frighten anyone who looked at him, and he gave off an intimidating aura. This man was the sect chief of Tianjin Gate, Duan Jianhong. His face was filled with a gloomy and solemn expression. All the divine core sect elders of Tianjin Gate had worried expressions on their faces as well. They've gone too far. Who do they think the northern and southern dynasties are? They want us to submit to the Burning Sky Pavilion in 3 days. What a joke. A sect elder let out a cold snort. That northern and southern dynasties have only broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and they're acting so arrogantly? This is ridiculous. That's right. No matter how much of a genius he is, he's only a mid-divine core warrior. I don't think he's a match for sect chief. The crowd was stirred up. No matter what, Tianjin Gate was one of the biggest sects in the Qi province. Now that someone had stepped on their necks, of course they wouldn't accept it. Sect chief, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Duan Jianhong. Don't look down on the northern and southern dynasties. This man has extraordinary talent. He's a peerless genius. Since he dares to say something like this, I'm sure he has some powerful abilities. Duan Jianhong squinted his eyes. His eyes were glowing with wisdom as he spoke with an indifferent tone. What is sect chief's plan? Someone asked. My plan is simple: submit to the northern and southern dynasties. Duan Jianhong said. What? Submit? Sect chief, those northern and southern dynasties have only just broken through to the mid-divine core realm. What can they do? Why should we submit to them? That's right. No matter what, we, the Tianjin Gate, are one of the biggest sects in the Qi province. How can we submit to them so easily? All the sect elders couldn't accept it. Submitting to them before they even fought them? This was just too stupid. What do you guys know? A little impatience will spoil a great plan. Do you think I'm the kind of man who would submit to them willingly? Can't you guys use your brains? Duan Jianhong threw his glance across the crowd. Could it be that sect chief has some special abilities? Someone asked. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang want to rule the entire Qi province, and I, Duan Jianhong, also want to rule the entire Qi province. Among the 4 big sects in the Qi province besides the Valley of Happiness, all the other 3 big sects have their own ambitions, but they never had the chance to do so. Now it's the chance for us, the Tianjin Gate, to rule the entire Qi province. A grin emerged on Duan Jianhong's face. Sect chief, please explain. A sect elder said. Like I said, since the northern and southern dynasties dared to ask us to submit to them, they must have their own special abilities. But just like what you said, none of the 4 big sects in the Qi province are easy to deal with. Therefore, I'll pretend to submit to the Burning Sky Pavilion for now. With this, we can temporarily preserve the strength of the Tianjin Gate. With the personalities of the northern and southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang, I'm sure they will attack the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. At that point of time, we'll be able to see what kind of special abilities the northern and southern dynasties have. If both sides are badly injured, that will be the time for us, the Tianjin Gate, to reap the benefits. Duan Jianhong's eyes were glowing. He was a very smart man and he could calculate everything from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 247. This was Duan Jianhong's plan. In his mind, the threat that the northern and southern dynasties posed to Tianjin Gate was a great opportunity for Tianjin Gate to dominate the Qi province. Sect chief, if we really surrender to them, it will affect the reputation of Tianjin Gate. A respectable sect elder said with a frown on his face. Reputation? This is a world where strength is everything and heroes are only judged by their failures. As long as we can eliminate the 3 big sects and rule the entire Qi province, no one will care about what you've done before. At that point of time, we will be the overlords of the Qi province, and we might even be able to attract the attention of the Martial Saint dynasty. Duan Jianhong's eyes lit up. What sect chief said is correct. This is a great opportunity for Tianjin Gate. If we miss it, we won't be able to come back again. Each of the 4 big sects in the Qi province has a strong foundation, and if we want to eliminate one of them, we will have to pay a heavy price, and the other sects will take this opportunity to reap the benefits. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one will start a war. This is also the reason why the situation in the Qi province can't be changed. If the northern and southern dynasties want to change the situation and rule the entire Qi province, it won't be an easy task. If the Burning Sky Pavilion, the Black Sect, and the Valley of Happiness are both injured, Tianjin Gate will be the biggest winner. Therefore, temporarily surrendering to the northern and southern dynasties and the Burning Sky Pavilion is a good choice. Someone said. He was impressed by Duan Jianhong's decision. If that's the case, although we've temporarily lost the reputation of Tianjin Gate, this is indeed a rare opportunity for us, Tianjin Gate. Many people started nodding their heads. They felt that Duan Jianhong's plan was reasonable. By doing this, not only could they preserve the strength of Tianjin Gate, they could also create a great opportunity for Tianjin Gate. Most importantly, Tianjin Gate couldn't be the first to fight with the Burning Sky Pavilion. If that happened, the Black Sect would be the one to benefit. However, if the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness choose to surrender to the northern and southern dynasties as well, doesn't that mean our plan will fail? An elder said worriedly. Daoist Black will never surrender to the northern and southern dynasties and the Burning Sky Pavilion. There will definitely be a war between them. All the people from the Valley of Happiness carry an evil aura, so it's not too much to call them evil. The Valley of Happiness's Valley Chief, Granny Feng, is an independent person. She will never let anyone control her. Therefore, the Valley of Happiness will never surrender to them. After we surrender to them, Granny Feng and Daoist Black will definitely despise and look down on me from the bottom of their hearts. But that's not a big deal. I, Duan Jianhong, have a great plan. I won't fight because of personal feelings. Duan Jianhong had a cold smile on his face. His wisdom was much higher than his height. He could clearly see the situation of the entire Qi province, and he also had a thorough understanding of his enemies. Only a man like this could live longer. In the center of Inferno City, there was a towering black palace. The palace was surrounded by layers of fog and it gave off an ancient aura. Under Xianxia's lead, the group entered the palace. This is the center of Inferno City. Within the circumference of 100 miles besides me, no one dares come here unless there's a trade fair. But now, all the warriors in Inferno City have been robbed by Brother Jiang, so there's no need to hold the trade fair anymore. Xianyi said with a smile on his face. Now that he had met Wu Jiu, his 7 years of hard work had finally paid off. He felt really happy and relaxed. Let's get back to the topic. Xianyi, do you know if there are any treasures in the center of Inferno City? Wu Jiu asked. I'm sure there are treasures in Inferno City that can restrain those demons and devils. If not, Inferno City would have been destroyed long ago. But I've been here for 7 years and I've never seen anything like it. Xianyi said with a frown on his face. The treasure is in this palace, I can sense it. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up as he said. Wu Jiu and Xianyi threw their gazes at De Huang Dog at the same time. Surprised expressions emerged on their faces. Although this dog was amazing, he was only an early divine core warrior. Even combat soul warriors like them couldn't sense the aura of the treasure, so how could De Huang Dog sense it? De Huang has a unique treasure hunting ability. The more precious the treasure is, the clearer he can sense it. Since he can sense it, I'm sure the treasure is in this palace. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The reason he came back was to find the treasure. Only by finding the treasure would he be able to deal with the Earth Devil. De Huang, can you sense where the treasure is? Jiang Chen turned to De Huang Dog and asked. Its aura is very weak, let me sense it again. After saying that, De Huang Dog closed his eyes. The others held their breaths, not daring to say anything. 3 minutes later, De Huang Dog suddenly opened his eyes and threw his glance into the palace. It's right there. Under De Huang Dog's lead, the group walked forward and arrived in front of an ordinary-looking wall. This is just an ordinary wall. There's nothing special about it. Guan Yiyun said. Little Chinzi, scrape away the rocks on the outside. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen took out the bloodthirsty sword and casually swung it, cutting away the rocks on the outside of the wall. An ancient stone door appeared in front of his eyes. There's a hidden door behind the wall, why didn't I notice it? Xianyi widened his eyes in shock. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It was normal that Xianyi didn't notice it, it would be strange if he did. The door was hidden behind the wall, and even Jiang Qin, the greatest saint underneath the heavens, wouldn't notice it. Only someone like De Huang Dog who could sense treasures would be able to sense it. There's a carving on the stone door. It looks like a dragon, Tian Yishan said. Everyone's eyes landed on the stone door. A blood dragon was carved on it. It was an incomparably valiant dragon. Although no one knew how long it had been carved on the door, it still gave people a feeling that it was alive. The blood dragon leaned forward, opened its mouth, raised its head and roared into the sky. The blood dragon's posture was wild and arrogant, as if it was the noblest existence in the world. The legendary true dragon only exists in a higher plane. In Saint Origin World, dragons are just a legend. I heard that a long time ago there was a powerful flood dragon that cultivated and became a true dragon, but that's all, Wuxia said. The others couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin. They had all seen Jiang Qin perform the true dragon palm before. The dragon claw that was formed looked like a real dragon. It was very mystical. Why is there a carving of a dragon here? De Huang Dog couldn't understand. He had the bloodline of a dragon horse that had been passed down since ancient times. His body contained the essence of a dragon. Let's not worry about that for now. The treasure should be behind this stone door. Open it, Wuxia said. Let me do it. Guan Yun took a step forward and pressed both his hands on the stone door. He used all his strength to push but realized that the stone door didn't move at all. What a heavy stone door. I can't even open it with my strength. Seems like I have to use my essence force. Guan Yun's face was filled with shock. He immediately circulated his essence force and a bright light shone on his palms as he rushed towards the stone door. The stone door that hadn't been opened for God knows how long finally gave out a caw-caw sound. But with Guan Yun's strength he could only make the stone door give out a caw-caw sound. When Guan Yun was about to use more strength, a blood-colored light suddenly shot out from the stone door. Ping! Guan Yun let out a scream and his entire body was sent flying. Jiang Qin reacted quickly and stopped Guan Yun. What? Guan Yun coughed out a mouthful of blood and his body began to sway. What a powerful blood light. Guan Yun felt a lingering fear in his heart. Looks like the treasure must be hidden behind the stone door. Let me have a try. Xianxia took a step forward and arrived in front of the stone door. The rest of the men immediately moved back. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. This stone door was really mystical. It could actually attack by itself and even a divine core warrior couldn't open it. Xianxia let out a loud shout. Then he slammed his golden palms onto the stone door. Rumble, Xianxia's strength was like a raging ocean. It was not something Guan Yun could compare with. But in the next second, an even denser blood-colored light shot out from the stone door. Bang! Just like Guan Yun, the mighty Xianxia was knocked away by the blood-colored light. His body slammed onto the wall in front of him, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. This is too frightening. If I didn't react in time, I might have suffered a fatal injury. Xianxia had a frightened expression on his face. The blood-colored light was like a ferocious beast and it carried a mighty aura. Even a combat soul warrior like him couldn't withstand it. How could this happen? Wuxia furrowed his brows. Even a combat soul warrior can't open the stone door. There's no way we can get the treasure inside. Tian Yishan was shocked. This is too frightening. What exactly is hidden inside? Even a combat soul warrior can't touch it. No wonder all the demons and devils don't dare come close to Inferno City. What should we do now? All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows as well. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. I can't open the stone door either. De Huang Dog shook his head. Although he could sense the existence of the treasure, there was no way he could open the stone door. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound could be heard from the stone door. After that, beams of blood-colored light shot out from the blood dragon statue. This scene frightened everyone and they immediately backed away. Only Jiang Qin didn't move. The target of the blood-colored light was none other than Jiang Qin. When the blood-colored light shot out, it completely covered Jiang Qin, but it didn't attack Jiang Qin. Look, the blood-colored light didn't hurt Chief Jiang. Wang Heng cried out in shock. Those blood-colored lights are really frightening, but they didn't hurt Jiang brother at all. This is unbelievable. Xianyi widened his eyes in shock. Only those with great destiny can obtain any treasure that has its own spirituality, and Jiang brother is a man with great destiny. I'm guessing only Jiang brother can open this stone door. Chapter 248. Zhou Xian and the others were stunned. They stared unblinkingly at Jiang Qin, who was enveloped by the blood-red light. Their faces were filled with disbelief, especially Xian Yi and Guan Yun. They had suffered under the blood-red light before and they knew how terrifying it was. However, Jiang Qin was completely unharmed when he was enveloped by the blood-red light. The blood-red light has acknowledged little Qinzi. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. At this moment, Jiang Qin was bathing in the blood-red light. Not only did he not feel any fear or threat, he felt as if he was bathing in the warm sunlight. It was very comfortable. The blood-red light was softly rubbing against his body, showing its intimacy towards him. These blood-red lights seem to have a mind of their own, but why are they so intimate with me? I've never seen this kind of blood-red light before, and I've never seen the blood dragon carved on the stone door. Jiang Qin was shocked. This was something he had never expected. After seeing Xian Yi and Guan Yun injured by the blood-red light, Jiang Qin thought he had no chance to obtain the treasure. He never expected that the blood-red light would take the initiative to seek him out. Forget it, let's enter the stone door and get the treasure first. The most important thing is to deal with the earth devil. Jiang Qin was calm. The blood-red light did not harm him, which was a good thing for him. Kid, try and open the stone door. See if you can open it. The blood-red light has acknowledged you. Only you can open the stone door. If even you can't open it, we won't have a chance to obtain the treasure inside. De Huang Dog reminded. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded his head, then he strode in front of the stone door. He slowly stretched out his hands and pressed them onto the stone door. However, no matter how hard he tried, the stone door didn't budge at all. Instead, more blood-red lights rushed out from the door. These blood-red lights still didn't attack Jiang Qin, and instead showed their affection towards him. However, they didn't show any signs of moving aside to open the door. Since the bloody light has already acknowledged me, why can't I push open the stone door? Let me try circulating my elemental energy. As he spoke, Jiang Qin circulated the dragon transformation art. Just as he circulated the dragon transformation art, before he had the time to use it, the stone door actually emitted a cracking sound and automatically opened. At the same time, the blood-red light pulsated violently, filled with joy and excitement. Look, the stone door is slowly being pushed open. Boss Jiang wasn't attacked by the bloody light. Wang Heng was pleasantly surprised. Dong. The stone door was completely opened, emitting a muffled rumble. Rays of dazzling bloody light shot out from the inside, making it hard for people to open their eyes for a while. Everyone calmed down and looked behind the stone door. They saw that it was a completely sealed chamber. The chamber was empty except for a blood-red talisman floating in the center. Apart from that, there was nothing else. All the blood-red light came from the blood-red talisman. Look, it's a blood talisman. Guan Yun said. Buzz. The mysterious blood talisman floated in the air and kept emitting buzzing sounds. Waves of holy and ancient aura were emitted from it. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. On the surface of the blood talisman, there were many mystical patterns that even Jiang Qin couldn't understand. What is this blood talisman? I can actually sense spiritual energy from it. Xianyi was shocked. A supreme aura, it's like this talisman represents a supreme existence. Even I can't tell what it is. Wuxia was shocked as well. It was just a talisman, but it gave them a different feeling. It was like they were looking at a king standing in front of them. It made them feel like they were worshipping him. I don't know why, but when I saw this blood talisman, my blood started to tremble. Those demons and devils didn't dare to attack Inferno City. It must be because of this blood talisman. De Huang Dog stared at the blood talisman with his sparkling eyes. His face looked extremely serious. Jiang Qin took 2 steps forward and entered the secret chamber. He raised his head and looked at the blood talisman above his head. His eyes were blurred. He didn't know why, but he could sense a faint sense of intimacy from this blood talisman. This was a very ridiculous feeling. Whether it was in his previous life or when he broke through to the next realm, Jiang Chen was sure that he had never seen this blood talisman before, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with this blood talisman. However, that sense of intimacy was as if it came from his soul. It was illusory, yet it was real. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach out his hand. The blood talisman seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's movement. It jumped and landed on Jiang Chen's palm. The palm-sized blood talisman, when it landed on Jiang Chen's palm, it started pulsing violently. Jiang Chen could clearly sense an unprecedented excitement coming from the blood talisman. It was just a talisman, it wasn't a living thing, but it was able to emit a genuine will. When Jiang Chen touched the blood talisman, the dragon transformation skill started circulating uncontrollably. Jiang Chen was shocked. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, this was the first time something like this had happened. It was just a skill, how could it circulate on its own without its master's control? This was too strange. While the dragon transformation skill was circulating at high speed, Jiang Chen felt an even stronger sense of intimacy towards the blood talisman from the bottom of his soul. It was as if his soul had melted into his body. What's going on? Why do I feel such a strong sense of intimacy? Could it be that this blood talisman is related to the dragon transformation skill? Jiang Chen was truly shocked. Although he had a strong will, he still felt that this was unimaginable. After living 2 lives, becoming the greatest saint in the world and experiencing life and death, Jiang Chen's mind was far beyond that of an ordinary person. However, everything that was happening before his eyes had once again disturbed his mind. Little Chenzi, what is this blood talisman? De Huang Dog asked. Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the crowd blankly, then shook his head and said, I don't know either. How could you not know? Only you can hold the blood talisman. If you don't know what it is, how can you deal with the Earth Devil? De Huang Dog said gloomily. I really don't know, but I do know that this blood talisman can deal with the Earth Devil. In other words, it can greatly restrain the Earth Devil. Jiang Chen was a man with a strong will. He quickly regained his composure and walked out from the secret chamber with the blood talisman in his hand. This is the treasure of Inferno City. Inferno City has existed for such a long time, but this is the first time someone has discovered this blood talisman. Xianxia said as he stared at the blood talisman in Jiang Chen's hand. I wonder what this blood talisman can do and how much power it can unleash. Wang Heng curled his lips and said. Even a combat soul warrior was injured by the blood-red light emitted by this blood talisman. Tell me, how much power do you think it can unleash? Yang Meng slapped Wang Heng's head and gave him a disdainful look. Jiang brother, what did you just say? You want to use this blood talisman to deal with the Earth Devil? Xianxia recalled what Jiang Chen said just now and asked with a surprised tone. That's right. The reason we came to Inferno Hell is to kill the Earth Devil and obtain its demon soul. However, the Earth Devil is very strong and we are no match for it. With this blood talisman, I'm sure it can greatly restrain the Earth Devil, and this is the perfect opportunity to kill it. Jiang Chen said. Xianxia, you have to help Jiang brother in killing the Earth Devil. Wuxia said. That's only natural. However, that Earth Devil beast is simply too powerful. I've fought against it before. Xianxia said. When he recalled the scene where he fought the Earth Devil, he still felt his heart palpitate and a chill run down his spine. What? You fought the Earth Devil before? Does that mean you know where it is? Jiang Chen looked at Xianxia and asked. This was really good news. 2 years ago I came to the center of Inferno Hell to look for Lord Jiu and I accidentally ran into the Earth Devil. The Earth Devil's cultivation was at the same level as mine, but its devilish aura and combat strength were incredible. I was no match for it at all, and in the end I managed to escape from it with great difficulty. I was severely injured and barely made it out alive. Now that 2 years have passed, I'm afraid the Earth Devil's combat strength has become even stronger. Even if it hasn't broken through to the mid-combat soul realm yet, it should be at least at the peak of the early combat soul realm. But I don't know where exactly it is, it was just an accident. Xianxia said. He hadn't found the Devil Cave yet. Otherwise he would have been able to find Wu Jiu's tracks. I'm sure we'll be able to find the Earth Devil if we enter the Devil Cave. Wu Jiu concluded. What are we waiting for? Let's go to the Devil Cave now. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. Last time he was chased by a combat soul evil devil in the Devil Cave, and it made him feel really uncomfortable. Therefore he was determined to get back at the Devil Cave this time. Don't worry. Although we have the blood talisman now, we can't afford any mistakes when dealing with the Earth Devil. Brother Xianyi was injured by the blood beam just now, so let's wait for him to fully recover before we enter the Devil Cave. I'll prepare some pills and natural essences for Lord Jiu to quickly recover his strength. We'll set off in 3 days and we'll enter the Devil Cave. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was a meticulous man. Although they didn't have much time left and killing the Earth Devil was the most urgent task, Jiang Chen didn't like fighting a battle he wasn't confident of winning, because this was related to his life. Alright, I'll listen to Jiang Chen's suggestion. Wu Jiu nodded his head. Although he had recovered to the early divine core realm, it wouldn't be of much help when dealing with the Earth Devil. If he was given 3 days and provided with a huge amount of natural essences and pills, he was confident he could return to the peak divine core realm in just 3 days. With his cultivation level, he would be able to unleash the combat strength of a combat soul warrior once he broke through to the peak divine core realm. At that point of time, he would have a greater chance of defeating the Earth Devil with Xianye's help. Jiang Chen had robbed most of the warriors' belongings in Inferno City, and the amount of wealth he had was comparable to a mountain. He also had all sorts of pills in his storage ring, and it could be said that he had an endless supply of them. Jiang Chen could use this time to recuperate his strength. Besides that, he could use these 3 days to study the blood talisman. Chapter 249. Duan Jianhong met with the northern and southern dynasties in Zhao Chongyang. He expressed Tianjin Gate's willingness to submit, and promised to obey the Burning Sky Pavilion's orders in the future. After that, he brought all the elders of Tianjin Gate back to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Did you see that? Tianjin Gate has submitted. From now on, the Qi province belongs to us, the Burning Sky Pavilion. Duan Jianhong is such a coward. He submitted just like that. This is really unexpected. I thought there would be a tough battle. This shows that Duan Jianhong is a sensible man. He knows that going against senior disciple Brother Nanbei won't end well, so submitting to us is the best choice. The disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were discussing amongst themselves. All of them had arrogant expressions on their faces. Even a big sect like Tianjin Gate had submitted to them. This made them feel extremely proud of being disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion. Within the Burning Sky Pavilion, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting across from Zhao Chongyang. I never thought Duan Jianhong would really submit to us. Zhao Chongyang couldn't believe it. Duan Jianhong is a cunning man. Do you really think he came here to submit to us? He just wants to preserve Tianjin Gate's strength so he can see how I'm going to deal with the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. He's waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses, then he'll reap the benefits. The northern and southern dynasties coldly harumphed. Although Duan Jianhong was smart, he couldn't hide his wishful thinking from the northern and southern dynasties. If that's the case, we should just kill him and eliminate Tianjin Gate first. Zhao Chongyang had an angry expression on his face. No need, he has already submitted to us, so I won't attack him. I want to let Duan Jianhong witness my strength with his own eyes. I want him to know how ridiculous his thoughts are. Besides, since Tianjin Gate has submitted to us, they won't be able to stay out of this. They have to obey my orders. Send an order to the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. I'll give them 7 days to submit to me as well. The northern and southern dynasties said. With Daoist Black and Granny Feng's character, they won't submit. Zhao Chongyang shook his head. I know. If they don't submit, I'll destroy them. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with arrogance. Since we're going to make a move, why give them 7 days? We might as well make a move now. 7 days will give them a lot of time to prepare. Zhao Chongyang looked at the northern and southern dynasties in confusion. I've given the Tianjin Gate 3 days, and I've also given the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness 3 days. Altogether, I've given them 7 days. I want them to be prepared. Even if both sects work together, I'll still be able to kill them. For me, killing either the Black Sect or Valley of Happiness is not a challenge at all, so I might as well let them work together. The man from the northern and southern dynasties had a sneer on his face. He was a very arrogant man, and his arrogance was deep in his bones. He didn't take the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness seriously at all. In his mind, the other three big powers in the Qi province were just stepping stones for him to become the overlord. At the same time, within the main palace in the center of Inferno City, after 3 days of rest, Xianyi had completely recovered to his peak condition. What was even more gratifying was that with the help of all sorts of natural essences, Wujia's cultivation had returned to the peak divine core realm. However, Wujia still had a strong foundation. He was a peak combat soul warrior and he also had some powerful skills. Although he was only a peak divine core warrior, he could still fight a combat soul warrior like Xianyi. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was that De Huang Dog had broken through as well. In just 3 days, De Huang Dog had broken through again, and his cultivation base was now at the mid-divine core realm. With the help of Jiang Chen, their combat strength was more than enough for them to do whatever they wanted in Inferno Hell. Besides that, after Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan had recovered from their injuries, they had broken through to the mid-divine core realm as well, and they were much stronger than before. Brother, with my current condition I can give you a hand now. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up and he looked extremely imposing. Kaka, this master dog has broken through as well. Let's see who dares offend me in the future. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. He was extremely excited. Alright, let's go to the Devil Cave now. Jiang Chen unleashed his energy. There were only 7 days left until the opening of Inferno Hell, and they had to deal with the Earth Devil as soon as possible. Now that they had a formidable overall strength and they had the blood talismans with them, as long as the Earth Devil appeared, Jiang Chen would be able to deal with it. Junior Disciple Jiang, what about us? Guan Yiyun asked. Senior Disciple Guan, Brother Tian, I don't think you guys will be of much help. Just stay here and continue healing your injuries. Once we kill the Earth Devil, we'll immediately return, and we'll leave Inferno Hell together in 7 days. Jiang Chen patted Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan's shoulders and said, Alright, if that's the case, Junior Disciple Jiang, you guys be careful. Guan Yiyun said with concern. With regards to Jiang Chen's decision, he and Tian Yishan were not the least bit dissatisfied. They knew that with their cultivation bases, if they followed them to the Devil Cave, they would definitely end up like the last time. Not only would they not be of much help, they would even become a burden to Jiang Chen. Soon after, Jiang Chen, Wu Jiao, Xianyi and De Huang Dog departed from Inferno City, flying towards the depths of Inferno Hell. Brother Jiang, where is that Devil Cave? Xianyi asked. Just follow the route we took last time and we'll be able to find those 2 trees. Jiang Chen followed the route they took last time to enter Inferno Hell and soon he found the 2 trees. There's an invisible natural formation in between these 2 trees. If we enter from here, we'll reach the Devil Cave. Jiang Chen said. Without any hesitation, the 3 people and 1 dog walked straight in. Swoosh, swoosh, chilly winds were blowing and devilish energies were filling the air. The place Jiang Chen and the group arrived at was the same place they came last time. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could still remember when they were attacked by a group of evil devils, and in the end, a combat soul evil devil had chased them all the way into the poison miasma space. Let's go straight to the center of the Devil Cave. There's a devil palace there and there's a combat soul evil devil in there. As long as we can kill that combat soul evil devil, we'll be able to create an unprecedented disturbance in the Devil Cave. At that point of time, the Earth Devil will appear. Jiang Chen said. A combat soul evil devil isn't easy to deal with either. If we bump into it later, Brother Jiang, we can use the blood talisman to test its power. Xianyi suggested. No, the blood talisman is used to deal with the Earth Devil. If we use it too early, the Earth Devil will be able to sense the aura of the blood talisman, and if the Earth Devil doesn't show itself, all of our plans will be in vain. Therefore, we have to rely on ourselves to deal with that combat soul evil devil. Jiang Chen was a meticulous man and he had considered everything thoroughly. He knew the importance of the blood talisman. It was hidden in the depths of Inferno Hell, and no demons or devils dared come close to Inferno City. If they used it now, the Earth Devil would definitely sense it, and once it alerted the Earth Devil, it would be extremely difficult to kill the Earth Devil. What Jiang brother said is right, we can't use the blood talisman before the Earth Devil appears. We have to rely on ourselves to deal with that combat soul evil devil. Wu Jiao nodded his head. He agreed with Jiang Chen. Chapter 250. The aura of the blood talisman was too powerful, and once it was exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of all the evil devils. Even if the earth devil sensed the aura of the blood talisman, it wouldn't show itself, and all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone be careful. That combat soul evil devil is really terrifying. Zhou Xian reminded everyone. After that he took the lead and flew deeper into the devil cave. A solemn expression emerged on Xianxia's face. Although he was an early combat soul warrior, when fighting a human and an evil devil at the same level he had no advantage at all. Not everyone was as abnormal as Zhou Xian, and not everyone possessed the true dragon flames. Very quickly the evil devils in the devil cave discovered the aura of humans. Roars rose and fell one after another. Then devil energy swept across the area. One after another ferocious evil devils rushed out from the devil cave, charging toward Zhou Xian and the others. Humph! Zhou Xian coldly harumphed. He had broken through to the divine core realm, and he had 1,000 dragon marks in his body. With just a swing of his arm he could exert the strength of millions of kilograms. The axe of thunder appeared in Zhou Qian's hand, and it was burning with the true dragon flames. Zhou Qian raised it high up into the air, producing a deafening sound as he swung it toward the evil devils. Rumble! The ground shook violently and blood splattered all over the place. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground and black smoke rose up from it. All the evil devils were crying and howling, and their blood and flesh were flying all over the place. Countless evil devils had been killed by Zhou Qian's axe. Zhou Qian waved his hand and grabbed the air, then all the devil souls flew into Zhou Qian's hand. With a solemn look in his eyes he continued flying forward while swinging the axe in his hand. Every strike he made was powerful, and no matter how many evil devils there were they couldn't stop him. He's so powerful. I've never seen such a frightening young genius. Xianyi transmitted his voice to Wuxia through his divine sense. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. From sweeping across Inferno City until now, Zhou Qian was like a peerless madman who could kill anyone under the heavens. Zhang brother is indeed a genius with the greatest potential I've ever seen. Even those abnormal geniuses from the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty can't compare to Zhang brother. Wuxia replied. Xianyi was even more shocked. He knew Wuxia too well. Wuxia would never praise someone easily. This was the first time he had praised someone like this. Howl! The commotion was too huge and soon, it alerted some powerful evil devils. A total of 5 late divine core evil devils dashed towards them. Each of them was 30 meters tall, and their eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Each of these evil devils was holding an eerie devil weapon in their hands. When they saw Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog, a surprised look emerged in their eyes. That was because they recognized that this man and dog had appeared in the devil's den more than 2 months ago. They had originally been killed by their leader, but they didn't expect that they would appear again. Without any hesitation, the 5 formidable late divine core evil devils raised the devil weapons in their hands high up into the air. With a mighty devilish energy they slashed towards Zhou Qian and the group. Zhou Qian didn't show any fear. His combat strength had surpassed these late divine core evil devils, and the true dragon flames had a great suppressive effect on these evil devils. With this double suppression, these late divine core evil devils were no match for Zhou Qian. With just a swing of his axe he killed one of them in an instant. Kaka, watch this master dog show his power. De Huang Dog shook his head. A symbol appeared on his forehead, then he turned into an arrow and dashed towards one of the evil devils. He had just broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and this was the time where he was bursting with confidence. Be careful, De Huang. Wuxia reminded. He was about to help De Huang Dog, but what he saw was De Huang Dog's head ramming into the evil devil's skull. The evil devil died on the spot. Kaka. After killing a late divine core evil devil with a single strike, De Huang Dog threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. He was extremely arrogant. As a divine beast, his strength and abnormal abilities were not something any ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Although he was only a mid-divine core warrior, killing a late divine core evil devil was a piece of cake for him. What a tough head. Xianyi and Wuxia looked at each other. Shock could be seen in their eyes. Initially they thought De Huang Dog only had the ability to hunt for treasures, but it looked like they were completely wrong. This man and dog in front of them were both abnormal monsters. Bang bang. While Xianyi and Wujiu were still in a daze, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog had killed all 5 late divine core evil devils. They were simply invincible and unstoppable. Xianyi and Wujiu shook their heads helplessly. These 2 mighty warriors suddenly felt like they were completely useless. They didn't even need to do anything as all these evil devils had been killed by Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. A man and a dog opened up a path for them. The divine core evil devils couldn't pose any obstacles to them. Soon they arrived at the Fiend Palace. Ooh! A deafening roar resounded out from the Devil Palace. After that, the combat soul evil devil dashed out from the palace like a small hill. His devilish eyes that looked like they came from the depths of hell glared at the trio with a ferocious killing intent. Yaga! The evil devil let out a roar that no one could hear. It suddenly waved its devilish claw. The gigantic devilish claw was covered by a pair of black devilish eyes, causing the air to tremble. In an instant it slammed down toward Jiang Qin and the other 3. Xianyi coldly harumphed. He had long prepared for this. He formed a fist with both hands and unleashed a bright seal toward the evil devil's devilish claw. Rumble. This was a collision between 2 combat soul warriors. The air was almost destroyed by the collision, and the energy ripples swept across the place, causing the airflow in the entire devil cave to be disrupted. The seal unleashed by Xianyi was shattered by the evil devil's attack, but Xianyi's attack had also blocked the evil devil's attack. Tap tap tap. However, the evil devil's strength was obviously stronger than Xianyi's. Xianyi was knocked back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. So strong. Xianyi was shocked. Brother Jiu, I'll use the true dragon flames to suppress it. You and Brother Xian attack with all your strength. Jiang Qin said. I'll take care of the sneak attack. With a sway of his body, the Huang dog disappeared from the spot as if he had run away. However, Jiang Qin knew that the Huang dog hadn't left, and he was probably hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack. This dog was an extremely cunning man. Swoosh! Jiang Qin leapt into the sky and flew high up into the sky. Following a loud explosion, flames started raging in all directions, and in an instant he had turned into a flaming man. The true dragon flames had completely engulfed him. Jiang Qin waved his hand, unleashing waves of flames that blotted out the sky. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon flames had covered the entire sky, and the entire battlefield had become a sea of flames. The eerie devilish energy in the air was like a mouse that had seen a cat when it saw the true dragon flames, and it immediately ran away. Huge amounts of devilish energy were burned away by the true dragon flames. Roar! The combat soul evil devil let out a furious roar. He hated the flames, and now that he was trapped in the sea of flames, his devilish energy was greatly suppressed. Rumble! The evil devil was furious. He immediately stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed toward Jiang Qin. Initially he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously and he only cared about Xianyi. But he never thought that this young man would be able to suppress his flames. Therefore the evil devil had to kill this young man first. If not, his combat strength would be greatly suppressed by the sea of flames, and he would be restricted in the fight. If you want to hurt Jiang brother, you'll have to ask Lord Jiu first. Wu Jiu coldly harumphed. In a domineering manner, with a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky and stood in front of Jiang Qin. Under Jiang Qin's control, the true dragon flames didn't affect Wu Jiu and Xianyi at all. Although both of them were trapped in the sea of flames, the flames would automatically make way for them wherever they went. All the pressure was borne by the evil devils themselves. Army of weapons! Wu Jiu let out a loud shout. Both of his palms shone with a bright golden light, and he forcefully struck out with his palm. At this moment, the imposing aura of an army of weapons was unleashed, horses neighed and swords screamed out. When Wu Jiu struck out with his palm, all sorts of weapons appeared in the form of swords, spears, swords and halberds. Every single one of them was extremely sharp, and the aura of killing and fighting on the battlefield was completely unleashed, making everyone feel as if they were in a real battlefield. This is the aura of an army of weapons. I never expected Brother Jiu to be so proficient in the Tao of weapons, being able to transform into all sorts of swords, spears, swords and halberds. His yuan energy is extremely sharp. and once he strikes he looks like an invincible general who is emitting the aura of a king of weapons. Jiang Chen's evaluation of Wu Jiu instantly improved. He knew about the Tao of weapons and he knew that it was a very difficult Tao to cultivate. Those who cultivated this Tao must have a domineering aura, and they had to personally experience the battlefield, only then would they be able to perfectly transform it. If Wu Jiu could continue cultivating this Tao, he would definitely be able to break through to the Combat King realm in the future. Bam bam bam, Wu Jiu's army of weapons transformed into countless sharp swords, spears, swords and halberds, colliding with the evil devil's claws and shattering them into pieces. This was the ability of a mighty warrior. Although Wu Jiu had only recovered to the peak divine core realm, he still had the foundation of a peak combat soul warrior. If they really fought, even Xianxia wouldn't be a match for him. Super Speed Fist. At the same time, Xianxia let out a loud shout and unleashed his ultimate skill. He struck out with his fist, causing the air to explode. The bright fist was as big as a house. More importantly, Xianxia's fist was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of the evil devil in the blink of an eye. The evil devil was being suppressed by the true dragon flames, and it was also being attacked by two mighty warriors at the same time. It kept roaring out furiously, then it opened its mouth and unleashed an eerie beam toward Xianxia's super speed fist. The black beam was created by the evil devil using its source energy, and it was extremely frightening. Bang! The combat soul evil devil was extremely powerful. Although it was suppressed by the true dragon flames, its strength was still unstoppable. The black beam it unleashed actually pierced through the super speed fist. Humph! Chapter 251. With a shake of the spear, a thunderous sound was produced. Bright energy waves spread out in all directions and enveloped the evil demon. The power of a perfect ranked combat weapon had been perfectly displayed by Xianxia. Like a poisonous snake, the spear arrived in front of the evil demon's head in the blink of an eye. Roar! The evil demon let out an angry roar. Although its body was huge, its movements were incredibly fast. Rolling black demonic energy condensed into a black sun, blocking Xianxia's spear attack. Break! Xianxia shouted. The spear turned into a diamond, causing cracks to appear on the black sun. Xianxia was not a match for the evil demon, but Jiang Chen's true dragon flames had a great suppressive effect on the evil demon. It had shortened the gap between their combat strength. At the same time, Wu Jiu moved as well. In his hand, a golden halberd appeared. It was also a perfect ranked combat weapon, but in terms of quality, this halberd was much better than the spear in Xianxia's hand. Bang! The halberd was thrust forward with the same aura of a powerful army. It was an extremely sharp wave of air that could even cut through the air, creating a large amount of sparks. Woo! The evil demon became even more brutal. All of its aura had been locked on by Xianxia and Wu Jiu. Facing the joint attack of these two great warriors, it had no way to dodge, it could only face them head-on. Even so, there was no fear in the evil demon's eyes. Instead, there was only ferociousness and a monstrous killing intent. At the most critical moment, layers of demonic energy suddenly emerged from the evil demon's single eye. Its body grew taller, and an aura that was even more powerful than before surged out like a tidal wave. This evil demon had an even more powerful skill, which was enough to resist Wu Jiu and Xianxia under the suppression of the true dragon flames. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared above the evil demon's head. That golden light was none other than De Huang Dog, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, De Huang Dog had a solemn expression on his face. He opened his mouth wide and let out a loud roar at the evil demon. Soul-crunching tune. A muffled roar came out from De Huang Dog's mouth. It sounded like a dragon's roar. Layers of sound waves interweaved into a huge net, instantly enveloping the evil demon. De Huang Dog had been secretly observing the battle, waiting for this moment. Boom! For these evil devils, De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune was a disaster. Under normal circumstances, a combat soul evil devil might not be harmed by De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was huge, and these evil devils could easily defend against it. But right now these evil devils were in the middle of unleashing a powerful attack, and all of their attention was on Wuxia and Xianyi. None of them had expected a dog to appear at this critical moment. Howl. The demon was struck by De Huang Dog's divine sound and blood sprayed out from its mouth and nose. The demonic energy that was flashing within its eye instantly scattered. Next, its only eye began bleeding and the demon's gigantic body began to sway. Caught off guard, De Huang Dog's divine sound struck the depths of the demon's soul. Puchi puchi. At the same time Wu Jiao and Xianye's attacks arrived. The halberd and spear stabbed into the demon's head and body. Wu Jiao's halberd pierced through the demon's head, while Xianye's spear pierced through the demon's body. After that, both men let out a loud shout at the same time. Powerful energy waves burst out from their combat weapons and tore the demon's gigantic body apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and the demon died on the spot. Zhoosh. Right when the demon died, Jiang Qin retracted the flames, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the devil's soul. This was a combat soul, devil's soul, and after it was purified, it contained an unimaginable amount of energy. It would play a crucial role in helping him break through to a higher cultivation level and form more dragon marks in the future. Haha, once this master dog's soul-crunching tune is unleashed, it'll be peerless under the heavens, no ghosts or gods will be spared. De Huang Dog hovered in the sky and burst into laughter. Wu Jiao and Xianyi put away their combat weapons, and the way they looked at De Huang Dog changed once again. Even Jiang Qin was surprised. He knew that De Huang Dog would awaken an innate ability after breaking through to the divine core realm, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Last time, when De Huang Dog unleashed the soul-crunching tune at the outer perimeter of Inferno City, Jiang Qin was in secluded cultivation, so he didn't see it. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was indeed an incredibly frightening ability. The battle just now was a critical moment, and if not for De Huang Dog's attack, even if the three of them could kill the evil devil in the end, they wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. The counterattack of a combat soul warrior before his death was absolutely frightening. De Huang, you've done a great job this time. Jiang Qin arrived next to De Huang Dog and praised. The sound wave just now was really frightening, it directly attacked one's soul and it's impossible to defend against it. I never expected De Huang to have such an innate ability, I've learned something new. Xianyi was also praising De Huang Dog. That's right, if not for De Huang's soul-crunching tune, even if we could kill the evil devil together, we wouldn't have been able to do it so easily, and we might even have had to pay a heavy price. Wu Jiao nodded his head. De Huang Dog had played a crucial role in killing the evil devil, and De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune was really frightening. Even if it was them, if they were caught off guard and were attacked by it, they would still suffer a great deal. Boom. Right at this moment, a black beam suddenly shot up into the sky from the deepest part of the devil cave, bringing with it a powerful sound. Jiang Qin and the others were startled. They quickly looked over and saw a black beam shooting up into the sky from afar, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. The aura it was unleashing was enough to make one's heart race. The devil chi emitted from the black light pillar quickly engulfed the entire devil cave. Devil chi waves towered into the sky, churning endlessly in the devil cave. The devils in the devil cave felt this lofty aura, and they all knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. It's the earth devil. Xianyi cried out in shock. Has it finally appeared? A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Even though he was facing the mighty earth devil, he didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face, only indifference and confidence. It's just as I expected, the earth devil is hiding in the deepest part of this devil cave, and all these evil devils are its subjects. Since we've killed a combat soul evil devil, the earth devil has naturally been alerted. With its ferocious aura, it won't let us go. Wu Jiao said. Ooh. The hoarse roar seemed to have come from the depths of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end and indescribably uncomfortable. The black beam of light was the monstrous demonic aura that had been shot out from the body of the earth demon beast, and it was rapidly moving towards them. Everyone be careful, the earth devil is coming. Jiang Qin reminded everyone. Wu Jiao and Xianyi both had nervous expressions on their faces. There was no way they wouldn't be nervous. The Earth Devil was the king of all devils, and no ordinary devils could compare with it. Its ferocious nature was not something ordinary demons or devils could compare with as well. Just its aura alone was enough to make one's heart race. They could sense that the Earth Devil's cultivation had reached the peak early combat soul realm. Right now they had placed all their hopes on the blood talisman. If the blood talisman didn't work at this critical moment, they would be in real danger. Not only that, they also had to see how strong the blood talisman could suppress the Earth Devil. Brother Zhou and Brother Xian, don't worry, the blood talisman contains the aura of the king of all beasts. It can make all sorts of demons and devils submit to it. I'm sure it will be able to suppress the Earth Devil. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. He was very confident. The reason why Inferno City had existed for so long was because of the blood talisman. No demons or devils dared attack or get close to Inferno City. It was because they were afraid of the blood talisman. Boom. Soon after, a gigantic creature that looked like a black mountain came from afar. When the gigantic creature landed on the ground, it caused the entire devil cave to shake violently. The gigantic creature had a height of 30 meters, and it looked as majestic as a mountain. Its body was covered with black scales and it was emitting layers of dark lights, giving it an eerie feeling. Black devilish flames were rolling around its body, giving it a frightening appearance. This was the Earth Devil. Unlike those evil devils, the Earth Devil had a complete set of facial features. Not only that, it had 4 eyes and each of them looked like the eyes of hell, cold and frightening. The 2 white fangs on the side of its mouth looked even more ferocious, as if they were the sharpest weapons in the world. On the back of the Earth Devil was a 3 meters long tail that was filled with black spikes. It wasn't hard to imagine that if someone was hit by this thick tail, they would definitely be crushed into pieces. So powerful. Xianxia was shocked. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, getting ready to attack at any time. After the Earth Devil appeared, its 4 snake-like eyes stared at the 3 humans and 1 dog, emitting a bloodthirsty light. It stuck out its dark red tongue and licked its fangs, completely treating the humans in front of it as its prey. Moreover, the Earth Demon Beast's eyes were filled with rage. It was as if these puny existences dared to appear here and kill its subjects was a form of violation. They had offended its dignity and it would definitely not forgive them. Little brat, just use the blood talisman. This big guy is too terrifying, we can't deal with it at all. De Huang Dog hurriedly reminded. All right. Xianxia didn't dare to delay. With a flip of his palm, the blood talisman appeared. Under Xianxia's control, the blood talisman slowly flew up and hovered in the air. Rays of blood-red light shot out from the blood talisman. After seeing the blood talisman, the Earth Demon Beast's expression changed greatly. Its 4 eyes stared at the blood talisman as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. When the blood talisman landed on the Earth Demon Beast's body, the Earth Demon Beast jumped up, its face contorting in pain. Roar. The Earth Devil let out a wild roar. It couldn't care less about killing Xianxia and the others anymore. Without saying a word, it turned around and ran at an extreme speed. Not good, the Earth Devil is running away. Wujia's face changed. He and Xianxia didn't expect the blood talisman to be so terrifying, to be able to scare the powerful Earth Devil to such an extent. It can't run away. The aura of the blood talisman is much stronger than we imagined. Chapter 252. Every time Xianxia circulated the dragon transformation skill, he would feel a connection with the blood talisman. This made him even more confident in the blood talisman. After the dragon marks entered the blood talisman, it was completely under Xianxia's control. In an instant, it turned into a blood beam and chased after the Earth Devil. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The blood talisman shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, countless silk-like blood beams were unleashed, interweaving into a gigantic blood-red net that trapped the Earth Devil within. Roar. The Earth Devil kept roaring out furiously. It was fighting back with all its might, unleashing endless devilish flames in an attempt to break free from the blood talisman. But it was useless. The Earth Devil's fear of the blood talisman came from its heart. In its eyes, the blood talisman was the scariest thing under the heavens. The blood beams were like a tarsal bone. No matter how hard the Earth Devil tried, It just couldn't break free. I never expected the blood talisman to be so powerful. It can actually trap the earth devil. Xianxia was shocked. I thought it would be a tough battle, but the blood talisman has just trapped the earth devil. This is terrifying. Wuxia couldn't help but sigh. The earth devil beast was too powerful. If they were to fight it head-on, they wouldn't have any confidence in winning. A fierce battle was inevitable. However, the power of the blood talisman was far beyond their imagination. It had actually trapped the earth devil beast. Roar. The earth devil was completely enraged. It had completely unleashed its devilish nature. It was a brutal creature and it was covered in endless devilish energy. It was fighting the blood beams, trying to break free from them. However, this was obviously a very difficult task. Even a combat soul warrior like Xianxia was forced back by the blood beams. No matter how powerful the earth devil was, it was still injured by the blood beams. Gradually, the hard scales on the earth devil's body were cut open by the blood beams, causing blood to ooze out from the earth devil's body. Haha, the earth devil is done for. We don't even need to do anything, it's dead for sure. De Huang Dog was laughing out excitedly. Ooh. At this moment, the earth devil beast roared into the sky. The scales on its body suddenly shattered. At the same time, a powerful suction force shot out from its body. This was a mysterious summoning power. The moment this power appeared, the airflow in the entire devil's den began to churn. Endless amounts of demonic energy were sucked into the earth devil beast's body. Even the demons prostrating on the ground were sucked in. The demonic energy within the bodies of the demons was continuously transferred to the earth devil beast's body. This kind of summoning power was very terrifying, especially in such a devil's den. It was simply the territory of the earth devil beast. In its territory, the earth devil beast could summon the power of all kinds of demons for its own use. Not good. The earth demon beast is summoning power. It wants to borrow this power to break through the restraints of the blood talisman and escape. Xianxia said. The earth demon beast won't be able to escape from the blood talisman's pressure and trapping power. However, the earth demon beast will be able to continuously replenish its energy, allowing it to continue fighting against the bloody light. Even if the bloody light can constantly injure the earth demon beast, it will still take a long time to truly kill it. Jiang Qin frowned. He didn't expect the earth devil beast to be able to summon other kinds of power for its own use. No wonder the earth devil beast hides here. In this world, the earth devil beast is the absolute king. Looks like we're lucky. If not for the help of the blood talisman, we won't be able to fight against the earth devil beast with our current strength. Wuxia said. We can't keep wasting time like this. We have to make a move now. De Huang Dog said. The power of the earth devil beast and the power of the devil's den were fighting against the blood light. No one knew how long the earth devil beast could last. There wasn't much time left before the opening of Inferno Hell. They couldn't afford to waste time like this. If we want to make a move, only Brother Jiang can do it. The blood light only recognizes Brother Jiang. If we rush forward, I'm afraid we'll suffer a backlash. Xianxia said. All right, I'll do it. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. They couldn't keep wasting time like this. He had to make a move and deal a fatal blow to the earth devil beast. No, brother, the difference in strength between you and the earth devil beast is too big. Once the earth devil beast attacks you, it'll be fatal. Wuxia objected. I have my ways. Let's wait for 2 hours first. 2 hours is more than enough for the earth devil beast to lose its mind and become enraged. At that time, it will focus all its attention on the blood talisman and ignore us. If I attack at that time, I'll definitely be able to cause irreparable damage to the earth devil beast. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and said. All right, brother, take this halberd. Use it to attack later. Wuxia handed the halberd over to Jiang Qin. This was a perfect ranked combat weapon, and it was the best perfect ranked combat weapon. Although it couldn't compare to a powerful king weapon, it was still not something any ordinary perfect ranked combat weapon could compare with. All right. Jiang Qin didn't hesitate and took the halberd. With a perfect ranked combat weapon in hand, he was more confident in dealing with the earth devil beast. Roar, roar. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During these 2 hours, the earth devil beast had been fighting against the blood talisman. However, the blood talisman seemed to be able to suppress all kinds of monsters. No matter how hard the earth devil beast tried, it couldn't break free from the blood talisman's control. Furthermore, under the impact of the blood talisman, the Earth Devil Beast's body was covered in wounds. Blood kept flowing out of its wounds, but obviously these wounds wouldn't affect the Earth Devil Beast's combat strength too much. The Earth Devil Beast could continuously absorb the energy from the Devil Cave, and it could still fight against the blood talisman for a long time. However, just as Zhou Xian had expected, after 2 hours of fighting, the Earth Devil Beast was completely enraged. Its mind was in a mess and all 4 of its eyes had turned blood red. Right now it was focusing all its attention on the blood talisman, trying to think of a way to escape. It had completely forgotten about the other threats outside. A cold glint flashed through Zhou Qian's eyes. With the golden halberd in his hand, he was ready to attack. "Be careful," Wuxia reminded him. The corners of Zhou Qian's mouth curled up slightly. No one could see the slightest hint of panic on his face. His mind was so tough that he wouldn't be shaken even if the sky collapsed. As long as he attacked, confidence would appear on his face. As the greatest saint in the world, his eyesight had reached an unparalleled level. His combat experience was also extremely rich. He could tell that the Earth Devil Beast had completely forgotten about the outside world. All its mind was in a mess and all its attention was focused on the blood talisman. Therefore Zhou Qian directly sentenced the Earth Devil Beast to death. Buzz. The golden halberd in Zhou Qian's hand made a buzzing sound. Waves of tyrannical energy turned into dragon patterns that covered the surface of the halberd. In the next moment, Zhou Qian disappeared from where he was and reappeared in the area covered by the blood talisman. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 9 identical Zhou Qian appeared at the same time, surrounding the raging Earth Devil. What a mysterious movement skill. It's actually able to create 9 different clones in the middle of a battle, disrupting the enemy's vision and mind. I know of a wolf clan beast that can unleash a powerful movement skill. Its attack is so powerful that it's impossible to defend against it. Xianyi was shocked once again. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked when he was with Zhou Qian. Within the blood-red light, the Earth Devil, who was focused on defending against the blood talisman, was startled when so many clones suddenly appeared in front of it. It furiously swung its paw, smashing all the clones of Zhou Qian into pieces. At the same time, Zhou Qian's real attack arrived. Ha! Zhou Qian let out a cold shout, causing the 1,000 dragon marks on his body to violently vibrate. The sharp golden halberd was thrust forward, and the powerful perfect-ranked combat weapon pierced into the Earth Devil's body. This strike had hit its vital point. Ooh! The Earth Devil became even more furious. A vast amount of energy started gushing out from its body, causing Zhou Qian's expression to change. He quickly pulled out his halberd and retreated. At the same time, he covered his body with the Firethorn combat armor. Even so, Zhou Qian was still knocked back by the tremendous energy. He was sent flying for thousands of meters before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body churning. It was an indescribable pain and his face was pale. Wu Jiu Xianyi and a Huang dog immediately flew to Zhou Qian's side. "Are you all right?" Wu Jiu asked. "I'm fine. The Earth Devil is finished." The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth curved into a cold smile. Roar, roar. The Earth Devil, who was trapped by the blood-red light, had its body completely pierced through by Zhou Qian from the back to the front. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Although the Earth Devil was still as brutal as before, its aura was weakening. This is a fatal injury. If it was an ordinary person, they would be dead by now. The Earth Devil is indeed powerful. It can still unleash such terrifying power. Xianyi sighed. Ha, even so, this big guy is dead for sure. Let's see how much more blood it can shed. The Huang dog laughed. Zhou Qian's halberd had caused unimaginable damage to the Earth Devil. But with the Earth Devil's strength, if it could escape now, it would be able to recover slowly. Unfortunately, it was trapped inside the blood talisman. Forget about recovering, it had to use all its energy to resist the damage from the blood talisman. After another 10 minutes, the Earth Devil finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its aura had completely withered and it no longer had the energy to summon energy. The Earth Devil is finished. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He grabbed out with his hand, summoning the blood talisman into his hand. Zhou Qian put away the blood talisman. After that, the trio appeared in front of the Earth Devil. Right now, the Earth Devil could no longer pose any threat to them. Zhou Xian forcefully thrust his halberd forward, and with a poochie sound, it pierced through the Earth Devil's neck. Chapter 253. Sensing the massive energy coming from the demon's soul, a gratified expression finally emerged on Zhou Qian's face. It wasn't easy to get your hands on you. Brother Yan, when I return you will be saved. A smile emerged on Zhou Qian's face. Thinking about how Han Yan could once again stand in front of him, full of vigor and vitality, one of his wishes had been fulfilled. Han Yan was his first brother after his reincarnation, and his sense of brotherhood had touched Zhou Qian. He had stood up for Yan Qinyu at the critical moment, and he was willing to sacrifice his own life for his brother. How many people could have such a sense of brotherhood? Brother Zhou Qian, you've become a legend in Inferno Hell. You've done something that no one has ever done before. Not only did you loot everything in Inferno City, you even killed the terrifying Earth Devil. Xianyi said with a smile on his face. Zhou Qian's actions would definitely be recorded in the history books of Inferno Hell, and he would become an existence that everyone in Inferno Hell would know about. Also, after what Zhou Qian had done, the number of robberies in Inferno City would become much more common, and there might even be some large-scale robberies. This also indicated that Inferno Hell would become even more chaotic in the future. Let's go, we'll return to Inferno City and wait for the opening of Inferno Hell in 7 days. Zhou Qian said with a smile on his face. After obtaining the Earth Devil's demon soul, he had finally felt relieved, and he no longer had any worries about Inferno Hell. Besides, Zhou Qian had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip to Inferno Hell. Not only had he broken through to the Divine Core Realm, he had also obtained an incredible amount of wealth. With his current wealth, he could easily establish a big sect in the Qi province. Besides that, Zhou Qian had another condition to establish a big sect, and that was the energy vein located in Red Sun Town. However, Zhou Qian didn't have any plans to establish a big sect right now. All right. Wu Jiao and Xianyi nodded their heads. When it came to leaving Inferno Hell, both of them had complicated feelings, but their excitement was obvious. One of them had been trapped in the poison miasma space for 10 years and almost lost his life, while the other had been trapped in such a harsh environment like Inferno Hell for 10 years. To them, this Inferno Hell was like a cage. Their desire to leave this place was much stronger than that of Zhou Qian and a Huang Dog. Furthermore, Wu Jiao's cultivation had only recovered to the peak Divine Core Realm, and he was still far from his peak condition. Once he left Inferno Hell, the first thing Wu Jiao would do was try his best to recover his cultivation. Brother Jiao, here's your halberd. Thank you. Zhou Qian handed the halberd to Wu Jiao. Haha, no need to be so polite with me. Wu Jiao laughed as he received the halberd and patted Zhou Qian's shoulder. 3 people and a dog soon found the exit of the Devil's Den, and they flew towards Inferno City. Brother Jiao, I just saw you use the army battle Dao. Zhou Qian asked. That's right. But it's getting harder and harder to cultivate this Dao. Wu Jiao shook his head. He wanted to break through to the Combat Soul Realm, understand the dimensional laws and break through to the Combat King Realm. But he knew that the Combat King Realm was a supreme realm and it was extremely difficult to reach it. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time and it couldn't be forced. When Brother Jiao used the army battle Dao, you paid too much attention to the atmosphere of the battlefield. When you unleashed the army battle Dao, it was filled with an imposing aura, and you even used your Yuan energy to transform into the form of a blade, a spear, a sword, and a halberd. If you can cultivate these 4 forms separately, I'm sure you'll be able to achieve a different result. The blade has the energy of a blade, the spear has the energy of a spear, the sword has the energy of a sword, and the halberd has the energy of a halberd. Zhou Qian said. Could it be that Zhou Qian brother is also proficient in the army battle Dao? Wu Jiao looked at Zhou Qian with a surprised expression. I don't know, I just had some ideas when I saw Brother Jiao using the army battle Dao. Zhou Qian replied with a smile. He had told Wu Jiao everything he needed to know, and as for whether Wu Jiao was willing to cultivate according to his instructions, that was none of Zhou Qian's business. Ah, good, Zhou Qian brother has a good idea, I'll definitely give it a try later. Wu Jiao patted Zhou Qian's shoulder. However, the indifference in his eyes couldn't be hidden from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen simply smiled at Wu Jiu's reaction and didn't mind it at all. In fact, Wu Jiu didn't take Jiang Chen's words to heart. In his eyes, although Jiang Chen was a peerless genius, he was still just a young man, and his knowledge of cultivation was definitely not as good as Wu Jiu's. Besides, Wu Jiu had spent his entire life studying the army battle Dao, and he had his own ideas when it came to cultivation. How could Jiang Chen possibly understand that? Wu Jiu's idea was only repeated after he tried his best to break through to the Combat King realm, but to no avail. Then he suddenly recalled Jiang Chen's advice and he decided to give it a try. In the end, he actually broke through to the Combat King realm. Wu Jiu immediately gave himself 2 hard slaps on his face, blaming himself for not listening to Jiang Chen's advice earlier. Of course, all of this would happen in the future. Qi Province, Black Sect. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, Guishan was wearing a long gray robe, and both of his hands were placed behind his back. He was standing at the peak of his mountain, staring into the distance with a hopeful look. "Brother, if you don't come back soon, something big is going to happen." Guishan let out a long sigh. Not long ago, the Northern and Southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang had sent an ultimatum to the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. They wanted these 2 sects to submit to the Burning Sky Pavilion in 7 days. When this news spread out, it immediately caused a huge storm in the entire Qi province. Before this, the Tianjin Gate submission had shocked the entire Qi province. No one had expected the Tianjin Gate to be so timid, and they didn't even put up a fight before submitting to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Now the same ultimatum had been sent to the other 2 big sections. Everyone knew that the Northern and Southern dynasties had broken through to the Mid-Divine Core realm, and they couldn't wait to attack the other 3 big sections. The goal of the Northern and Southern dynasties was very clear. They wanted to completely change the situation in the Qi province before they went to the Martial Palace to cultivate and unify the entire Qi province. Ever since the Northern and Southern dynasties emerged as the new force in the Qi province competition, they had become the brightest stars in the Qi province, and they were also the first geniuses who were invited by the Martial Palace. No one knew how strong the Northern and Southern dynasties were after breaking through to the Mid-Divine Core realm, but everyone knew that the Qi province was going to be thrown into chaos, and the structure of the Qi province was going to change. The entire Black Sect had fallen into a gloomy mood. Even the Heavenly Sword Sect had submitted to Nan Beichao. This made them subconsciously feel that Nan Beichao's strength was strong enough to force Duan Jianhong to submit to him. Right at this moment, the people of the Black Sect couldn't help but think about the young man in white. He was a legendary figure in the Black Sect, but too bad he had entered Inferno Hell and he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Swoosh. A man flew over from afar and he landed right next to Guishan. It was Yu Zihan. "Zihan, you've gained a lot this time. You've actually broken through to the Divine Core realm. It's been a long time since we've had a core disciple in the Black Sect." When Guishan saw Yu Zihan, a joyful expression emerged in his eyes. "It's all thanks to the energy vein. I've been absorbing the source energies from the energy vein, and my body has been completely improved. My cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and this time I've broken through to the Divine Core realm. Now that the Black Sect is in trouble, I have to do my part." Yu Zihan said. "Do you think Jiang Chen will be able to come back before the great change happens?" Guishan asked. "I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult." Yu Zihan furrowed his brows. "If Jiang Chen doesn't come back, the Black Sect will be destroyed for sure. Only Jiang Chen can fight against the Northern and Southern dynasties," Guishan said as he squinted his eyes. "The Black Sect has a strong foundation, and it won't be easy for the Northern and Southern dynasties to destroy the Black Sect. Besides that, Granny Feng has arrived at the Black Sect, and she is discussing with the sect chief about a countermeasure. If both superpowers work together, they will be very powerful," Yu Zihan said. "Don't underestimate the power of the Northern and Southern dynasties. This man is a peerless genius, and since he has given us 7 days, he isn't afraid of the 2 superpowers working together," Guishan said with a smile on his face. "Sect Elder Gua, if the great change happens, what will you do?" Yu Zihan looked at Guishan and asked. "I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and even if I die, I'll still be a ghost of the Black Sect." Guishan turned around and walked towards the courtyard. His words had made his attitude clear. Zihan, if Jiang Qin doesn't come back before the great change happens, you have to find a way to bring Yan Qinyu and Han Yan here. Guishan said with a bleak tone. Inferno Hell. After Jiang Qin and his group killed the Earth Devil, they returned to Inferno City. At this point of time, many people had returned to Inferno City as well. Except for those warriors who didn't want to leave, everyone was waiting for the opening of Inferno Hell. On a wasteland 1,000 miles away from Inferno City, a fiery red figure blocked Jiang Qin and his group's path. This man had red hair that was fluttering in the wind, and his body was covered in flames. When he saw Jiang Qin, an excited expression emerged in his eyes. Hui Yuner. When Jiang Qin saw this man, he was shocked. Jiang Qin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hui Yuner's body was filled with an intense fighting spirit. You can't defeat me, Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. I just want to die. Hui Yuner didn't show any signs of fear. Of course he knew he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. He had broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and he came to Inferno Hell with great confidence. He just wanted to fight Jiang Qin. But after he came to Inferno Hell, Jiang Qin's legend was everywhere, and it had poured a bucket of cold water on his ambition. The reality had made Hui Yuner realize that Jiang Qin's progress was much greater than he had imagined. He would never be able to catch up to Jiang Qin in his entire life. But even so, Hui Yuner still desired to fight Jiang Qin. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't regret it. In his mind, he had already died outside the Black Sect. Just like Yunkin, running away that day was the biggest humiliation Hui Yuner had ever experienced in his life, and it had left a shadow in his heart that was hard to erase. If he couldn't fight Jiang Qin, he would never be able to erase this shadow. His cultivation would stop at this level for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't be able to progress any further. If that was the case, what was the point of living? Chapter 254. This guy isn't bad. Wu Jiao and Xian Yi nodded their heads. They couldn't help but praise Hui Yuner. A man who risked his life to fight deserved respect from others. It was enough to show Hui Yuner's determination in cultivation. Hui Yuner's fearless spirit of fighting had also won Jiang Qin's respect. That kind of fighting spirit couldn't be faked, and no one would risk their life to fake it. Hui Yuner wasn't an idiot. With the current situation, he had no chance of winning against Jiang Qin, and he would definitely die. This guy is a tough guy. Little Qinzi, are you going to kill him? De Huang Dog said. If he had fought with me outside the Black Sect, I would have definitely killed him. But today I won't kill him. He has earned my admiration. Besides, Hui Yuner is never my enemy. He is just a martial arts fanatic. Jiang Qin said. There was no deep hatred between him and Hui Yuner. It was because of the Green Sanctuary sect that Hui Yuner was dragged into this mess. Besides, Hui Yuner had spent his entire life studying martial arts. He was a typical martial maniac. He was willing to risk his life to fight. Jiang Qin, let's fight. Today I'll fight you to make up for what happened in the Black Sect. I've prepared myself to die here. This is a flame I've prepared in advance. If I die, use my flame to burn my body. Hui Yuner flipped his palm, then a ball of red flame appeared above his palm. With a wave of his hand, it flew towards Jiang Qin. Fine, I'll fight you. Jiang Qin caught the flame and agreed to fight Hui Yuner. With a sway of his body, he appeared not far away from Hui Yuner. Then he unleashed his energy like a tidal wave. Sensing Jiang Qin's tidal wave-like energy, Hui Yuner's expression changed. Just from this energy alone, he could tell that the gap between him and Jiang Qin was huge. Ah, Jiang Qin, I have to say, you are the most amazing genius I, Hui Yuner, have ever seen. To be able to die in your hands, I, Hui Yuner, have no regrets in this life. Hui Yuner wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Rays of resplendent fire shot out from Hui Yuner's body, gradually forming a brilliant fire seal in front of him. Heaven Fire Mystic Art. Hui Yuner shouted and immediately used his most powerful attack. His Heavenly Flame Mystic Art had already reached the initial level, so its power was boundless. When the fire seal was used, even the air started to burn. One had to admit that Hui Yuner was a rare genius. Just the attack in front of him alone was something that no ordinary late divine core warrior could withstand. However, this kind of power was nothing in front of Jiang Qin. With a wave of his hand, the true dragon flames transformed into a resplendent fire spear. With a shake of his arm, the fire spear pierced through the air and collided with Hui Yun'er's fire seal. Bang! Jiang Chen's true dragon flames were obviously much stronger than Hui Yun'er's magma flames. Together with Jiang Chen's abundant yuan energy and the support of the dragon marks, Hui Yun'er's fire seal was not something Jiang Chen could compare with. The fire spear shattered Hui Yun'er's fire seal in an instant, and it didn't slow down at all. With incredible speed, it pierced into Hui Yun'er's shoulder. "You've lost." Jiang Chen retracted the true dragon flames and said with an indifferent tone. "Why didn't you kill me?" Hui Yun'er looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. He knew Jiang Chen's way of doing things. He would never give his enemies any chance to kill him. But now Jiang Chen had only injured him, not killed him. "I don't want to kill you, so naturally I won't kill you. I used fire to defeat you, but that doesn't mean I'm humiliating you. There are no grudges between us. Today I've fulfilled your wish to fight with me and I'll spare your life. I hope you won't provoke me again." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he passed through Hui Yun'er's body and flew towards Inferno City. Wu Jiao and a Huang dog glanced at the stunned Hui Yun'er, then followed behind Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen's disappearing back, Hui Yun'er's eyes revealed a trace of infatuation. That not-so-majestic back seemed to have some sort of magical power. Hui Yun'er covered the wound on his shoulder with his hand. Looking at the blood dripping down from the wound, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment he had fulfilled his wish and his mood was suddenly lightened up. His future path of cultivation would definitely be smoother. "Thank you." Hui Yun'er said these two words in a voice that only he could hear. Inside Inferno City. "Brother Xian, where will the portal to Inferno Hell open in 7 days?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's just outside of Inferno City. I can't tell you the exact location as the portal will open at a different location every year. However, it won't be more than 1,000 miles away from Inferno City. Don't worry, Jiang brother, as long as you want to leave this place, you'll be able to do so when the portal opens. Furthermore, there will be tunnels that lead to different provinces in the eastern continent." Xianyi said. "Where is Jiang brother planning to go?" Wu Jiao asked. "I'm going back to the Qi province. I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and now that I've accomplished my goal in Inferno Hell, I have to go back as soon as possible. I still have something important to do when I get back and I've already wasted a lot of time." Jiang Chen said. Saving Han Yen was an urgent matter, and he wished he could leave Inferno Hell right now and fly back to the Black Sect. Qi province. Wu Jiao and Xianyi exchanged glances. Obviously, they didn't expect a peerless genius like Jiang Chen to come from the tiny Qi province, the province that even the martial Saint dynasty had abandoned. "I never thought a small place like the Qi province could produce a genius like Jiang brother. This is really rare. I wonder if brother Jiang is interested in going to the Wu," Xianyi said. However, before he could finish his words, Wu Jiao stopped him with a glance. "Of course, my goal isn't just the Qi province. Once I'm done with the matters in the Qi province, I'll go to a bigger place," Jiang Chen said. He didn't ask where Wu Jiao and Xianyi came from, or which superpowers they were from. In his mind there was no need to ask these questions. If Wu Jiao wanted to tell him, he would tell him himself, and if Wu Jiao didn't want to tell him, then he must have his reasons. 3 days later, within the Black Sect in the Qi province, more than 20 divine core warriors had gathered in the Palace Black. One side was from the Black Sect and the other side was from the Valley of Happiness. Dozens of divine core sect elders from the Valley of Happiness had come. Not only that, all the disciples from the Valley of Happiness had temporarily moved to the Black Sect, and they were preparing to join forces with the Black Sect to fight against the Burning Sky Pavilion. Sitting next to Daoist Black was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. She was wearing a long silver dress and she was emanating a charming aura. She had a wonderful body and any slight movement from her would attract any man's attention. Although she wasn't young anymore, she was still very charming. Compared to those young girls who had just left their homes, she was much more charming. Many of the Black Sect elders didn't dare to look at this woman, as they were afraid they couldn't control themselves. The aura unleashed by this woman wasn't any weaker than Daoist Black's. Clearly she was a peak divine core warrior. She was none other than the Valley of Happiness's sect chief, Granny Feng. Not only her, all the other sect elders from the Valley of Happiness were also charming. However, at this moment, none of them had any intention of seducing anyone, including Granny Feng. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. The deadline is getting closer and closer, looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. Granny Feng said. We have to fight. Daoist Black will never submit to a young man. Daoist Black said with a deep voice. Brother Black, do you have any good plans? Once the war starts in 4 days, not only will we be facing the Burning Sky Pavilion, we will also be facing the Tianjin Gate. Tianjin Gate has already submitted to the Burning Sky Pavilion, and with the northern and southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang's character, they won't let Duan Jianhong just stand there and watch. At that point of time, Tianjin Gate will definitely help the Burning Sky Pavilion. Granny Feng said. We'll do our best and leave it to fate. I've already prepared the Black Formation. When the time comes, all the Divine Core warriors from both sects will join forces and unleash the formation. Even if the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate join forces, it won't be easy for them to break the formation. Daoist Black said. His vision was blurred, and the figure of a young man in white appeared in his mind. He didn't know if that young man could appear at the last moment, and he also didn't know if that young man could solve the Black Sect's crisis. But that young man in white was Daoist Black's last hope. For now, that's the only thing we can do. Granny Feng will never submit to anyone. If they want to destroy us, the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate will have to pay a heavy price. Granny Feng was a ruthless woman, and she would never compromise at a time like this. The atmosphere in the entire palace was heavy and tense. Everyone's mind was focused on the upcoming war in 4 days, and no one noticed an old man who had a sneer in his eyes. This old man was none other than Fan Zhongtong. No one knew that he was from the northern and southern dynasties. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. On this day, the Qi province experienced a huge change. The army of the Burning Sky Pavilion had arrived. Under the leadership of the northern and southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang, all the disciples and elders of the Burning Sky Pavilion who were at the Heavenly Core realm and above were mobilized. Dozens of Divine Core elders from the Tianjin Gate also followed them. It was impossible for Duan Jianhong to stay out of this. The northern and southern dynasties would never allow that. Therefore, all the Divine Core warriors from the Tianjin Gate were mobilized. Dong dong dong. Within the Black Sect, the drums of war had been beating loudly since early in the morning. This was the sign of war. The entire Black Sect was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The Black Sect and Valley of Happiness had joined forces, preparing to fight the Burning Sky Pavilion to the death. Finally, a huge change had arrived. Right now in Inferno Hell, many people had gathered outside Inferno City, waiting for the portal to open. Except for those who didn't want to leave, they would continue living in this harsh environment. Chapter 255. The portal to Inferno Hell hadn't been opened yet, so everyone was waiting anxiously. Jiang Qin and his group stood on an empty ground outside of Inferno City, while the others kept some distance from them. This group of people was simply too frightening. Not to mention that combat soul warrior, none of them were qualified to compete with him. As for that Jiang Qin, he was like a devil king in Inferno Hell. Jiang Qin's name would definitely be recorded in the history of Inferno Hell. Not only that, once the portal was opened and all these people left Inferno Hell, everything that happened in Inferno Hell would be exposed. At that point of time, Jiang Qin's name would spread to every province in the eastern continent, as if it had grown wings. Brother Tian, after leaving Inferno Hell, are you going back to the Qi province or the Jian province? Jiang Qin looked at Tian Yishan with a smile on his face. I've left the Black Sect for 2 years, it's time for me to go back. Besides, if I go back to the Jian province now, I'm afraid I won't have a place to live. Tian Yishan said with a smile. That's right, everything that happened in Inferno Hell will be known by everyone. Chief Jiang, not only did you kill Yang Shuo from the Myriad Sword Sect, you also killed Shangguan Wei from the Shangguan clan. Both superpowers are superpowers in the Jian province. I'm sure they won't let you go so easily. At that point of time, our relationship with Chief Jiang will be made public as well. Yang Meng said. I'll go wherever Chief Jiang goes. My life was saved by Chief Jiang. No matter what Chief Jiang asks me to do in the future, I Wang Heng will never say no. Wang Heng patted his chest and said. Right now his admiration for Jiang Chen was as high as a mountain. Alright, if that's the case, let's head to the Qi province together. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang, you've killed too many people in Inferno Hell and all of them came from superpowers in different provinces. Once what you've done here is known, I'm afraid many superpowers will treat you as their enemy. Let's not talk about the superpowers outside of the Jian province, just the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan alone are not to be trifled with. Therefore you have to be careful when you leave this place. Xianxia reminded. He seemed to have something else to say, but when he saw the look in Wu Jiao's eyes, he forcefully swallowed his words. This was already the second time. I Jiang Chen am never afraid of a strong enemy, I'm only afraid that they aren't strong enough. No matter if it's the myriad sword sect or the Shangguan clan, they better not provoke me. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry on his face. On the journey of every leader there were bound to be enemies. Jiang Chen had been reborn and he had to walk on his path of domination again. All the enemies on the road were just stepping stones for him. What courage! Wu Jiao gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up and praised him. Then he said, Brother, why don't you ask me about my background and ask me for help? If you want to tell me, I don't have to ask. If you don't want to tell me, it's useless for me to ask, isn't it? Moreover, you've already helped me kill the Earth Devil Beast. In the future I'd rather walk my own path. Jiang Chen shrugged. Good brother. Wu Jiao will definitely be your brother. Wu Jiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. This young man in front of him, not only did he have extraordinary talent, incredible combat strength, courage and decisiveness, he was also a very intelligent man. A man like this would have limitless achievements in the future. Wu Jiao could even imagine that the Eastern continent wouldn't be able to contain a genius like Jiang Chen. Dong dong dong. Within the Black Sect in the Qi province, the sound of the war drums resounded throughout the entire Black Mountain range. The echoes reached the skies like rolling thunder. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Black Sect, all the heavenly core disciples and sect elders were hovering in the sky. This was the combined force of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. Just the energy unleashed by them was enough to shake the heavens and earth. At the front, Daoist Black and Granny Feng stood side by side. Behind them were all divine core warriors, and all of them were staring at the great army in front of them with solemn expressions. On the opposite side, the great army also had an imposing aura, and it didn't look any weaker than the combined force of the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness. At the front of the great army, there were 3 men standing side by side. The man in the middle wore a golden robe, and his long golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His resolute face was filled with a domineering expression. He was very young, but every movement he made carried the aura of a king, and it made people want to submit to him. The golden-haired man was none other than the men from the Northern and Southern dynasties. The other 2 men standing next to the Northern and Southern dynasties also had powerful auras, and they weren't any weaker than Daoist Black and Granny Feng. They were the Burning Sky Pavilion's pavilion chief, Zhao Chongyang, and the Tianjin Gate sect chief, Duan Zhenhong. Both of them were the strongest men in the Qi province, but right now they were standing next to the Northern and Southern dynasties, showing the status of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Northern and Southern dynasties, Zhao Chongyang, it won't be easy for you to destroy the Black Sect in the Valley of Happiness. If you want to change the Qi province's current situation, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Let me tell you this, today the Black Sect in the Valley of Happiness will fight to the bitter end. Daoist Black's voice was like a thunderclap and it echoed in everyone's ears. A huge change in the current situation represents a turning point in history. Every huge change is destined to cause rivers of blood. The Northern and Southern dynasties don't care how many people will die, all I care about is whether the result is what I want or not. The men from the Northern and Southern dynasties stood with their hands behind their back. Their contemptuous tone sent chills down everyone's spines. This was an extremely domineering man. In his eyes, all living beings were just ants. It's not easy for the Northern and Southern dynasties to change the current situation of history. You're just a tiny junior and you're just a mid-divine core warrior. No matter how much of a genius you are, don't you think you're being too arrogant? Granny Feng let out a cold snort. My methods are not something you can imagine. Daoist Black, Granny Feng, I've given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You've chosen your own death. Today the army of the Burning Sky Pavilion has arrived, and will be unstoppable. Today we'll race the Black Mountain Range to the ground. The men from the northern and southern dynasties had cold expressions on their faces. Ah, that's right. Daoist Black, Granny Feng, you shouldn't have resisted, you shouldn't have put up such a desperate struggle. Duan Jianhong burst into laughter. Coward. Granny Feng looked at Duan Jianhong and couldn't help but curse. Duan Jianhong, you're the sect chief of the Tianjin Gate, one of the most powerful men in the Qi province, but you're such a coward, surrendering to someone so easily. I really look down on you. Granny Feng, don't argue with me. I'm just adapting to the current situation. The Qi province's situation has been decided, and only those who adapt to the current situation can survive. Duan Jianhong's expression remained unchanged. He didn't feel humiliated by surrendering to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Northern and Southern dynasties, do you really think Duan Jianhong is surrendering to you? He's a cunning man and he's just waiting to reap the benefits. Don't you dare think that he'll really help you. If Duan Jianhong doesn't do his best, don't you think it's too childish for the Burning Sky Pavilion to destroy both our sects? Granny Feng stared at the Northern and Southern dynasties with a sneer on her face. Both of them knew what Duan Jianhong was thinking. What's the point of saying so much? Since we've come to this point, there's nothing more to say. Let's fight. Zhao Chongyang's energy was shaking violently, and his fighting spirit was unparalleled. Northern and Southern dynasties, let me see what you're capable of. Take a strike from me first. Daoist Black's killing intent soared into the sky. With a sway of his body, he dashed forward and struck out with his palm, unleashing a massive wave of energy towards the Northern and Southern dynasties. He wanted to personally strike and see how strong the Northern and Southern dynasties were. If the Northern and Southern dynasties were no match for him, then with just Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong, who wasn't on the same side as the Burning Sky Pavilion, there was no way they could defeat the combined forces of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. Daoist Black, let me fight with you. Zhao Chongyang unleashed his energy as well. Just as he was about to strike, he was stopped by the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties let out a cold harumph. He took a step forward and gently waved his palm. Although the palm looked soft and powerless, it was actually very powerful. A bright golden palm was unleashed by him and smashed toward Daoist Black. Bang! The violent collision produced a huge amount of sparks in the air. Daoist Black's attack was instantly shattered by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Because of the tremendous backlash, Daoist Black was knocked flying backward, and he only managed to stabilize his body when he reached the same spot he was standing at. So strong. Daoist Black's expression changed dramatically. He was a peak divine core warrior, but he was no match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. The strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties was something he couldn't handle. I told you my strength is not something you can imagine. The arrogant expressions on the faces of the Northern and Southern dynasties became even stronger. Heavens, how can the Northern and Southern dynasties be so strong? Even the sect chief is no match for him. How are we going to fight this war? That's right, just the Northern and Southern dynasties alone are so difficult to deal with, let alone Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong. At this moment, all the disciples of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness felt disheartened. Their fighting spirit had dropped by half. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were still no match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties really do have geniuses. They are only at the mid-divine core realm, but they already have the combat strength to defeat all divine core warriors. Even the two of us are no match for them. Looks like we're in danger today. Granny Feng furrowed her brows. Both she and Daoist Black knew that the Northern and Southern dynasties were very strong, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. They thought the Northern and Southern dynasties would at most be on par with them, and that was their limit. They never expected Daoist Black to be defeated with just a single strike. Duan Jianhong, who stood next to the Northern and Southern dynasties, had an unnatural expression on his face as well. Obviously, he had underestimated the Northern and Southern dynasties. He never expected the Northern and Southern dynasties to be this strong, and this was not what he wanted to see. Senior disciple Nanbei is mighty. The black sect in Valley of Happiness should just give up. Just surrender. Senior disciple Nanbei alone is enough to defeat all of you. Senior disciple Nanbei's mighty strength is unstoppable. When the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion saw that the Northern and Southern dynasties had defeated Daoist Black with just a single strike, they all started cheering. At this moment their morale had reached its peak. Set up the Black Formation. Daoist Black shouted out with a solemn expression. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.